Uh, here we are again. Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Hopefully, we've got more people than just X. As much as we love you on X, we don't want to leave everybody else out. I also found out that the Instagram thing wasn't working, and I think it's still not, but now it's broken in a different place. So eventually, we'll show up on Instagram. Maybe. It was a lot of clicking, and if I have to do that every week, I'm not going to start on the Instagram thing. But we should be seeing YouTube, and we got a chat from YouTube. I got my little test showing up. We got X. We have Anders was talking to us on. There we are. Welcome live on YouTube, and let's make sure the audio is working. I think it is, but that was the music, not the voice. Okay, golden. Uh, got quite a few stories to catch up on. So some of them, if you guys aren't really interested, it'll be like Viva Alert, like skip, 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 and then we're gonna catch up on what happened with the Model X. Ooh. It's still at the shop, as you might have seen on the thumbnail for the stream. It's been 6 years since we picked it up in Matthews. Uh, that one was quite a fun adventure. It was supposed to get delivered to my office, and then Hurricane Flo hit, and instead they said you can wait a month. But they were even back then they were doing the scenario where if somebody didn't pick up their car, even if it was supposed to be coming to them, they'd get a little weird and start trying to sell it to somebody else. This car is a unicorn, free charging for life, the high speed charger, high speed AC charger, paint color that was canceled, internet for life, the FSD before it was only going up. So that was always fun. Eddie says a digital hiccup here. And Anders says, welcome live on YouTube and on X. Excellent. Good to see. And yeah, so that Model X, we went south to Florida to evacuate for Hurricane Florence, and it took a train tour of Alabama because it was already on a train. It just went like this. It's been awesome, and it's only let us down once, and it it didn't try to. It did try to cook us a couple times. The AC went out on it several times. The the rear motor was full of coolant. I think we caught up on that last, and we had to change the rear motor under warranty. And then they said, "All right, you're done. Go home." We didn't quite make it to the house. We got about 150 miles in, and then the car informed us rear motor shutting down. Okay to drive. All right, so we keep driving. A couple miles later, front motor shutting down. No longer okay to drive. I mean, it did say okay to drive for like a second. And then when it tried the rear motor again, it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. And then it's like, yeah, shut down. The gear selector went red, and and we coasted to a stop on the edge of the road. And I don't want to say that roadside was completely useless because they did come in clutch. Get to that part. They did come in clutch at one point, but they are not empowered. And even if their answer is no, they should still package it in such a way that the customer feels appreciated. They should say, "Hey, the computer's telling me no. I can't do anything about it. They don't trust my boss. He can't do anything about it. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll the truck, and we're gonna ask service to pay for it. And if they say no, you might get a chargeback. Do you want to take the risk? Yeah, sure. Get my family off the side of the road." Instead, they said, "Here, 3 random tow companies. Good luck." And that's just not the way you handle it. So on the last stream, we were in my sister's house, and the car was parked out front. Well, dropped out front, and we were on our way to the airport to pick up the rental car. We got a Jeep Gladiator, a Wrangler pickup truck. If you like that, that's great. I don't see the appeal. You've got a modern version of a World War II Jeep, and for what 50,000, 40,000, you get the dumbest cruise control I've had in decades. You get uh, yeah, the roof and the doors come off, but when they're not off, it's quite loud. It did have the Uconnect, little screen like this. What I liked about that was I could just plug in my phone with the USB-C and do the Android Auto thing. Android Auto is not bad, but at the same time, I at this point I'm getting why Rivian and Tesla don't want to be involved in it. I don't understand why GM doesn't want to be involved in it at this point because Tesla and Rivian have a better experience without that. Doesn't mean that it wouldn't be okay with it, but not having it, they still have you. They still have your back. They got what you need. The last time I was in a GM that didn't have it, so this was before it came up. They had like the radio, and they might have had a couple apps, but beauty of the two American EV companies there is that they've got your Spotify, they've got your whatever you want. They're just slotting in these media partners. They've got uh, every reason for you not to be picking up the phone or touching the phone to deal with your entertainment and navigation and messaging and phone calls while you're on the road. I mean, that's all happening, but it's happening on their screen natively, and I like that. And it didn't feel it didn't feel bad. It felt like a really bad knockoff of riding in my Tesla and riding in the loaner car using that Android Auto with the cable. I'm sure it might have had the wireless version, and they would have been the same, except that my phone would not be charging at that point. What I liked about that was I didn't have to worry about my phone being paired or accessible to a rental car without the cable connected. Although it's still got a Bluetooth connection stored in my phone I need to go and delete, just in case I'm driving by a random Jeep one day. But I didn't make that, and without it plugged in, it was not making any connections to the vehicle. So I'm not sure. It felt more like a hack or a kludge the way that they made that Bluetooth connection. I think you plug in, it's like hey, they do the handshake, and then just to make sure the audio doesn't sound like trash, they make a Bluetooth connection for when you're on the phone. But not impressed at all with the Jeep. Like I said, the cruise control. In my X article, I said the cruise control might as well have been what they called back in 1958. Chrysler called it Auto Dash Pilot, and what autopilot was became known as what we call today cruise control. It's just the old school one that just set a speed and they tried to keep it. It didn't care if you left the road. It didn't care if somebody in front of you was going slow. But that's where it was most annoying. This is a 2024 car. The sensor suite to make sure that you're not running through anybody is well under $100. And that's if you want to use like lasers and radar and stuff. I radar might be closer to 300, depending on how many you order and who your source is. But you can use just a simple photo sensor. You don't even need a whole camera. You can use a simple photo sensor setup. Uh, at the same time, camera we're looking at what $5 to $20 if you use a really good camera, $20, and then you can use some off the shelf uh, software to make sure that hey, this is too big, slow down. This is too small, speed up. Or you can buy a suite from somebody like Mobileye, or you could buy FSD from Tesla. We keep hearing that they're in talks, but I don't think it's going to be Chrysler that does that. Anyway, so the cruise control was next to useless because where we were driving, the traffic was just too dense, and the drivers were just too inconsistent in their ability to keep the vehicle rolling down the road. We had a bunch of people coming up behind us, of course, And then we also had people who were doing this, just slow, fast, slow, fast. And the most annoying is the one that is going slow and until you go to pass them, and then they're not. And then the people are backing up behind you. And it's no Tesla, so you can't just like cancel out their tomfoolery by laying down the lightning pedal because you've got a gas pedal and it's got to spin up and make a whole bunch of noise. It's got to shift gears and it's got to go, but it's a Jeep, so it doesn't go. And then you got to get back behind them. And then they forget what they were doing again and slow down, slow down. You go past them. Oh, I'm driving. Oh, she could just tag them and then get them a visit from the highway patrol. Hey, looks like you suck at driving. You wanna finish that phone call and then get back on the road, or do you want to continue to drive? And it wouldn't be so bad, if the places I was driving didn't have 2 lane roads full of people who didn't know how to move over. It's not like most of the time I was sticking around the speed limit. Usually I go a little faster, and still was trying to there. But as it denses up, you gotta keep your following distance, and people don't believe in following distance. Like, oh, there's a gap, I fit. I'm like, oh, whoa, this thing doesn't stop like an EV. But give me some more room. I get the off road part. So yeah, if you go off road with your Jeep, that's fun. But what is the appeal of driving one of them on the pavement all the time? So again, in the article on that, I talk about how 6 years ago, when Tesla rented me a base model Corolla with like uh, like you had to manually adjust your air, and the seats were cloth. There were no floor mats. The uh, the radio was in black and white. It had like pictures, but they were black and white. The speedometer was just a dial, and I don't know how they. I don't know if it was like a little inset screen just for this, or if it was just LEDs that lit up to tell you what was going on. But it had, I don't want to say radar cruise, but it had a cruise control that would pace the car in front of you. And I do believe it also had not necessarily lane keep where it would push you back in the lane in any way, but it would beep at you if you try to leave the lane without using the turn signals. And again, this is the entry level base model. We're talking maybe $20,000 in 2007. So what, 25 to 28 in 6 years ago? And here we are with a brand new Jeep that has less than that. I get the appeal to simplicity, but there's no reason for cruise control to still suck. There's no reason for that today. I get it, like on like a no, because on a commercial bus or truck, they've got what we've got with the traffic aware cruise control. It'll pace, it'll slow down. So they're not doing it. Maybe a motorcycle, because every extra pound hurts you there. There's no excuse for to not be priced at the budget price and a budget car to have that feature and the premium status symbol to be stuck in 1958. So enough complaining about the Jeep, which got 21 miles per gallon when I turned it in, I believe. It's because we were on a schedule and I could not hypermile it. When I wasn't on a schedule and did hypermile it, we got about 26 to 30 miles per gallon, which was fun, but I'm into the no gallons per mile now at this point. The last over a decade. So we got picked up the Jeep. That's where we were on our way to when we did last week's stream. Uh, we got everybody back here, and then one day, so the next day, finally got a hold of Tesla. Found out the new way to get past the stupid phone tree. Just use the app. You guys are just as bad as CVS. The app's not doing jack for me. I need a human. And okay, I'm missing chat. Lee says, "What? Yeah, greetings, Lee. Good to see you." And so the the shop wasn't seeing my message. I got around the phone tree, was able to call them, and say, "Hey, you know that repair you sent us home with? It was all good. It ain't. And they said, "Oh no, we're so sorry, blah blah. We're gonna get a tow truck out right away. Where are you?" So I told them I was at my sister's house, and they said, "Okay, we're gonna send out an urgent tow truck. Urgent. It's before lunch. Urgent." Right about when I got off of work, I'm calling them up. I'm like, "Hey, where? What? How is the truck?" And the guy's like, "It's not there yet." He looked it up. He's like, "Oh no!" And then he called them up, and then they called me up and said that they were still on the way. Okay, on the way. So then another couple of hours goes by, and they show up at like 4:30 or 5:30 at my sister's house, and they're ready to pick up the truck, the Model X. I don't know if it was dispatch that messed up or if he took like three more tows in between when he was supposed to, but it didn't feel urgent. That's not Tesla's fault, and like I said, the driver was like great customer service to both me and my sister and brother-in-law. So I don't think it was him. If it was him, then it would have been a matter of, like I said, dispatch kept pushing other places, and because it's over an hour to the service center, he shows up after hours. But again, great customer service. This guy's like, "Hey, your car is like screaming for juice. It's not gonna make it. I'm gonna plug it in right here. There's only one spot, the supercharger." So he drops it at the supercharger, plugs up. Great. He goes on his way. I said, "You need anything else from me?" No, he said, "Just make sure you lock it." Lock. And then I call up roadside again. "All right, there's nothing for you to tow. This should work." Like, "Hey, my car is here on the supercharger at the service center, but because it flew in, because it's floating 6 feet off the ground, it doesn't, and it's not on, and it's not in gear. It doesn't know that it made it anywhere, so it didn't drive through the geofence that Tesla has up around the the facility. So if you've got an appointment and you drive through, it will automatically check you in, or at least let them know you're there and start some processes, which couldn't happen because it didn't drive. It flew. They can fix that, but uh, we should be happy that they fixed the. What used to happen is if your car wasn't moving, the GPS location never updated at all, and they fixed that. So as he was getting started, I wanted to make sure everything was going smoothly. I could see it bouncing between where he was on the road and my sister's house, like a rubber band. Like the car didn't believe I can't possibly be down the road from now. And then when he got to the service center, dropped it off, it locked in on the service center. But again, so it didn't drive through the geofence, so it didn't check itself in. Called roadside up, said, "Hey, car's there. It's blocking the supercharger. Can you mark it as in service?" "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." "And can you make sure that they know it's there and what's going on?" "Oh yeah, yeah. They'll have a note on their desk in the morning." No email, no voicemail, no indication the car was there. Thankfully, I guess they didn't need the supercharger because nobody had to go and find how to get into it. Not that they can't get into it, but just like when I sold cars at the dealerships, if a car shows up in service and somebody knows about it, things just go so much more smoothly than like, "Hey, there's this car that's blocking the service bay, and we only have two of them. One of them, the roll-up door is broken for some reason today. So how are we gonna get these people into service?" And so now you gotta like find your floor dollies to go push the car out of the way, figure out whose it is and why. And if they weren't your regular customer, they just showed up from out of town. It's not like you have their number in your system, so now you got just a mess on your hands. I didn't want to be that customer, so I called. That's why I called roadside and asked them to let them know, "Hey, here it is. That's what's going on," and check it in so they can use all their normal tools rather than having to. Uh, they've got other stuff, but rather than having to do it the hard way. So when I checked in, I was like, "Hey, it's there. Did they tell you?" Well, first I left a voicemail because they were slammed that morning. Had a meeting at work, called them back. "Hey, did they tell you what's going on? It's still there." "Oh, that's the one. Okay." "No, they didn't." Great. Uh, 0 for 2 at that point with the roadside. They they get me checked into service. They authorize the or reauthorize the rental, not the rental, the loaner. Uh, so when they arranged for the tow, they'd authorize the rental, and so this is now Tuesday at this point because again they were closed by the time the car got there, and I don't know that they realize that I'm a high communication individual. So Tuesday came and went, no update. Wednesday I get a little status update on the car from the app, but zero details. I'm going into the Tesla app right now, and it said, what did it say? It might still say it. Right now it just says in service mode. Click on that repair. Track repair progress. Okay, so it said check tires, other notes, noise and vibration. I took a picture, thankfully, because I knew this would happen. Let me go over to my text messages real quick. I didn't get, I got X. I got an X. Um, because I shared the picture. Stand by. Let's go back to the stream. Okay, hey, stream's still healthy. Let's go to X. Where is my X window? It's not that one. It's a glow to this side of my face. Maybe the one that says X? Yeah, it's the one that says X. So let's go to me. That didn't work. Let's go home. And click on my logo. It says I'm live with a fake ring. Because it's true. I'm just gonna scroll back a little bit. All right, so there's our article. That's a cool picture right there. Let's put this on screen. So while I look up the service status, this one was fun. The service manager, I don't know if he wasn't allowed to do this or it wasn't protocol or what. Um, but after we'd all just got done with the Hurricane Florence situation, he's like, and then sent it to me. That's all he was allowed to do. Just a random picture in my I think it was a text message, and that is Tachikoma. Right before she got her PDI and first wash, and and then the next day was today 6 years ago where we picked it up. All right, so there's a quote from Billy G. I always choose a lazy person to do a hard job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it. I try to live that at work. I just do. All right, so I've got this one. This didn't go. Now it just says, uh, where'd it go? Did you not do what you said you were doing? I think it didn't do what it said it was doing. Copy, paste, and go. Oh yeah, so this is for those of you who weren't catching up on our X. This is what it looked like. We were driving along on our way to the Columbia, one of the Columbia superchargers, and we got this alert popped up: DL W139, rear motor disabled, okay to drive. Vehicle speed and power may be limited, and they were limited to what, like 400 horsepower? It's way more than I needed to cruise down the highway. And then we got all of these messages. The ones that were of concern to us were uh, some of them were just because the computer itself was freaking out, but app missing in action, no big deal. Uh, Over voltage on the 5 volts, not good. All these missing items. The DAS missing is the autopilot computer. It doesn't like it when stuff happens to the car. So if I steer wrong and it doesn't realize I did it, it'll kill itself, and it'll throw a message similar to that. Uh, if anything goes wrong mechanically with the car, it'll throw that. So what does it say there? Service unavailable. Something. Uh, the immobilizer. So our tech was wondering if they forgot to pair it to the car, and I was like, well, why would it let us get 150 miles away? I'll get to that in a minute. BCCM actuator. The disabled by fault. This one was electronic steering. Basically, the skid control was gone. Then we had another fault. See the manual. Immobilizer. The RCCM actuator is the HVAC. It turned off the air, it said, but the air was still blowing quite nice. Disabled by fault. That was just some of the stuff we were able to catch. And then this was after the power off, I believe. We had still more than you'd want to see. But that's not why I was in this particular part of the thread. I was looking for this one right here. So this is what we had on Tuesday, Wednesday night, and it says something else is preparing. Check tire pressure and conditions. That one's still there, and now it's in the middle. Uh, Other noise and vibration. Waiting for parts in yellow. That one is gone, so I guess the parts are in now because that was still there when we talked last. And then other noise and vibration now says repair in progress in the middle bar. It's blue. And this one was new to me. I had never seen this entry in all of my basically decade of Tesla ownership. Um, Lead technician quality control. So I guess because it's a re-repair and the vehicle went down, they gave me to their lead tech. Or at least the lead tech is going to scope it out before you're good to go. We'll see what happens. So, oh, motor's crying. Crying or whining? What's up, baby? I think whining. So that was whatever day I posted that is exactly when it happened. So let's see, is that Wednesday? Yes, babe. Mommy washed your banana. You want a banana? Your cookies and your bananas? My drink. Your drink? Your ring? Oh, mommy spilled your snacks on the floor? I can fly. A fly got to your baby banana? You want a cookie? I don't know if that was a elaborate ploy to get me a cookie because this girl can cry on demand with tears. You said you want a cookie. You don't want a cookie? Oh, you want your headphone? Okay, let's get your headphones. No, not your headphones. Okay. You want a bear? More what, baby? Bear vitamins here. No lollipops. Maybe next week. Oh, you want the cookie again? Mommy. Mommy rescued baby. You got two cookies. Thank you. Want to go? Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. Just had to run off with the cookies. So the 20th was what day of the week here? 2 days ago. That'd be Friday, right? Yeah, so Friday morning we got that, and then by lunchtime I hadn't seen anything else in there, so that's why I let them know that I am one of those customers that likes all of the extra communication, even if it's inconclusive. Be like, hey, this is what we saw. We don't know what it means. We'll talk to you soon. And then if you do that, I won't call or text or look after you. And I'm like, okay, cool, they're on it, and I know what's going on, and everybody's happy. But I'm not one of those hands-off customers. They're like, okay, it'll be there when it's there. Even though I have a loaner car from them, so now we have another loaner car that we were able to exchange on, I guess Thursday night. No, because the car was due on Tuesday. So Tuesday night we went back up there and got a 21 Model 3, another 21 Model 3, but this one had the trim extend out onto the doors, so it's end of 21, and I guess the other one was beginning of 21 because it did not have the extended door card situation, but it did have the new center console with the non-movable wireless phone charger. So before I tell you what they said that night, since obviously that was the same day, uh, finished work, had to extend the loaner car and pay the fee for more days because they were expecting it at 2, not. I thought they were expecting it at the end of the day based on when we picked it up. I was wrong. Uh, so paid for another day or part day and raced up to Spartanburg Airport, GSP Greenville Spartanburg Airport, and turned in that nice for somebody but not for us Jeep, and uh, then we walked around the corner, walked up to the Uber lot, and we dialed us an Uber. The first guy, he had a Highlander, and he sent us a text message through the app. Said, was it a text message through the app or was it a regular text message? Doesn't make a difference. Either way, we got a message from him, and he said, "Hey, are you going to the airport?" I said, "We're at an airport. We were not going to the other airport." And then, your driver's arriving. Okay, you see him at the end of the driveway, lane, whatever. We're standing in the little bus, what used to be a bus shelter, with the bench and the roof because it was raining lightly, thankfully, but raining. We get the baby seat, we get the baby, and me and my wife. And then as he gets to us, he slows down for a second, and he drives off. I'm like, "Whoa, we're right here!" And I looked down at the app because I was gonna like make sure it was him because I verified the license plate, and I was gonna, yeah, stop. He was gone. It was a lady in there now, and I drove Uber for a couple years, and then there are reasons to drop and cancel, but my picture's in there because I was a driver, so it's not like he had a problem with this. And he knew it was a long trip because I said, "Hey, you're going on a long trip. It's going to be a good little bit of money." And don't know what happened. But so this lady, she shows up about 6 minutes later. Very nice, very nice. And she's like, "I don't know what happened. I saw it and I didn't get it in time. Somebody else beat me to it and came back." Like, hey, lucky day for you. So we had a little conversation about how, for her, when it rains, she knows she's going to get a long trip. And it was raining. And she was going from GSP Airport to the new service center. What's up, Ishi? And Timothy, what's going on? Hello. Um, so she knew that we were going on a nice long trip, and uh, very dangerous choices of topics, but I'm all right. We talked a lot of politics. We talked. Her husband is a truck driver, and he doesn't believe in the Tesla semi, so I shared a little bit of facts about that and about other electric cars. What do you think about the iPhone 16 having 5x optical zoom instead of 3x like the iPhone 15? Well, it's only got 3 lenses, So the 3x kind of was nice to have. What if they increase the resolution of that particular camera to the point where you can digitally crop back into the 3x? Then I think it's a good thing all around. But if they make it so you just cannot focus the way you used to use it, then that makes it tougher to do the incremental year to year to year thing that they want you to do, or the every other year or the every 3 years. They've got a pattern for everybody. So Samsung did that with theirs, but we've got a lot more uh, cameras, and so our couple of our cameras did that. They changed, but the two that they changed, they made sure that they could still cover the old use cases. So if you are like an insect photographer, or you'd like to take pictures of flowers or whatever, or just you found a coin on the street and you want to get the grit of the asphalt or the dirt or the ridges of the coin for a macro view, you got that. And if you're on the telephoto side, uh, well, they changed that too, but it didn't make much of a difference. But the new one is going to be, but that's good. It didn't make much of a difference. That means you didn't lose anything. And on the new one, they are actually going to just substantially increase it. So still not, they have this patent for this like sliding, telescoping, motorized thing that would be just great. And they still have us with these fixed stops, which is not as cool as the patent. But yeah, I like the way that from the samples I saw of it, they looked great, and it looked like the team, the imaging team was continuing to stay on their game and earn that reputation they have for being class leading. And as we saw last year, or was it the year before, time is blending. Not just because I'm getting old, but also the you know, ever since 19, we've everything's been all mixed up. But I believe it was last year's show where they were able to film everything on the iPhone and no pro cameras. That was pretty cool. Personally, the 3x more, 5x feels a bit much. Looks better on the 15. Yeah, yeah. I was never really into the macros too much myself, so I didn't. I usually skip that particular camera because I'm either right up here with a portrait, or way down there, like trying to get a picture of something that I don't want to walk up to. I do use the macros, but I don't really work with them. So like, it's gotten to the point now where everything is just like this one doesn't have any words on it. Say I needed to read the bottom of this headphone case. Just can't do it anymore. This one actually I can, but most of them this size, the contrast and the print is just not set up right for me to do it anymore. So I just take a picture, or if it's sitting down, I can do the steady cam with my zoom. So I do use it and I do appreciate it when it's done correctly, but it's not what I work with most. So the lady, we talked politics and we talked about the the semi truck. So I wanted to correct some of her husband's misconceptions about the semi truck. So yes, it does not work long haul today because there's no charging network. But when they built the Model S, there were no charging networks at all, and then all of a sudden there were four stations. You could get between two spots on the East Coast, Northeast, and you get between two spots in California. And now here we are, 12 years later, and we don't think about taking road trips. We just go. Like, oh, I didn't even charge the car. We need to get across country now, and it just works, even better than gas, and not as fast as gas on the long trips, but not much slower either. Yes, the Tesla semi truck. It he didn't like any EV trucks, and I was like, well, they work pretty well in Europe, and we just got some new information on the Tesla semi, and so we were able to address some of his concerns. He still doesn't believe it, but at least now it's down to I don't like the way it looks instead of instead of it can't this, can't that, and I don't mind if you don't like it. That's going to do well. It's going to do very well, and eventually the others in competition will catch up as far as capabilities. We saw that with the pickup trucks. They caught up and then exceeded, and then still got outsold by the Cybertruck when it finally came out. But that's not the point there. Right now, the closest U.S. competitor that's not um, Nikola and their precarious situation thanks to the fraud brought by their founder. We're talking about a third of the range, a third of the capability, just everything in a third, except the price is more. So they'll come around, especially now that the Tesla took a semi, dropped it off in Europe, and was doing presentation, and they you can see in the people who knew who was who. Like those two were engineers from a company I can't say, German company. Those two are engineers I can't say from like Netherlands, and that's they're impressed and they're scared. Now you don't need all the capabilities of the Tesla Semi in Europe because what they have now works for them. It doesn't mean that they won't appreciate them. I do suspect they'll sell more of the mid-range car, or sorry, truck than they will of the 500-mile one because it doesn't look like they'll be using that much of that style of driving. So we talked about the semi, and then Moto had an incident. Her dinner didn't stay down. Thankfully, we were able to clean it up, and she didn't charge us for it because we didn't, we cleaned it up so she wasn't down and out for the night, and it was just kind of in the car seat mostly, so a little bit uh, on the actual seat. Got that cleaned up, and then she waited for us to make sure that we could get into the car that we just spent 6 hours trying to arrive at. Um, and then I did not know this at the time. I talked about this part on the Tesla Live show. I did not know we talked about with Lee Moon that the app was having a partial outage. So I see the loaner car in the app. Uh, I see what general area it's in, but there's like I want to say 20 Model 3s all bunched up together, all facing the same way. And I'm like, I know what color it is. And for some reason, it didn't have the wheel covers on in the app. Turns out it's because they didn't have the wheel covers on in real life either. And um, so we pulled up to the right row, flashed the lights. I was actually in the wrong car, so I had to walk through the aisle. And as I was approaching the car, she drives around the other side so my wife and baby can see. And I'm trying to get everything hooked up, trying to add the phone key, nothing. Normally, for me, you hit that and boom, it's ready to go right away, 3 seconds tops. And so then I'm like, all right, well, I get on one of the tries, I can see the location, I can do the unlock, all that. So I hit them and it sent the commands and it rejected them. And then it also rejected the key. And so that was fun. I did not know that you can just do. I don't know if you have to have the phone key working first, but you can just tap. If you have an Android with NFC, just tap on the door pillar as if it were a card. It does work after the phone key is connected. If for some reason the wireless is not working, but like I said, I don't know if it works when it's unpaired. And the only way for me to do that now, there'd be no way for me to get it back in there, so we're not going to mess with that. So after a couple minutes of trying to get into the car, this lady's very patiently waiting on us with the meter running, thankfully, because I didn't want her waiting there for free after we just messed up her car. Uh, I give up. So I call roadside one last time. All right, roadside, this third try. Please don't screw it up. I push the button, tell the computer I locked out. So the guy says, okay, I got you. I verified who I was. How are you locked out? Why don't you have the key card? What do you mean you haven't been in it yet? How are you locked out if you've never been in it? So I explained to him that, here I am. Uh, Service is illegal in the state where I'm at the moment, and but there's the car. Here's the whole ordeal. He's like, okay. Give me your car's information. Okay, give him the information. All right, give me the loaner car's information. All right, and then all right, give me the numbers off the loaner car one more time. All right, did the lights just flash? Yeah, the lights flashed. All right, give me some more information about you. Give me the information. Boop, boop. It opens. Thank you. So then I go looking all over for the key card. There are places where Tesla and I expect to exchange keys and key cards, and between Tesla Atlanta, not Atlanta, Tesla Savannah, Tesla Matthews, And even this place, we Tesla Twin Lakes. I'm not sure the actual name of the thing. It's on Twin Lakes. I think they call it Lake Ridge. Either way, we had already established a pattern of where we're going to put the keys. And so I'm looking at all the places that I've ever had a key in the past from Tesla. The second clean loaner, by the way, super clean, loved it. Uh, there was some trash in the trunk, but I blame that fully on the previous renter because it's like down in the pocket. Uh, on a quick clean, you would not have seen that. Anyway, down to the trunk and the sub trunk, in all the door pockets, nothing. Both consoles, okay, nothing. Where would they put the key? I think. Hit the glove box button on the screen. There's the key. Oh, all right. Thankfully, it wasn't glove box locked because sometimes they are. And I pull the key out. And so then I spent about 45 minutes trying to get the phone key working because I'm just like sleepy and frustrated. And finally in the car after this long ride. And then I find out on X, either at the Taco Bell, because that was all that was open in the area at the time, or when I got back here, I find out on X that there was an app outage. It's like, oh, I could have just done the phone, done the tap, and then just rolled on and dealt with it in the morning. But the car was taunting me. It's like, hey, why don't you use your phone key? It's like, because it's not working. And I ended up like not uninstalling the app, but I did completely wipe it out and then log back in. And at that point, when I retried the key one more time, it like glitched for a second and I pushed it through. Said, "You already have a key to this car. The hell I do is not working." And so then I deleted the phone key from the app, and then then the car pushed it back into the app somehow. I didn't know it could do that because it is usually a two-step process, like a Bluetooth pair. And it pushed the new key through, and then everything was good again. But all of that turned out to have been because there was a partial app outage, and I didn't know it. And if the roadside guy didn't, if the roadside guy knew, he didn't say. And so that was an ordeal. We got home to the house about 4, 5 in the morning. It was an ordeal. Then a couple days go by, and then we get this message that you're seeing on the screen there about waiting for parts. And then on Friday, I called in and said, "Hey, what's going on? You like the Polestars over the Tesla? I like the Polestar, but it's not my style. But I do like what I see, and I have no problem recommending that to anybody. Say, hey, you want an electric car? Consider this one too." And is the semi truck in production and operation? It's in operation. They have the Mark Ones running around with PepsiCo, Tesla, and then a few other privileged testers. Walmart and Costco finally got theirs. Not all of them, just a tester or two. And then they have one that seems to actually just be not really like it's more of a demonstrator. Like, here you go, you can use this for a week, a month, and give it back so we can give it to somebody else. Um, it seems to be working. They are, even though they're not in their building yet, they're pushing their way up to the 50,000 a year that they're going to be making out of the final facility. I'm not sure if what they're making now are still the Mark Ones or if they're like 1.5s or if they're already on to Mark Two. There are two in Germany that are making the runs to get sold, not sold, but like to sell people to help sell Europe on it. They haven't been homologated, and they Dan Priestley says that they are going to be ready for Europe. They were designed to meet both continents' standards from day one. Which when you do that, it's a lot easier to aim the headlights, and change the user interface languages, and change it to metric, and call it a day, than it is to trying to shoehorn that in there, which can still be done, but it's not always as easy. That's kind of part of the reason why every Model X has amber turn signals instead of red. That one was Euro from the start, and such a low volume vehicle that there was no point in getting the only red ones. Uh, Similar to how the Model Y went from red to amber worldwide, because Y have one run of parts and then a separate run of parts. Hopefully, hopefully they get an amber turn signal Cybertruck because I don't like red turn signals at all. I would swap them. But that's where we are with the semi truck. It's as the new facility opens outside Nevada Gigafactory One, they'll be building the semis there as their main facility. So then I get a hold of service and I asked them. I said, "What's going on?" I text them. Like, I see this changed. What's up? And they call me back and they tell me, "Hey, the new rear motor they put in was faulty. That's all I know. It just didn't work. It was broken." And then the harness on the car side, the high voltage connector, the signal connector that plug in from the car to the motor. They say that there's play in that. They say it's probably safe. It clicks in, it registers okay. But we're talking hundreds of amps and at least 300 kilowatts, probably closer to 400 because the front motor just, as we saw when the front motor was doing all the work, it stops at 200. But my gauge goes past 450. Like it's got 450, and then there's another space, and then it stops. So all the rest of that 300 plus is coming from the rear motor, and uh, and then you've got the 400 volts that the car is already running at. So 400 volts, 400 however many kilowatts. I don't really, and it's approaching the end of warranty. It's got 2 more years now. Today, I don't want to one have a potential problem right there underneath my child, and two, I don't want to risk having to come out of pocket for that either. So I was like, just do it right. I'll wait for the parts. I'm not in a rush. I don't need the extra frunk. I don't need the extra 2 seats. I don't need the ability to tow at the moment. So just do your thing because they put me in a 21 Model 3 and it's working out great. It's got the 12.5.1 FSD with the hands free. Love it. And I had a chance to try the auto park and um, I don't know if it's still called auto park, but where you pick it on the screen, either if it's in front of you, behind you, whatever, but where it parks itself. But the new version, it did okay. Not the fastest, but I didn't have that case where somebody just magically pops up behind you and is like impatient honking the horn and all that jazz. That like, where did you come from? It's an empty lot. It's 10 o'clock at night. I checked that it was clear, and then I pushed start on the Model X, and all of a sudden now it's slowly doing its thing. And where did you come from? None of that happened. We actually did it at a Costco, and it, it did not annoy too many people, and it did well. So anyway, I said, yeah, not in a rush. What do you think it might be? They said probably Tuesday, maybe. And I was like, okay, we'll just do it right and just keep me informed. And that's where we are on the car. It's still up in Charlotte, and on his 6th birthday, just sitting in the doctor's office. So that was fun. Let's go on. These next ones we've got from Dan and Omar. This one's coming from Omar. We talked about this one on the Tesla Life show, where our friend um, Raphael and a couple others like Beater Tesla and I forget who joined them partway through, and their wives went on a trip to the Arctic Circle, and they were putting chargers out and doing outreach. Really cool stuff. And I didn't follow as close as I should, but I did like what I did see. Then we got the world's first solar electric vehicle visits San Francisco. That's the first production intent. Yes. So it's a video about Aptera came to San Francisco. People talking about it. I like Aptera. I hope they make it. Of course, my life situation has changed now, and I have more than one person in the car every time now. So um, I guess for the car will be sitting pretty for you when it's ready. Yeah, I'm not rushing it because right now, like I said, it's not like I'm taking Ubers everywhere, and we're out of that monstrosity of a apparently really nice specimen of Jeep, but not my style at all. So that Jeep got us through for quite a hefty fee, and now we're not daily paying for a car again. That's true, because the X is paid off, and the 3 is part of the service. So yeah, so not daily paying for a car anymore like we were with the rental. And yeah, no rush. Just make it happen. And maybe by the time I pick it up, it'll have a new version of FSD. The last version of FSD we got was in April, 12.3.6, and then we got a couple different copies of that when they did other things in the software, like bug fixes in the summer update, and it's dragging along the same FSD version. It's not a terrible one. The only thing I have to complain about the old one that I've got there, other than uh, I mean, I've still got interventions with the new one too, but other than that, is that it rides too close to the edge of the road, and it's just slower at doing stuff than the one that's in this car. Really big complaints, yeah. And so maybe they'll finally have moved us over to the new one by the time we pick it up, because it keeps going out to more and more cars. And I've found somebody who claims to have it on a legacy. No screenshots or anything, but no reason not to believe them. Yep. So Aptera, I think the only way they would work for me at this point, um, with other people, is if I'm just taking the kid somewhere, because me and Moto will go places without my wife, but we don't go anywhere without the baby. So it's not going to get the same kind of usage I thought I'd be able to get out of it. And I'm excited. It's priced right. They have right to repair, super efficient, solar recharging, and they're still talking 1,000 miles per charge. Not a bad deal. This one was interesting. ABB helped NASCAR build a NASCAR EV demonstrator of sorts. I'm not sure what to make of this thing, but it's not going to be racing or replacing the gas car just yet. But they do have an E series coming up, and this could be that. But they didn't, from the skim of the article, they didn't make it seem that that was the case. All right, we can go ahead and close this. Oh no, we don't want to close that. That's my actual Twitter um, page. What we do want to do is open the notes, which are now no longer on the same page for some reason. Come here, notes, and we'll get started. And why are we just getting started? Well, because those weren't in the notebook. Uh, so, like I said, we're gonna kind of zoom through some of these just because we got 2 shows worth. And so, if you want to talk about something, let me know. If you don't, I'm gonna zoom, copy link, and paste, and go. So we started to see Vision Auto Park come to the Cybertruck, and so yeah, it's called Vision Auto Park. And then you have the 2 versions of the old Auto Park, the blind one that comes with AP1, and came on Harbor 2 and 2.5 after a short while. And then it's still the same thing basically, but they, instead of being based off of the ultrasonics, they fed it the camera feed, but it's still processed in the same super slow way. I don't know if they actually still had that same chip on board or if they emulated that chip. But the only real benefit we saw is that it was better at not running stuff over, and because it could see, you didn't need 2 cars beside each other. You just needed to kind of point the rear end of your car at a parking space, and then hit go. Not so even at the parking space, but so we could see it, and then you push start. And then this is an evolution of that. So you can drive up to spaces or near them, and if the car can see them, you can pick one on the screen. It doesn't do as well if you pick one, but if you're driving along and it's saying this one, this one, this one, you push start, it does great. And that's the same on the Cybertruck. And they've got it as of last week. They've had updates. There is FSD now on the Cybertruck for some people. I don't know. I'm assuming that's employees. and they're chomping at the bit because they are about to get their public bills of FSD for Cybertruck. All right, we're at 95% on the battery. Let's go ahead and switch over from solar backup to solar. And it's spinning, so we'll just come back to you guys, and I'll do it on the phone. So you don't want to waste good sunlight. If the battery's full, then it's not going anywhere. Because you'll have to turn off, because if you keep pouring electricity into something that's full, you get a fire. Mind the beep. We're on battery. Close that. So then next we had Panasonic has finalized their preparations for mass production of the 4680 batteries, and they have a renovated plant in the western prefecture of Wakayama, and it'll be the main factory for producing the 4680s there. I'm assuming that's Japan because they call it prefecture, and that was a Japanese name. Okay, let's take this back to the battery view. It's very slowly refreshing on the app for some reason. Let's see if they give us any numbers on this thing. So Kinakawa in Japan, we've got the Panasonic has so Mastuisha. They have Panasonic Energy has finalized preps for the high capacity EV batteries plant. They're going to make the 4680s, which have 5 times the capacity of the 2170s because they're 5 times bigger. 46 millimeter diameter, 80 millimeter height. And I bet you if they sell that can to anybody else, they put that extra 0 on the end because reasons. Um, that'd be a good reason if one is in millimeters and the other is in like the next scale down. But I don't think they do that. Tesla makes their own, yeah, but they need more. I expected to employ 400 staff in March, so they're about to open. They make the 2170s and 18650s in Japan, and well, Japan for both. But then the 2170s, they also have a joint venture inside Giga Nevada, where they make the 2170s for Tesla in their own factory. The battery manufacturer said automaker Subaru. Okay. This is unrelated to the Panasonic, but Subaru says they're opening their own battery plant in the Gunma prefecture of north of Tokyo for the 2028 business year. So they're just getting started or moving real slow, one or the other. Next, we've got Australia's main grid is set a new renewable energy record with the maximum instantaneous share of mostly solar and wind hitting an all-time high of 73% on November 9th, pushing the share of coal to a new low. All right, I wasn't going to click on it, but what's the new low? All right, the new low is, oh, that's an impressive graph. Renewables, coal, wind, and gas. Gas was at 0.8. Coal was at 26.5. And remember, Australia is extremely coal heavy. And renewables were at 73. Good on you. New low of 26.5, down from 26.6 in October of 23. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's hard to do when everything is fighting against going the way that we know makes sense. Government to the people who paid the government, to et cetera, so on and so on. Power company Eaton has announced collaboration with Tesla designed to boost functionality and adoption of home energy products in solar installations in North America. So this one was kind of cool. Eaton, they make all kinds of electrical products, but it looks like on this one they are doing one of their smart load centers. So your circuit breaker box, your distribution center, they're working with Powerwall and Tesla, well, Tesla and Powerwall to make installations quicker and more functional for the customers. So I'm going to pop this one in the YouTube chat, and I'm going to see if I can put it in the X chat. I think I can. Inception. It says it worked. So, if that's something that's interesting to you, you might like it, you might not. I'll be more interested when they hit their North American products, but they're eating. They'll be here. And also, when I'm not retrofitting stuff onto this place, we've got some plans eventually, but gotta do our cross country trek to see where we want to put that structure, because you only get so many times to put down roots. Android users have been at a disadvantage as Tesla owners. Tesla wants to change that. And the only reason we got the NFC working is because Apple blocks it. And Android makes it an API, so it was easy to do. So this one, they were looking to hire more people, I believe, and use some frameworks to speed up the deployment of features to Android. Like, for instance, some of our phones have ultra-wideband, but we don't have the ability to just stand next to the car and wait a second for it to pop the frunk or the trunk. And now that they've got that, I think that the Model X self-presenting door should be back at that point as well. Yep, there you go, the hands-free trunk feature. According to Wes, the Cybertruck's lead engineer, the automaker needs support from each phone manufacturer to access their device's hardware. Like I said, Tesla's working to get to this point with these companies. Okay, so because ultra-wideband is not a platform standard like NFC, that's why it's taking so long. Wes is a Pixel user, and he says it's definitely the goal. We need support from each manufacturer to access their device's hardware, and the team is working on it. Whereas with the NFC, they basically insert themselves as if they were a payment device or credit card or subway pass. We can see this on the ChargePoint app. Like, I don't know where my ChargePoint card has gone. I can start a session from the app, or I can open the app and then touch the ChargePoint device with the back of my phone, and the session starts. So I don't have to worry about finding where I did with that card. It's in a box somewhere. I don't know how it got in a box from the car, but that's a discussion for another time. We're in those situations where this one is a spatial memory, and even if it's not where it's supposed to go, if I saw it and I know where it is, it'll be good. If it moves after I put it down, or you put it down, and once it moves and I didn't see where it moved to, it's gone. It's disappeared. Unless it's in the space where we've designated it should be. So if it's not where it's supposed to be, and it's not where I saw it last, it doesn't exist. So that's where my ChargePoint card is. It doesn't exist until I see it again. Next, we've got Lucid. They have a latest software update that looked kind of cool. They put 3D lane visualization and more. So very much like what you're used to on FSD. We've got UX 2.4, and you get 3D 3-lane visualization. So it's kind of a cross between what we see with FSD and what we used to see with AP1 with more sensors. Get highway assist by utilizing high-def maps. Drivers can see HOV lanes, exits, merges, and splits, and it can now be used on curves. So it sounds like even though they've got the sensors they need, that they are doing the HD mapping route that we see with Ford and GM. A driver-initiated lane change assist. So drivers can now change lanes by holding a long press on the turn signal. and I'm not needling them. They are a fresh upstart, but it's good to see them catching up with AP1, exceeding AP1 a little bit, and kind of getting into the AP 2.5 functionality. And I'm hoping they have enough hardware on board that they can do something like an FSD without making you buy a new car first, or that they can retrofit it like we have with Hardware 3, now known as AI 3. Uh, thanks. That's coming from the actual company. They call it AI 3. Um, Extended stop. Vehicles will resume traveling after long stops in heavy stop and go traffic, as long as the driver is looking ahead. So I'm guessing it used to kick out after a certain amount of time, whether you were looking ahead or not in traffic, and just wait patiently. And if you are eyes on when the traffic starts, it'll keep on going, and that's nice to see. And that's what it looks like there. 3D lane visualization for 3 lanes. But wait, there's more. You get added turn-by-turn instructions when using Apple CarPlay navigation, and a hands-free voice assistant. You could say, "Hey, car name." I'm not sure if any of you are listening to me in Lucid, and I don't want to um, activate your voice assistant. Or you can just push the microphone on the steering wheel, and you can control navigation, audio, change the climate, turn on the heated seat, and more. So catching up with, again, old Teslas, 2004 Toyota Prius. I'm not needling them. Uh, these are good to have, and you appreciate them when they're there. And it's like, oh, somebody else is getting this thing I've had for a while. I'm happy for them. Give me my screen back. There's a fly in the room. She found 2, 3, 4 houseflies, let them in. I don't know how or why. We made it through most of the summer with minimal intrusions. Yep, so that'll be as a OTA update that's rolling out now. I hope you enjoy it. Moving on, like I said, we got to power through some stuff. This one was big. Mobileye is now ending their LiDAR team. They let's get the details on it. But basically, they're agreeing with Elon that cameras only will be just fine. And they're not the only ones who've done this, but they were the biggest competitor and the one most likely to sell a package ready to go, other than Tesla. Not to a customer, but to other OEMs. If you weren't going to buy it from Tesla, you would buy it from Mobileye. If you weren't trying to make it yourself, but it's a little too late in the game to be making it yourself as a car company. Yeah, they're still based out of Jerusalem, but Intel ended up buying them. And the reason that they aren't involved with Tesla anymore because they are AP1, and my Volt had a older version of this for its systems, both Volts, I guess. But the reason that they publicly are no longer with Tesla is they weren't working out so well with the vertical integration. They didn't want Tesla to have all of the raw data, and they wanted data collection from the Teslas to train their stuff. And Tesla wasn't doing that. And that's also why it took so long for AP 2.0 to get started, because that was somebody else's tech. And if they had just, did what came to be called shadow mode, if they had just had that watch AP1 cars, they would have had some troubles. So they just did it again from scratch, and that's why it took so long to catch up, because they had to do it from scratch. Anyway, as part of our regular review of long-term technology roadmap, we now believe that the availability of next-generation frequency modulated continuous wave lidars is less than essential to our roadmap for eyes-off systems. So we're talking level 4, level 5 here. Eyes off, you're not looking at the road. But they're saying they don't need this particular type of LiDAR for that anymore. They'll go on to tell you what to do if you've got their system and you've got LiDAR in your car. This decision was based on a variety of factors, including substantial progress on our IQ6-based computer vision perception, increased clarity on the performance of the internally developed imaging radar, and continued better than expected cost reductions in third-party time-of-flight LiDAR units. And now I'm curious. I'm going to go to a robot real quick because I have questions. I believe that my Volt had IQ2, and I don't know what version the Model S had. Okay. Let's see what it comes up with. This action, IQ6 based computer vision perception, increased clarity on the performance of our internally developed imaging radar. So still using radar, but they don't need LiDAR. And continued better than expected cost reductions in third-party time-of-flight LiDAR units. So they're not so even done with LiDAR, but they're not going to be making their own LiDAR anymore. But that's just another step because they got rid of the whole LiDAR team, basically. The robot says the Chevrolet Volt did not use Mobileye technology. I heard it was IQ2. On the Volt's technology focused on fuel efficiency, hybrid, the safety system option on Volt. Wasn't IQ2? All right, then let's see. So AP1 was built using Mobileye's IQ3. So basically, if I'm right about my perception that the Volt was using IQ2, AP1 was just basically IQ3, the next generation, with a real camera instead of a flipping photodiode. I think it was still a real camera, it just was really low resolution, and they sold it as a photodiode, an advanced one, because one photodiode would be light on, light off, maybe how much light. AP1 system used Mobileye's IQ3, introduced in 2014. I didn't realize they put it the same year on the car. Wow, that was fast. Because 2014 is when they put it on Model S. Model X wasn't out yet. Model 3 was a glimmer. Offered features like lane keeping, traffic aware cruise control, and automatic lane changes. It did not offer that for quite a while, but it did offer automatic lane changes on AP1, and it was nice. And then they offered it in the city. Or they just didn't turn off autopilot in the city, whichever the case may be. And then they did lane changes. But it knew city or not city because there were certain roads where it wouldn't let me change lanes for a minute, and then an update came through, and I could change lanes anywhere as long as I checked. Where Cruise later moved from Mobileye after 2016 and developed their own in-house version of the hardware for autopilot and full self-driving. Volt Gen 1. Maybe it's thinking about the new Volt. I didn't even drive one. I wanted to. It was pretty. But by then, I was already moving my way to the Model S. All right, while it's thinking, let's finish the rest of this article. The action does not impact any of our customer product programs. So yeah, if they've already got it, then it's going to keep it. Product development in general, it has no bearing on Mobileye's commitment to our in-house imaging radar, which is meeting performance specifications based on B samples, and is expected to enter production next year on schedule. In terms of Mobileye's internal sensor development, imaging radar is a strategic priority. This is a core building block technology that we expect to drive competitive advantage for Mobileye's Mobileye-based eyes-off systems in cost and performance optimization scalability. So they are basically where Elon was a couple of years ago when he said HD radar and cameras only. So they're saying HD radar and cameras only. And if you've already got LiDAR from them, they're not going to turn it off. for now. What we're probably going to find out is the same thing that the FSD team found out, that the it's hard to figure out which sensor you want to trust and which sensor you're going to ignore. And if you just get good enough with the cameras or the radar or whichever, then you can just listen to that one sensor if it's good enough. And you don't need all the extra sensors. It doesn't matter about sensor fusion, trying to get them all together. What would be cool though is if you're not trying to do everything for the one sensor, but say the radar is looking ahead through the clouds, through the fog. So something's up there. Be ready to look for it. And then the vision system can be primed. I think that's a fair compromise for how to solve the problem without having to waste too many resources on something that is 100% redundant. I noticed that sometimes the radar on our older Teslas here, they sometimes they're off, sometimes they turn on, unless you were one of the people to get the cap, where they cap it off forever. Not that it saves that much power. The LiDAR R&D unit will be wound down by the end of 2024, affecting about 100 employees, and operating expenses for the LiDAR R&D unit are expected to total $60 million for this year, including $5 million related to share-based compensation expenses. So that's $5 million going on, it's gone, and that $60 million they can spend elsewhere. These kind of engineers are expensive. They'll make more money than that when they can sell the packages. And because we're on Yahoo Finance, it's not expected to have material impact on their 2024, but it will result in avoidance of future LiDAR development spending in the future. I just said that. And they tell you about who Mobileye is and what they do. And the robot came back with, "You are correct. The Gen 1 Chevrolet Volt 2011 through 2015, sold in 2010, did offer an optional forward collision warning and lane departure warning system." Yes, I used it. That's how I knew it was there. It did use Mobileye's IQ2 technology for these functions. While it was not equipped with, yeah, I know that. it, it didn't even have proper traffic aware cruise control. It had keep out zones. So you could it was a step up from that stupid Jeep. You set the cruise control to, let's call it 80, and the person in front of you is doing 76, or no, let's say they're doing 79, and you're just slowly catching up with them. Catch. And then you get into the keep out zone. It cuts off. It doesn't turn itself back on when you get back in range, but it cuts off, so you don't hit the person in front of you. And I always drove in L, so that was a significant pullback. What it would do at higher speeds, it wasn't taking that much out, but it would still build some distance back if these people were being a little weird. And then I could decide if I wanted to set the cruise to something else, or I could feather the pedal to keep up with them, figure out what kind of driver they are, or waiting for the conga line in the next lane to have a gap that I could fit in, and then get on over there. How many kilowatts was? 2013 Volt, huh? That's the last one I had. For more advanced features like lane keeping and adaptive cruise control compared to the more basic systems in the Volt. Yeah, the Model S, even though it was only one generation higher on IQ, it was significantly better than what the Volt had in it. And still with just one camera. I think that the Mobileye in the Subaru has like always been two cameras. Maybe. Maybe it was the one right after when like maybe the IQ4 or the same IQ3 that the Model S was using. Subaru had two. Excuse me. Powertrain of the Chevrolet Volt was rated at 111 kilowatts, equivalent to 149 horsepower. So like a old V6 Honda, or half of the front motor of my current car for the whole package. Uh, I didn't need the newton meters and the torque and all that. I wanted the kilowatts. Yeah, the battery capacity was not bad. 16 and a half on that year model. Continuing on, go back to our notes, please. No time to get distracted. We've got, we just talked about that one, the LiDAR ending at Mobileye. Oh no! Oh no, no, no! We didn't want it in this window. So what we'll do is we'll click this, and then we'll move this to there. Ta-da! And we'll close all this extra garbage. The NHTSA has proposed new pedestrian safety rules requiring new passenger vehicles to be designed to reduce the risk of serious to fatal injuries to adult and child pedestrian crashes. The proposed standard would establish test procedures simulating head to hood impact and performance requirements to minimize the risk of injury. The NHTSA estimates that the new standard would save 67 lives per year. It's going to be more than that, but they're looking at start of 63. I'm sorry, 67, which is substantial because that's that many more people who make it home, or kids that get home. And then they describe their proposal and why they're worried about it. 88% of pedestrian fatalities occurred in single vehicle crashes. I'm glad that they use the word crash and not accidents. Proposed rule would apply to passenger vehicles with a gross weight rating of 10,000 pounds or less. So it's going to catch most of the SUVs, all the EVs out there. I say all, maybe not the Hummer, but catch nearly all the EVs out there. Passenger ones. Multi-purpose passenger vehicles, MPVs, trucks, SUVs, crossovers, and vans. Data shows that the fatalities of pedestrians struck by the front of a vehicle are most common for MPVs at 49%, and followed by passenger cars at 37%. And that's probably just because we have less passenger cars in this country year after year, now that the manufacturers have stopped making most of them. We're in a crisis of roadway deaths, and it's even worse among vulnerable road users, or VRUs, like pedestrians or bicyclists. Between 2013 and 2022, pedestrian fatalities increased 57% from 4779 to 7522, almost 10,000 people per year. Ugh. The proposed rule will ensure that the vehicles will be designed to protect those inside and outside from serious injury or death. We will continue to work to make our roads safer for everyone and to protect VRUs, says Sophie Schulman. So this is really good, and I also see something happening here. As I said, we already have a crisis of cars as far as being able to pick appropriately sized vehicles. They're getting bigger and bigger. Part of the reason they're getting bigger is, yes, you can blame it on the EPA, but this is really something that the automakers and EPA and the government agreed on. I guess EPA is the government, but the legislators all agreed on with these car companies about 30 years ago. And now 30 years is up and they're screaming, oh, no, it scared me. I didn't know. How could we be ready for this? The thing that we agreed to 3 decades ago. And so their solution is to just keep making the trucks bigger and fatter and taller. And that exclusion for vehicles over 10,000 pounds, I don't see them all doing that because 10,000 pounds is ginormous. I do see them making some options, some models to take advantage of that. Look at my Model X weighs 68 pounds. And then the Model S I drove weighed 48 pounds. Why do I remember them? Because they were weird numbers and they repeated. I like that. The Cybertruck is about 6,500 to 8,000. It's heavier than my X, but not by much. And then you've got the battery on the Hummer EV weighs more than a Honda Civic, so about 3,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds and change. These vehicles are right there. So what I could see them doing at least for some of the EV trucks and SUVs, is just go all in, make them super heavy. That will do a couple cool things. It'll allow them to classify as something else for tax purposes, but it'll also be a way around having to do this pedestrian safety situation, and that part will be deplorable. And hopefully, we hold that against them. The other cool thing about that is that that much battery is expensive, so there won't be too many of these that just plus it all the way up, so they don't have to participate. Oh. The test procedures include the use of human-like headforms to measure the head-to-hood impact, and the headforms that the NHTSA proposes to use in testing the new standard represent a diverse range of pedestrians from small child to an adult. The proposed rule meets a bipartisan infrastructure law directive to harmonize U.S. vehicle regulations globally, which to promote vehicle safety. This standard, when finalized, would align with the Global Technical Regulation Number 9, which focused on enhancements to ensure that uniquely American platforms such as pickups and large SUVs would provide the proposed level of pedestrian head protection, unless they get just too darn heavy. Those two platforms represented nearly a quarter of U.S. sales in 2020. This action supports the department's advancement of safer vehicles in alignment with the safe vehicle approach. And that's a good thing, and somehow I didn't give that a heart. But yeah, I commented on it. I said, so before I had a chance to read the whole paper, I was like, welcome to the human sausage simulant test. Now to go read the article, I read Sawyer's summary, and I thought of these two tests. So like right here before he put the article, he put that, and as soon as I read that, I thought of these. And then upon reading deeper, again, we realized that this is exactly what they're talking about. So these tests are on the Euro NCAP. This is their human head simulant, and it represents a variety of heads. And in both of these cases, I made sure to get the Tesla crash tests. So that was fun for me. And then there's the what I call the human sausage test on the Model S Palladium. It might actually be a Plaid, but it's a Palladium for sure. Pedestrian lower leg impact. It got 85%. And then the hood impact, I want to say that was based on the color. That's got to be a Model S or Model X before that color went away. That was the color of my Model S, for those of you that don't know. You got a star. This is great to see. We need higher safety rules now more than ever. The test is wrong. Test should be testing how well the car avoids hitting a pedestrian in the first place. Yes, but if that doesn't work, or people are sneaky and they don't pay attention. So if somebody jumps out at me and I can't see it and the computer can't see it, and they strike my car, I would like them to have an okay outcome. You know, the only time I can see not is if they were attacking me and I hit them with the car. They pull a gun and I say, bang, just drive off into them. Um, Not necessarily with the intent to kill, but like take out a leg and keep on rolling or something. But yeah, yeah. I definitely wouldn't want to accidentally have a bad outcome, something like that. So, Alan, yes and no. Yes, avoid in first place, but if all fails, a strike occurs. Let's have a good outcome. Good enough. My grammar checker was going ham on it. Like, you didn't capitalize the first letter, and you need a comma here. Yeah, I know. It's informal writing. Does it apply to pickup trucks as they are the biggest danger? Yes, it said so in the paper. Hopefully, somebody answered. Excluded. because the head can't reach the hood. One upside and a front over. I'm pretty sure that paper said including heavy trucks. Mm. Oh, you guys aren't seeing what I'm saying. I basically magnified the. It's coming from the browser, so it should be showing it to you. But I magnified the image, and I was looking for where it said about the trucks. Make it bigger. Oh, that didn't make it bigger. That just let's go back to how we read it the first time. Mm. Did I read it wrong? I did not read it wrong. All right, where'd that go? On completely the wrong window. What am I supposed to do with that? It's supposed to pop up in the corner so that I can do something with it, but I bet you that program is not running. Windows or Windows Command S to save screenshot from file, mouse screenshot area, Command C to copy to clipboard, mouse wheel to change tool size. Oh, that does help. Command C to copy to clipboard. Oh, that might not do what I want because that's not the same program I've been using. What's this one? Let's say Window Manager. So then we need it on this screen. If you can get around the notch. You can't get around the notch. Putting the notch in the middle of the freaking status bar was stupid, Apple. Take a screenshot. Can I take a screenshot of the other screen? No, I cannot. Let's try one more time and hope that that actually does the trick. There's still no picture. Right, that command does not work on this screen. Um, there we go. That was weird. Come back. Da, 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 da. Why did it take so long? How would this impact Cybertruck? It would have to pass the test, and it probably will. They've got the technology. Yes. I know what I could do. I could just use the one built into the browser. It's good enough for this. We're going to capture area right here. We're going to copy and go back to him and say yes. Yes, if under 10K pounds. I'm curious what people say about the Cybertruck on there. I guess that's why I put that in there, because that guy gave him bad information. How does this compare with the rules in place in the EU? It aligns them better. Rule number, what did we say? Rule number 9. And, unless this is brand new and a surprise to Tesla, then Cybertruck would already be compliant. And if it's already compliant, then it makes it that much easier to sell in Europe, which they've given us hints they plan to do at some volume. Personal vehicles have gotten entirely too large. Mhm. When I was driving my bike all over Philly in a neighborhood in the 90s, I only had to worry about the tourist wagon, whose bumper was at my wheel level. Today, I can't even fathom letting my child go roam free because of 5 foot tall hoods. And you guys have seen that image with the. It's not just one. Like you can go out and do it yourself. Take a kid, take a modern SUV or pickup truck that is not lifted, and see how close you can get, or how far you have to get before you can see them, and how much of them disappears standing next to the hood. It's and then you've got these things, but well, it is an older car, but you get people doing this to new cars. You can't just rely on the ADAS. Looks like Tesla was preparing for this suggestion with the hood actuator. And yeah, that's what I was talking about there. Is they had to have seen this coming on some level. I don't know if the US Model 3 Highlands are equipped with that. We do know that more of the, like all of them in Europe, are equipped with it now. I don't know if all of them in the US are, but I know that it's the point where they let us know that if it goes off, you need to go to the service center to get them reset because they're not made for you to put them back after a crash. Tesla has to do it. Uh, so there'd be more death and destruction before they do something about it. This one too. I think 67 is reasonable. But, like, look at all the other stuff we just keep turning an eye to in this country that we could do something about. And this one, there's no objection to doing anything about it. So we are. People spouting half a phrase talking about, oh, you can't do it because no, we don't even we don't discuss it. Don't use that word. We're not going to discuss it. At least, you know, don't flip over the card table when people are trying to end more of these needless deaths. If you come to the table, you say this and this and this don't work for me. How about we try this? You can come up with a collaboration and a solution that doesn't feel like people are trying to step all over you. But if you kick over the table and leave, and the people stay there because they're mad about all these deaths, you no longer have a say in what happened because you weren't at the table. And if it was that thing of yours that you liked, they could put some stuff on that thing that you like. And because you weren't there to say, hey, how about we do it this way because this makes sense, and that doesn't, now you are subject to that thing that you like being adjusted by these people who don't enjoy the same activity and don't know anything about it, trying something out. Because, hey, we've tried nothing and it worked or it didn't work. And we're all out of ideas. Uh, Texas just became #1 in the US for most utility scale solar. I didn't even read the article. I just liked that headline because, as we know, the Texas government, on the whole, likes to not be these things. South Carolina did this a couple years ago. They were number 1 or 2 for solar, and then they had to quickly change their mind and go compete with Mississippi or Alabama. And so they, anytime they hit #1 for something good in South Carolina, they retreat rather quickly. Let's see. U.S. solar's rapid rise in just 2 years, adding 1.6 gigawatts in Q2. Texas now boasts 21.9 gigawatts of online solar power, according to the American Clean Power Association's Clean My Power Quarterly Market Report, Q2 2024. And that is cool. And that's all I had on that. So Sawyer Merritt was quoting somebody, probably Wes, or a sales document. News! Wes. Tesla will sell Cybertruck battery armor and rock slide retrofits by the end of 2024 for even more off-road protection. So Wes says, battery armor and rock sliders will be available as a retrofit option at the end of this year. Also, if you plan to drive into fences, probably best not to remove the front bumper and aluminum skid plate that come stock. So I assume that's the guy who just mowed down a plastic fence in his or his family's or friend's yard. You've seen it, and then the truck breaks. what we also find out from here, he's telling us ever so subtly, is that part of their misfortune and why the truck broke for them is that they took off the front bumper and skid plate that comes stock. So the truck was negatively armored from what it came stock before it got into this mess. Cybertruck on Revenge P1. Let's take a look at this. Doesn't do exactly what I thought. That's kind of cool. I mean, I'd like to think that I would take mine off road a couple times, but would I actually? Probably not. Especially once I get the all season tires instead of the all terrain tires, and the itty bitty ugly wheel covers. I recognize that voice. Okay. I like that rap. Little Matrix rap. All right, so let's see what Wes was responding to, and then we'll go on to the next thing. Wes, so many peanut gallery comments. We're here for the comedy, watching for the grown men to show their insecurities. Love it. Tesla doesn't offer off-road protection. Not yet. Not extra. They only had 5 years to decide not to do this for the rough track, for the tough truck. And then Wes says, yeah, they will. Underbody protection is important. Cybertruck includes aluminum skid plate for underbody protection that was removed prior to this stunt. So I guess this is the one that Wes was referring to, and it's probably the fence thing, or another one I'm unaware of. Let's find out. Oh yeah, it was the one with the plastic fence. So why would you take it off and do that? What was the? Oh, you know what though? I wonder if taking off all that stuff was so you could fit them gigantic wheels in there. And so that you could abuse the truck even further. That is sick. Why? Let's make it bigger for you guys to see. I guess this is one of those influencers that likes to destroy stuff for the fun of it. And that would probably be the reason they removed the stuff on the bumper to get that, make it look. They destroyed the crap out of that radiator. Um, I'm wondering if this is like not the Whistle Diesel one, was the one we saw where they just beat the tar out of a Cybertruck. I rated it as helpful. Not removing parts and then mowing down fences is important. Maybe that falls under underbody protection that Brandon referenced in the original post. Clickbait in the streets, nuance in the sheets, huh? That's like kind of an interesting rhyme. I don't know. It's a little borderline. I think Brian would like it. Nobody on the collab cam. Okay, keep on rolling. And hating goes wrong. I suppose it's factual. Continuing on before this devolves into more name calling, let's go on to stuff that we talked about the armor, and that was important. And then we linked to Wes's post just in case something happened. Yeah, the comments were something special. I don't offer it now, but it's bulletproof. Just the doors, not underneath. Oh, excuse me. Continuing on, because that one also did the same thing. RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. For World EV Day, the West Shore RCMP released this video on their Tesla Model Y patrol vehicle. Pros, cheap to keep running compared to gas patrol vehicle, estimating $1,200 in savings per month. That's substantial, even if they're talking about loonies, which they are. It doesn't run out of charge on a 12-hour shift. That's nice. That's a long shift. Ugh. I did 12s at one job, and I liked the extra day off a week, but it gave me my, or not really gave me, but it pushed me over to the point where my blood condition became active. Blood endocrine. It gave me the sugars. Uh, I guess it wasn't so bad the 12, but it was a rotating 12. So every now and then you would just roll into the night and then back into the day. And it wasn't like daytime, nighttime. It was around the clock that you were rotating. So each week you were. It wasn't the most healthy. It was nice to always have a weekend and to not always be in the dark. Like I said, my system didn't handle it well. I don't blame anybody. Just because that's where it happened. I just don't have good memories of that part. Like I said, I did love having the weekend, multiple days off of the weekend. I think it was a 3 day weekend, right? Yeah, a 3 day weekend every week for over I want to say 2 years now. Cons: less storage space, not ideal for some detachments in remote areas. So that's what they have the Cybertruck for, and the R1S if you need those things. But you can put this everywhere else. Joel says, curious how police would like wireless charging. They could sit on the side of the road and charge, and then jump out for cannonball runners. That would be fun, especially like you said, if they could do a deployable wireless charger. That would be fun. Not for the people getting caught, but good idea. Run that past them. I think they would enjoy it. Uh, More on what the West Shore RCMP thinks of the Model Y after more than a year on the job. Let's see what they thought. It's really a no-brainer to buy a Tesla. Use my code. Chansu is on like every post with the use my code, use my code. I wonder if he'll keep it up when he gets his 10. Because once you get your 10, it's not worth being everywhere like that because you gotta wait till next year. Okay. Something popped up on the screen behind my machine here, and it was clickbaity, and I had to check and see what it was all about. I am checking my sugar now. It's going down. This is probably a bad choice, not because of the sugar content, but because it's sticky. On drive Tesla. Thought it was the URL shortener over at X, but it uh, it might be Drive Tesla site is having some issues reaching me right now. Let me pull up a terminal real quick. No, I don't want the Windows terminal. I'm on a Mac. Why would I want a Windows terminal on my Mac? The Windows virtual machine is not even on right now. And if I wanted to use the Windows terminal, I would just come over here to the Windows computer in the background behind me, or the Linux computer back here, and deal with that. All right, so we are going to ping Drive Tesla. And it looks like they're back. And they are pinging. Ooh, Darren, your site is not having a good day. What's up with this? Okay, so since this one goes to the straight article, we'll let it continue to try the load, and then what we'll do is we'll close this main one because that's taken away from. Never mind. I was saying that I thought it was loading, but just loaded like a phone for some reason. Same thing here. Okay, so here's the actual article. Darren John says, looking for their summary of the, because he said to come to his site to look at this. Tesla seems to be very well liked by the officers. It's always the first car selected when members sign in. They even come in early to get the car. I can't say that I blame them because there have been jobs like that where I did come in early to to get the better equipment, or at least the one I wanted. Like if they were technically equal, uh, some of them just played nicer with how you worked them. It's cool too. Uh, Joel says carbon free tickets. Yeah, yeah, do it. Carbon free all the things except food, obviously, because we want to eat organic material, which is carbon. Charging has been easy. We plug in and drive. The lowest an officer got the battery once was to 56%. It's nice not to have to worry about refueling on the road. So if they only got to 56%, where are they starting out from? Are they starting out from the 80 or 90 that the car suggests? Or are they filling it up? I'm sure it's in here, but I didn't want to read the whole thing. I just wanted to pull out some cool stuff. So they got two of them in their fleet. Not bad. And yes, it's from March. Why did I pull it back up from March? Why? September. It was timely. Uh, it's because they were doing this for World EV Day, and then on top of that, Drive Tesla said, here's this, but here is our previous article. That's why we went back. Now I'm tracking. There are a couple articles I am going to necro on you. Just pull them up. Hey, this is the thing we're talking about now. You'd be like, didn't that happen last year? And I'll say, yep. I pulled it up to talk about it, and we didn't. There's a couple of articles I've got on this other screen that I haven't figured out what to do with that I knew I wanted to talk about. But what I'll do is look at them this week, put them in the notebook, and we'll go from there because we've got plenty this week. All right, that's the Drive Tesla article, so we'll wait for it to load up. But Elon denies a revenue share agreement between XAI and Tesla. And they've got more details on that on another page. Sawyer says that the European Union will lower proposed tariffs on Tesla and slightly trim the rates for other electric vehicle makers from China after taking into account the submissions from the companies. Tesla's proposed tariff rate will drop to 7.8% from 9%. So they previously dropped from 10% to 9%, and now from 9 to 7.8. And I should be the next tweet here. Yes. These tariffs are on top of the standard 10% import duty for cars. And before he posted that, I had posted this, but because it's his tweet, he goes above me there. Is Sawyer not a blue check anymore? Wow. When did that happen? I wonder what's going on there. I'm on an annual, so even if I stopped paying, it would still be there for a little while. But anyway, so because it wasn't there, I wasn't sure. Like, is that the same account? It is. But because he's replying to his own post, it goes above mine, which is for that. So I said lowering it from a total of 19% down to 17.8%. And let's see. Does it tell you the times? Let me click on it. See if it tells you the times. 10:14 a.m. and 10:26 a.m. So yes, mine was there first. Tesla can live with the same, especially since the cost of goods sold is so much lower in China. They are one of the more expensive Chinese cars, and those savings do help them out a lot in Germany and the US, where they are also native. But to import the three to Europe with 17.8% on top of the price, it's obviously not enough for them to bring Model 3 directly to EU for manufacture, but it's still something you notice. Oh shoot! I closed the Drive Tesla article. Hopefully, it pops back. Excuse me. Okay, good. It did cache. All right, so they were telling us that Elon has denied uh, that Tesla and XAI will have a revenue share agreement. And that was Elon has publicly denied a recent report suggesting that a potential agreement between Tesla and XAI, a deal that would reportedly see Tesla use XAI's models in exchange for the share of the automaker's revenue. And this comes across as something plausible to spread around because Elon has not been as careful to keep these two companies separate uh, previously. And unlike the combination of Tesla and SpaceX, or Tesla and the Boring Company, or SpaceX and the Boring Company, where there are true synergies that you can see, where it's not just a case of it's a possibility that Elon's new company is taking from his established company. Uh, and that's what people are bringing up and alleging and saying, hey, you are not running these in a manner that is beyond questioning. Some of them are just straight up saying he's doing stuff, but that's not responsible to say that. You can totally say, hey, this doesn't look good, but you can't say. Although he made it super easy when he took the GPU allocations and swapped them between Tesla and XAI, and then when people called him on it, he said they can't use them anyway. They weren't going to use them anyway. That's the wrong response. Took him a few more days or hours to say, our building isn't ready yet, theirs is, rather than just give it to the open market to take the spot, or just tell NVIDIA, move us to the next slot, give it to one of my companies that can use it, and then my other company that can use it gets that other slot. Still does not look good, but with that explanation, it looked a little better. Still not good, and he was sued for that because the way it looked and the way he allowed it to be described, and the way he talked on it at first made it sound like he took Tesla's GPUs and gave them to XAI just by fiat. I don't know that his later explanations will help him in court. They might, but he's been he's been a little reckless lately. He doesn't think before he speaks anymore. Not that people were great at understanding him before that, and he's quick to share conspiracy theories and untruths and half truths. And yesterday he was just aggressively pursuing this other rich immigrant about politics, and it did not look good. It's like, dude, he's not gonna want to come to the conclusion you want him to if you're beating on him like that um, in the public sphere with words. I'm not sure he ever thought before he spoke online. um, Generally, I would say, yeah, that's probably accurate. However, there are times when he remembers that he has a fiduciary duty and can't say certain things for Tesla, and he won't touch China at all. Like, I mean, he will say stuff, but he'll if it has China on it, he'll stop, take a step back, think about it. He'll do a couple other things, and then he might say something or he might not. Remember the horse effer comment? That was about 20 years ago. Yeah, man, it feels so long ago. It feels so like it was yesterday, but it was 20 years ago now. And then we saw Vern, where Vern just poked him, and he told him to sodomize himself with the kitty sub, and Elon said that he does stuff to children, and he had to say sorry and pay a lot of money, and he did that, and then he is no longer sorry. 16 years, sorry. Oh, he. I hope he gets some treatments to mellow that crap out. Uh, his brother used to kind of either directly steer him, but lately he's kind of made statements that are like, the opposite of Elon. So it's like, that's him. I guess that's his way of saying that, I've had a talk, and this is where I stand on it. I'm not with him on crazy statement number two. Uh, his mom also used to kind of keep him reined in a little bit, but she seems now to Ms. May. She seems to agree with a lot of stuff he's putting out there, and she's putting out some of the same stuff. Not like he's doing it, but some of the same stuff. I think Elon should have paid the breakup penalty for Twitter instead of buying it. It would have been better. I agree. I agree. I'm wondering now if the people who helped him buy it pushed him into not just paying the breakup fee, because it would have been cheaper. Uh, and I'm also wondering now, there's more to this whole story that we're seeing with Twitter X and his political changes. What's hardest to understand about it is this is a group who's promised to end almost everything that he does, and they said nice things about him. And then you've got another group that keeps just raking him over the coals week after week. But at the same time as they're doing that out front, smacking him in the face, calling him names, doing all that, at the back door, they're bringing in forklifts full of cash to all the various companies. It's like, I don't know, I'd consider either of those to be a friend of mine, but I know which one I'd rather associate with more, and then try to stay out of their line of fire. I'd be like, hey, keep the cash coming. Uh, the one that keeps coming up is the EV summit, where uh, president came out and said that you did a great job, Mary. You led. You did. Mary led. And then we look at their sales that quarter. They had a whopping 23, 27 bolts sold that year, that quarter. That we can see very publicly. It makes its rounds around the community, and it didn't look good. Yes, it looked like the current administration was allergic to saying the word Tesla. Then all of a sudden, Mayor Pete came up with it and said, "Hey, Tesla did a good job," and like maybe one or two other times. But then Rohan Patel, the Tesla lobbyist, actually let us know that there was more to the story. Uh, there was a similar EV summit in the previous administration. Same thing. Tesla wasn't invited, except that instead of getting them all together to see what they could do to increase their percentage of EVs from what they were doing, they all got together to see how to loosen the emissions regs so that they would be cheaper and easier for them to just keep doing what they're doing, or even go back a little bit, save some money. And because they would then be compliant, they would no longer need to buy as many EV credits from Tesla. And not only would they not buy any more EV credits, they also wouldn't have to make any EVs of their own. So it hurt the mission and it hurt the company. And of course, Tesla wasn't invited to that because that was who they were trying to get rid of. And there have been a number of other things like that in the past. And then he had the not an interview, and the guy was like, "Oh yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to like EVs now." And then the next day, he was talking about EVs are trash. It's a big hoax. Climate change isn't real. This, that, and the other. And then on the call, Elon was talking about, yeah, we probably want to stop before we get to 1,000. Get to 1,000 on the CO2 because you get headaches at 1,000. If your indoor air is at 1,000, you get headaches and it's not good. You need to open a window. You need to start some treatments of some sort. If that's the fresh air outside, we are in for a world of hurt. Uh, most of our weather is a heat engine, so when there's that much CO2, 1,000 outside, uh, all these century lifetime records that we're setting every year after year after month, there's gonna be more of that. And yes, there's like La Nina and El Nino that just piles on top of that. And aside from the possibility of having a headache outside in fresh air, what happens with we get a headache? What happens with some of the smaller and larger creatures and plants that are unable to like that's just not in their range. They can't cope with that at all. Like for us, we get the headache, it sucks, but we go on. How do we know? You know, honeybees are one of our largest pollinators. Honeybees. What do they do with too much CO2? What happens to the apples and the plants and the corn and all that? That what? How does it behave at an increased CO2? Some plants will thrive and love it. Others are built for that delicate balance of the fact that we're no longer CO2 rich. Like the Earth used to be all CO2, yes, and then you had cyanobacteria and a whole bunch of other stuff. Just they ended themselves because there's the carbon dioxide is abundant, and why do we need to watch our oxygen output? And next thing you know, we got 21% oxygen, and all that nitrogen, and the ones that were able to adapt are still here, and the ones that were not, we're burning their we're burning them up in our cars as gasoline. It's not dinosaurs. It's this fossil. Uh, yeah, when you go, you can get like ancient shark's teeth and like dinosaur claws and stuff in there. Yes, but uh, on the whole, the fossil in the fossil fuels is the these dead microorganisms. They just sludged up. Uh, coal, I mean, like so of the fossil fuels, oil over a long time scale is renewable. Uh, ish. It'll come back, but it doesn't mean it's good and clean to burn it. However, coal is completely like there's no chance you can say that coal is any kind of galactic timescale renewable because uh, the reason coal exists, we had as the woody plants came out and then started to die, we didn't have any organisms that could digest them, and so geologic action happened, and they turned into what we see now: coal, fossilized trees and such. But we now have organisms that can digest cellulose, and there will not be more coal except for like freak accidents, like Pompeii or Vesuvius or something like that. Uh, do you think Elon could convince Trump to get rid of oil subsidies? I would be fine with this saga if I was able to, if he was able to do that. No subsidies on both sides. That would be ideal. That'd be ideal, but I don't think that he will be open to that because he likes to yell "drill, baby, drill." Uh, yes, he did not invent that, but he likes to yell it. And he's talking about, oh, we had the greatest oil reserves, this, that, and the other. And then Biden sold it all. He did at a profit, and then he bought it back and refilled it up really cheap. So that was a shrewd business move, and I was excited to see that as a citizen that our country could make a shrewd business move like that. But he's just an old guy, and he's from that era where oil was everything. Oil is power. Oil is money. Oil is energy. Oil is fertilizer, and it does not appear that he's ever left that era. So I don't see Elon being able to convince him to even reduce the what we do with oil. Also, all of the places he's fond of, that people he names his friends and whatever, they are fossil heavy. Look at Russia's LPG, gas, methane. Uh, Look at all the other places that he likes around the Middle East. They are oil. I don't see him. I think it's not impossible, but I don't see it being likely that he can be convinced to just end all the subsidies, which would do the trick, because then boom, oil is what it is, and oh wow, not only is EV look like this, but I could put solar on my roof and reduce it. I could put solar in my backyard and reduce it. Oh, I could put a battery out, and so that I don't have to pay the round trip cycle that now that net metering is ending or going on to different phases depending on where you are in the country. Mine comes up next year. Time flies. So right now I'm on a old version of that metering where not only is it 1 for 1, I actually get a bonus. Bonus is gone next year for sure, but I think they get to renegotiate. That's gonna suck. I'm gonna want more solar. If we don't just leave this place, this particular building. I told us I don't really like 7,500 for hybrids. I agree. I agree. It was great when hybrids were the new thing, and they moved everybody in the right direction. But right now, you've got a minivan and an SUV, so the Cresta Pacifica, and the maybe the Sienna. I don't think so. And the Mitsubishi Outlander. They have a short boost from a small size battery, and they get the full credit. Not quite the intent. And then just like the Volts we saw, where most of the people who buy this don't ever plug it in. Now, if they made it like the BMW i3 Rex, where it was just a pain if you weren't plugging it in all the time, I can see that being the thing. But at the same time, though, look at the Ram Charger. I really like that one. It's got a 80 kilowatt hour battery. It's an EV through and through. And then if you need to tow further or whatever, it's got a V6 ready to go as a generator, not like the Volt and the Prius where it can clutch in if it needs to. So very much more like a big version of the i3 Rex. And then they also have so you got the Ram Charger and then whatever the other one's called, uh, the stablemate that has the over 100 kilowatt hour battery and is still got a frunk. It's a real EV through and through without compromise, rather than a real EV. And how can we make sure that you get extra power when you need it? So I'd be fine with them giving money to the Ram Charger customers, but if it's a minivan that can go 20 miles and they don't have to plug it in, it's not the best use of the taxpayer money. I love what they did with the used cars to help people get into used EVs, and that was smart. And then you've got Colorado's putting their money where their mouth is, like, hey, you want a Leaf for $11 a month? Here's a Leaf for $11 a month, brand new. You want a Tesla for under 20? Here's a Model 3 under 20. They're showing you and steering you after what they want for their area, which is awesome because you don't have to worry about going up a mountain in an EV because it doesn't start having trouble breathing and having to adjust the choke. Uh, it's going to be a delicate dance, and I, if anything becomes of that, I'm curious how it all plays out, and what and why, because they don't look like they jive and mesh, and they still don't really act like it. I did like that Mr. Calacanis warned him about trying to come in like a wrecking ball if they do get it, and he does become Doge efficiency or whatever. I had penned him an open tweet letter thing as well, and saying that, I know you mean well, but you can't do what you did at Twitter, where you don't know what everybody does and you let them go all at once. And oh well, okay, if you're not having to bring some people back, you're doing it wrong. That is not how the government's set up. I mentioned healthcare, like the VA, for instance, and some people thought, well, it doesn't need that many people to send out checks. Like, I wasn't even thinking about checks. Who's not getting direct deposit these days in the government? There are some, but no. If you let all the nurses go in one division, they might look like they are all different places, but they're all in one hospital. And you let them all go because they look like they were other places, and now you've got all these veterans that just died because they didn't have medicine. Or another example I used that would kill people is it was an extreme exaggeration, but say you let go of the only two people who can move tanks in under 2 weeks around the world. Yeah, we'll still have people who can do it, but they take longer to do it. You don't think that our enemies are watching the these two people and notice that, oh man, 100% of these people who can move tanks in under 2 weeks are looking for jobs now. They're gone. They took off, government position X off of their LinkedIn, and they might not say anything, but then they know they have 2 weeks to do some shenanery to mess us up before we can react, before Elon can realize, oh, those people were important. Let me get them back. And then, say it takes them a week to do that. So now you've got 3 weeks before they can roll tanks. Because they know that it's going to take this much time to get everything rolling again once the people get back into the systems. Uh, and a lot of times, you pull somebody out of a system, you don't archive them, you delete them. Then, depending on the policies and procedures of each group and department, you got to start rolling again with the paperwork. If he's not careful with that, if he gets it, if he's not careful with that, like I said, some people will die directly. Some people will die indirectly if something like the exaggerated war possibility situation comes up. Uh, Another bit of it is that Jason touched on it. Like, these people, you can't just come in and just let them all loose. That's a lot of people. And Elon seemed to have a little more measured response to it than he'd been talking about, where he was talking about like a rollout plan where uh, I ran over my own wheel. Or, sorry, ran over my own headphones with the wheel. Stand by. Where or he might be a little more nuanced than he was with X. As he didn't say he would be, but he said there'd be more time. That's what he suggested. He didn't say. He suggested there'd be more time. But then there's the other part of it that there's so many ways this can go wrong if they get it. And he talks about, oh, the country's going bankrupt. Countries don't go bankrupt. They can't. It doesn't work that way. We could pull a Germany and go into not Germany, sorry. Germany did it, but we could pull a Spain and Italy and Greece and go into austerity, and that will suck. But it's still not a bankrupt situation. As long as we don't, the closest we can get to bankrupt is what they do basically every year, every half year over in Congress, where they play chicken with the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling is an artificial thing that we've got that suggests, oh, we shouldn't ever need more than this much money borrowed. And this country's been in debt even before it formed. But so whenever we enacted this little limit, seemed like a smart idea at the time. Uh, but if we ever don't vote to keep that in place ahead of our spending, then the government will default on some of its debts, and then that will impact our credit rating as a nation, and it'll be harder to obtain money to do what we need. But they can always print more money. They have all kinds of tricks up their sleeve. We will not go bankrupt as a nation. Individually, it will hurt a lot of us if we make wrong moves. So the way he always talks about it sounds. I don't know if he's trying to make it relatable or if he just really doesn't understand. But he makes it sound like a corporation or personal or family budget that's out of whack. Like, hey, your spending is far outgoing your income. You're gonna have trouble. And yes, it does make some sense to try and keep them in check, but you don't need to militantly hunt it down and eliminate the the gap with a nation. What would be far easier to do is to try and make more money, like real money, like sell more products overseas, get more, uh, whatever, just actually making real money, and then taxing that versus trying to save your way out. Exactly, Anders. Click the like button. Thank you very much. Uh, so I'm confused about where that will all go, and he's put himself in this position. He says it's not accurate, and they learned a lot from the discussions with engineers at XAI, and it has helped accelerate achieving unsupervised FSD, but there's no need to license anything from XAI. So on this one, what he's saying makes sense. Like XAI, whatever product problems they're working on aren't related to the cars, and they're more general. So if you put a general AI into the car, it's going to be doing all this extra stuff it doesn't need to do. It'll know how to do calculus. It'll know how to it'll know historical events. Like, it doesn't need to know that the White House was burned down in 1912. It doesn't 1912, 1812. It doesn't need to know any of like how to write poetry, how to drive down the road. The Congressional Budget Office projects that interest payments will total 892 billion in fiscal year 2024. Yes. And yes, like I said, it's important, but it's not to the detriment of everything else that a nation's governments are to do. Uh, if this were a corporation or family, and we were spending like this, it would not be anywhere close to healthy. So, say we had like a trust fund or something, and we're quickly reaching the end of it. That's a crisis. But as a country, it's not that kind of crisis that he is. I don't know if he's doing it to make it easier to understand for people, or if he thinks it is the way he's saying it, and the way he's saying it is not. It's important, but it's not more important than everything else that they need to do. Uh, Imagine how much we do if we didn't have the debt payments. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not a bad idea to pay down the debt. It's just to focus on the debt to the exclusion of everything else, like he appears to be doing. Is I guess that's part of his libertarian leanings, is they don't believe in owing anybody anything other than just the roads, just the roads. Don't even give me your hospital stuff. I'll pay my own hospital, uh, as a general rule. Not all of them, but it is curious. Like, I wish I could watch this from the outside without it affecting me at all. Uh, so he's going on, like I said, the models are gigantic, containing in compressed form most of human knowledge, and couldn't possibly run on a Tesla vehicle inference computer, nor would we want them to. The Tesla AI models have incredibly dense, in a good way, intelligence, and they compress video into driving commands, but must operate on a 300-watt computer with a memory size and bandwidth far lower than, say, an H100 GPU. Yeah, because you had another GPU you were running before, the NVIDIA. I don't remember, like 3 or 4 generations ago, before the H100, maybe 5, and now you've got something different that's optimized for AI, but not that kind of AI. With the power, budget, storage, and RAM that you've got, it's optimized for driving. The two of them, Harbor 3 and Harbor 4. Harbor 5 will be here, AI 5 will be here soon enough, and you'll be curious to see what it can do in the chips rather than in software, like just innately. Like uh, we don't necessarily think about breathing, but it just happens. Kind of like I've been messing around with my movie collection a lot. My movie server back there, it can process the compressed video without without running it through software. It just happens in the chips, and there will be accelerations like that on Hardware 5. But one of the formats I use AV1 now, and most chips don't have a way to encode that. Some chips have a way to decode that. This laptop I use as my primary, it doesn't have either. So it writes them in software slowly, and it reads them in software faster than I can watch the movie, but it uses more power than it needs to. And yeah, let's see. Incredibly dense in a good way. Bandwidth is far lower. I mean, it doesn't need that much bandwidth. It needs to process what's coming in the cameras, and then it needs to put out outputs. So it's like just like us watching a video game. We got this video stream coming in. We got these audio streams coming in. We've got these two thumbsticks coming back out with the buttons. Much slower, much less going on. So the car is playing driving simulator basically with us inside. So it doesn't need to know poetry. It doesn't need to know how to write Python. Actually, it might need to know how to write Python depending on if it sees something new. I don't know how it works under there, but he is suggesting the two companies and what they do are different, and I'd have to agree with him on that. Continuing on, we've got 3 tweets in a row. Is this Max? Max. And then Lucid. All right, so this one is really good news. So Max is building superchargers since 2014. He's at Tesla in supercharging, and he had a link. This might be the same link that I have next. Yes, it is. Driver side rear. Driver side rear, look at that. Let's give it a little update. I know I did that earlier. It's not always showing my hearts. If the charge port isn't in the front, this is the ideal spot. Like it was meant to be. This is the way. Okay, so let's click into their post. And the Lucid Gravity will have onboard NACS, native, no adapters, in the driver's side rear, behind the wheel. So it will be easier to use this thing at existing superchargers. And at the new V3 Plus superchargers, so it's the V4 dispenser, V3 backend, long cable, it will fit in even nicer. I know I clicked on these before. You couldn't implement it any better than this. So what they're talking about here is it looks like a gas door. It's like huge. And I think the answer is no, they couldn't. When you look at how far along this thing was in design, they probably just canceled the order for CCS or got it converted from CCS to NACS. And the rest of the car was already done. So maybe in the future we'll see them put a smaller door on this thing. But like, this thing goes on sale at the end of... it goes on sale next year. They have to be almost ready, almost done. You get the crash testing. They can't. This was a last minute change that is hard to do at scale, and they did the right thing. Put it in the right place. Put the right plug on it. As we saw on the prototype, they had also considered the front as a place to put the filler, but they decided on the rear. They were both on the driver's side front, driver's side rear, and they decided to do driver's side rear, which is good. It's integrated decently. It'll fit a CCS. It'll. That's another point right there, though. Not only is this thing almost done, it still needs to fit a Type One and a CCS. Sorry, Type Two and a CCS two, if they want to sell the exact same vehicle in Europe. Again, they could have done it another way, just like Tesla did for the all the new cars. But if you were already planning on CCS one and CCS two, uh, doing a little insert beautification ring like this for the Nax was the most graceful way, at the least cost at scale. Now, not to say that they couldn't have like shrunk the door down, and do all that stuff to make it even cheaper, but on the quick and dirty, that's not a bad way to do it. Plus, if they say it's still in the EU, this size may help. Exactly, because the CCS2 will fit right in there. And if for some reason they would decide to go MCS, the trucking EV chargers, that will definitely fit in there too. Does it have enough stuff around it for that to work? I don't know, but it will work for CCS2. And as we see, the Nax is ready to go. So good on them. And now you don't need to keep an adapter with you for the entire 3 to 10 years you keep your car. Some people only keep them 2 or 1. I know, but that's much less common. He's not pushing his code right here. Look at that. The charge port design looks bad. Why didn't you integrate it into the design of the Gravity? He's not wrong. Look at the Model 3 in Europe and everywhere else. It integrates nicely into the tail light reflectors. However, Tesla did this too. On the China Model S and X, they had just an extra fuel door flap in the side of the vehicle, just like this, to fit the GBT port. Actually, they fit both of the ports in there, the Chinese port and the European port, or the AC and DC port, depending on exactly when we're talking about on the timeline. The Chinese fast charger has no AC provisions at all, so you then still need a low speed charger as well, or connector as well. What's happening? I think the charge port door covers should grow smaller over time, but hey, I'll take anything Nax J3400. Yeah, JNax is, we'll get the holdouts eventually, though we're talking VinFast, companies without a plug-in, and small commercial trucks that would either go Nax or MCS, depending on where they draw the line and what the use case is. I feel that VinFast has a better chance of going under than coming out with native Nax. What I want to see is the electric motorcycles with Nax, Livewire, Zero, etc. How about an MCS to Nax adapter? Now we're talking. That would be sharp. Yes, all of this. Though the MCS adapter would need a DC only sticker, I hope the Tesla Semi has an AC or full Nax, like an AC adapter or a full Nax port next to what they've got now, so that owner operators will be able to charge at home on their weekend off or their vacation. Let's see where to go. Because coming in with part of a charge instead of being empty will be nice. Excuse me. When it reaches owner operators or anyone else who takes the truck home on their days off, it isn't practical for over-the-road trucks, but it is not useless. Or that the DC home chargers get cheaper and that MCS adapter would work on that port. So we talked about last week about, no, not last week, the last show, we talked about the solar home charger that could, well, it wasn't really a home charger, the solar DC charger. They advertised it for home, but all the pictures were at a small business or small corporate campus, and they're like, hey, you can charge directly, and then the rest can go back into your system. If that gets cheaper and smaller, then it's all right. You can charge DC at home slowly. The Drive PX2, that'd be a cool one. Let me check on this other side here, make sure I'm not missing anything. Nope. Okay, good. So now let's continue on to the next thing. I forgot to highlight the things as I click them or scroll them to the top. All right. So we talked about lucid gravity. Uh, yeah. Kia is trying to do some conquest sales. I said Kia. Kia is trying to do some conquest sales, and they are targeting Tesla owners with a cash incentive, offering up to $1,500 to switch from your Tesla to a new Kia EV. Some people will take them up on it. It's especially useful if, say, you have a Model 3 and you now need an EV9 or um, the one underneath that because your family suddenly grew. Or you've got an old Model S and you aren't liking the new ones because you want stocks. This will have stocks galore. So it's an option. Let's see what the details are, and then we'll move on from there. I have been lucky with the either they fixed that broken server, or I've been getting the good one like a lot of times in a row. Out of the incentives, you get up to $9,000 off your new Kia if you already own or lease a Tesla. So that conquest cash must not even require you to trade it in then, because um, you can't trade in a Tesla lease to anybody but Tesla. They're offering up to $1,500 off the price, EV6 or EV9 until the end of September. So that my use case was exactly what they're looking for. People trying to get into a family hauler. The dealer incentive applies to customers who already own or lease a Tesla. The automaker is offering $7,500 in bonus cash for EVs. May not seem like much, but you get a $7,500 cash incentive when purchasing, which is up to $9,000 on the EV9 and $8,500 for the EV6. These two right here. This one is their 3-row SUV. This one is their looking small in pictures, but much larger in person, like a Model Y, basically, but more car looking. So if that's something you're looking for, there it is. Because you know me, and saving you guys some money on something you were already going to buy. This one we talked about on the Tesla Life show, and yeah, so there's not much more to add on that, except that I'd already had it on the list before Mark put it on our list. So here it is. And this would have been great for my Uber driver. In fact, we talked about that in between the politics and Tesla semi-truck, where she did what I did. She had the multiple screens, and I was like, yeah, they have this new thing. I thought it was pretty cool. You accept the ride. It moved to the screen. And she said, yeah, but what if I don't like the nav? I said, that's really the only reason I'd mess with it, is if I didn't like the nav. But I do like the nav, because if you're into Waze, this has a very similar situation as Waze, where depending on how aggressive you set it for routing around traffic in your map settings, you can set it as low as a 2-minute delay, I believe, or a 5-minute delay. I think it goes lower than 5 because I've got it at 5. If I'm going to be stuck in traffic for 5 minutes, find another way. And oftentimes it will come up with some creative solutions. On the S, I had it at 10, and it didn't find new routes often enough, so I wanted to change it when I got to the X. And then it's been getting better since then. So anyway, you push this, the accept, it pops up on your screen in the maps, and take a look at that particular episode of the Tesla Life Express, where Mark and I figure out what's going on, and we'll keep our eyes on it to see how it evolves as well. But one thing we talked about with Patrick, I suggested that perhaps this will also help train the robotaxi, which is coming out in mere days on the 10th of October. And they said, how? I said, well, it's a different use pattern. And when you're using this function, it will auto-label all of your Uber trips as rideshare. So you've got a different dwell pattern, different drop-off pattern, different way you drive, because you got to drive smoother. And now it'll be easier to automatically train Dojo and Colossus, or whatever the other one's called, on the concept that these are rideshare. These are robotaxi-ish. Robotaxi-ish. And then what does Uber get out of it? They get their cut from their drivers. and then whatever cut they got for pushing Tesla through their network they were doing before. So they continue to benefit as well. It smells something meaty. I wonder what she's making. Obviously nothing for me because it's meaty. We were just talking about Colorado earlier. Uh, Tesla is also talking about Colorado here. You can take up to $24,350 in incentives, federal and state, depending on where you live in Colorado, what your status is tax-wise, and Model 3 is now starting at $14,780, and Model Y starting at $15,780 if you can get all of the incentives. That is incredible. That is super incredible. Moving to Colorado like a bunch of stoners. Hotboxing in the van. Oh. If you're including gas savings, it doesn't really start at that number, does it? He's right. Bro, stop adding gas savings. I agree. I mean, I don't mind them being on the website, but don't automatically have it slid up there. Or show the real price, and then always show how much you're taking out. Oh, boom, this much is gone. They got in big trouble with that in several jurisdictions, and they don't do it there anymore. Vessi unveils its VS9 hydrofoil boat inside and out with a video over at Electric. So we talked about the Vessi or competitor several times in the past. It's a hydrofoil boat. Yeah, there's another one we talked about, or we'll talk about, that's has a hydrofoil, but it's not a boat. I think that was last week. No, not last week, but last show. I don't remember. But that one was, yeah, that was last show. That was fun because it was a ground effect boat. Remember, I thought it was the seaplanes, but it wasn't. And I was just enthralled with it. It was awesome. So anyway, this is just a hydrofoil boat, so it saves on energy, lifts up out of the water so it's smoother. And so the VS9, last time we saw it was probably like the VS7 or equivalent. It flies above the water rather than in the ground effect. It's going to be used as a passenger ferry thanks to Net Zero Maritime and Fuller's 360. This New Zealand, this is the largest, New Zealand's largest ferry operator, and they've already signed up to help commercialize the hydrofoil technology. And the images seen above are a genuine look at what the VS9 will look like when it begins transporting passengers in New Zealand as soon as certification is complete. Per the company, the flagship electric hydrofoil boat has entered the last phase of sea trials before commercial operations begin with Fuller's 360. They explained that the VS9 is stabilized by foiling technology below the waterline. Yeah, this is the same company because they had the drone tech underneath to keep the hydrofoil stable. The reason that the hydrofoils didn't take off in the past, aside from it was more parts and more expense, and how we are cut expense. It was also harder to control because we didn't have easy and cheap computer power to just keep it balanced. In fact, I think the first ones were manually controlled. That's fun. Traditionally, larger vessels are required to deliver a comfortable experience, and they can handle the impact of waves and wake. But by flying above the waves, the VS9 delivers a large vessel experience on an agile platform that can be berthed and charged within nearly any marina. One way of looking at the impact of this vessel is that our waterways today are like roadways, where the only comfortable mode of transportation is very large multi-passenger buses, ferries. These large vessels are here to stay, but they will be augmented with point-to-point services delivered by vessels such as VS9. It's like introducing a limo into a world of buses. Smooth. I like that. Limos. You ride the bus when you can ride a limo. Through enhanced comfort and reduced operating costs, the VS9 platform delivers an entirely new transportation experience that hasn't been truly viable until today because it was expensive and hard to control. Can we look at the video? Let's try to look at the video, see what happens. We'll click around it. Look at that. Solid. it was turning there. I paused it. It looks a lot more comfortable than the last ferry I rode, that's for sure. The feds give Nanograph 60 million to build a huge EV battery materials factory in Michigan. That's cool. Volkswagen Polo production ends in Europe to prep for smaller, more affordable EVs. Right? We've got some Volkswagen news later on. A beautiful thing. How do hydrofoils handle choppy water? Oh, very well. Thank you. I got a salad wrap and applesauce. Thank you. Uh, I think that when the waves get above 50 centimeters for this particular boat, they land and go like a regular boat. If I'm remembering that correctly. All right, let's move this down a little bit. They're covering you guys up. You got the VS9. Lithium carbonate prices in China have fallen to a new multi-year low and are down 88% year over year. That is incredible. Sorry, 88% from their November 2022 high. So year over other year. Lithium carbonate is a component in lithium-ion batteries. Lithium iron, yes, both. Uh, it's looking crazy. Will they fall further? Signs point to yes. Want to know more about what happened to that check. Excuse me. Back to where prices were when the Cybertruck was unveiled on November of 2019. Coming up on that, aren't we? 5 years since we had it unveiled. That would be awesome if they could come back to those prices. Oh, 49, 69 for the Cyber Beast. They could do it. It's a much simpler vehicle to build. They could do it. All right, let's go to. That's all I wanted to say is that components of lithium batteries are dropping. We talked about the gravity with the NACS without the adapter. If you want to go to the unveiling of the Tesla Cyber Taxi, you can sign up at ts.la at the Tesla investor site. Link has been published by Tesla. It'll take place in Los Angeles, and the Tesla stockholder page for a chance to win an invite. If selected, you will receive an email with updates regarding the next steps. And then the link is just the Tesla link. I did not put in because while that would be awesome, it is so close. I've got so much going on that I would not be able to fund such a trip because I would need to fly over there. And there's 3 of us now. And since our car is in the shop, it should be back before then, but there's just a lot going on. In fact, see Brian at Futuraza about, I believe it's for Drive Electric Week down in Florida, coming up on the 26th. I need to answer his message about that. That's for sure. We'll see what goes on with that. We'll see what goes on. I'll have to talk with Brian. 1 month is long, but also only 30 days. I can't wait for Robotaxi. And this looks like a combo between the FF91, the Cybertruck, and maybe the Highland. Thank you. Stop, you're so good at it. What if I stopped? I'll never be good. FSD to Tesla AI team. Tesla store located in Commonville of Castellano in Italy. Oh, that is pretty. And they got the sheep outside. Old country heritage, sustainability, happily cohabitating with high-tech sustainability and bucolic surroundings. And this person had a good FSD experience. Like I said, it was quite nice. It is quite nice driving the new Model 3 and one of the later versions of the FSD. Can my truck do this? Yes, it can, because I have a Tesla Model X. However, on one of the updates, they took it so I can't see the ball again. For many of the updates, I can see the ball in the rearview camera, and then this time they cropped it again, and now I can't. So I need a spotter again, or a aftermarket camera, or something even more simple, like a wobbly wire and a tennis ball. A pair of them, actually. But it's annoying to have to go back and forth between whether or not I can see the ball or not. I'll give you that. All right, so next we've got, speaking of pickup trucks, the only pickup truck to be awarded an IIHS Top Safety Plus rating is the all-electric Rivian R1T. And we may have some more crash tests this week. I don't know if that was the previous show or this show, but there's another pickup truck crash that we're going to look at, or have looked at. I don't know. The only pickup truck awarded is the Rivian R1T. What's this? What's that? So there it is. It's all smushed up, looking good. The 2024 Rivian R1T. It got goods across the board except for the standard system, the standard front crash pedestrian system, and that can be fixed with an over-the-air update. And then they got to pay for another test to get done. I don't know that you have to give them a car to blow up at that point, though. You might be able to just say, "Hey, run the ADAS test again, please. Here's $10,000 or whatever the fee is." Let's see. We got second generation 2025 model year BEVs, while Rivian continues to improve and upgrade its technology in all of its vehicles via OTA. Something we've come to grow and love at Tesla. Watch out for legacy. Congrats to Rivian. No other pickup, large or small, received that award. The R1T was one of only 31 vehicles selected as the safest on the market. The R1T continues its top safety pick plus status trend for its third straight year, snagging the prestigious badge in 2022 through 2024. Per the IIHS, each vehicle must fit the following criteria in order to qualify for Top Safety Pick Plus. Good rating in the small overlap front test, acceptable or good rating in the updated moderate overlap front test, good rating in the updated side test, acceptable or good rating in the headlight standard. And although their headlights are not pretty to look at, they do grow on you. They're not as ugly as they feel when you first see them. They are good at lighting the road and doing what they're supposed to do. And then you got the light bar the rest of the time. Acceptable or good in the pedestrian front crash prevention test. So we've got that. And now we've got the new pedestrian front interaction test that we talked about earlier in the show coming out. And as you can see, they did great. Starts at 70. I kind of thought he'd have some of the videos, but he did not. Cybertruck isn't tested IAHS yet. That is true. One, they're not going to pay extra, and two, Tesla's not going to pay extra because they can make that money off a customer. So they'll wait, and then we'll see one of the standard ones probably go through there. It might not ever be tested. IAHS doesn't test all vehicles. This is also true, and it's heavy enough that it doesn't have to do any crash tests. but as we saw or will see, it has been crash tested. I think we already talked about that one because we were talking about how close it came to the wall, and then we could finally see it. So yeah, we talked about it, but it wasn't the IHS. It was just their internal testing. I've been driving my R1T for almost 2 years. Unfortunately, I haven't had to see how well it does in a crash, but I'm enjoying it in every other setting. EVs can be very safe considering there's no big heavy engine to crush everything under. Just another reason to buy or consider going electric. Well done, Rivian. Yep, yep. Where are we? The Multi-Link Plus system provides it all in one package. What is cool about this one is what I've been talking about for a while is a home heat pump network. You've got one heat pump, and it's doing your heating and cooling. It's heating your water, cooling off your air, and heating and cooling your air. I don't know what this one is. Is it just a different air handler? Does it meet UK building regulations, as in you don't need to keep your gas boiler alongside it? Valid heat source for domestic livable space. And he does have a point. Just because it has a water heater doesn't mean that um, that it's not an auxiliary boiler. So this was last week. Daikin has launched their multi-plus system that combines the air-to-air heat pump with a domestic hot water tank alongside air purification and in one energy saving system. All right, so that's the air purifier, and those are the HVAC outlets. So this is a mini split style. And then you got your water heater. The system also features a weather dependency setting where the water temperature is determined automatically by the external temperature. If the outdoor temperature drops or rises, the unit compensates instantly without requiring user adjustment. Where the space, cooling, and hot water are required at the same time, the electric booster heater ensures that the water is at the right temperature. So that sounds like it uses the electric strip backup that we see on the American heat pump water heaters. Uh, cool stuff. I just wanted to say it was out there, and this is getting closer to my vision of a heat pump network. So think of the Model 3 and Y and the new S and X, how they're just moving heat around the car, like even from stuff like the blower fan on the footwell. Uh, you got that, but then put it in your house. Like so, your refrigerator needs to get rid of heat, so take that, and your oven needs it, throw it in the oven. Your water heater needs it, throw it in there. Your dryer needs heat, boom. Some places want to be cold, some places want to be hot. Some need them both. Lucid CEO on a pickup truck says, "Why pickup trucks are a bad idea?" And Inside EVs kind of told him a little bit. Said, "Nope." And these are the half scale or full scale Lucid pickup mock-ups. Lucid CEO and CTO Peter Rawlinson said he is reluctant for Lucid to make an electric pickup truck during an event on Tuesday. He said it's unrealistic to make EV pickups that are usable and cost effective without a breakthrough in battery technology. That's because EV trucks require bigger and more expensive batteries than other vehicle types. I I don't believe him. What we're probably going to see is him focus on the Gravity and whatever other projects they're working on. And as they either get room in their portfolio or the batteries get cheaper, we'll see them pull a Chevy and come out with a double stack battery. And there are already awesome motor technologies and some aerodynamics, and there'll be a Lucid pickup truck. But right now, everybody's coming out with an electric pickup truck, and Tesla started eating everybody's lunch with the Cybertruck. So why jump in with the sharks when you've got your hands full already? He didn't say no. He just said they're not ready yet. GM clearly disagrees with Wellington's assessment. It launched the 2024 Sierra EV. There's a dealership around the corner from here that's got like 8 of these things out front. They look nice. And there's lightning. One of these passed us the other day on the road. That was fun. I tolerate Rivian's existence as their R1T is way more practical than the Cybertruck, and Rivian itself is filled with far less PR nightmares than Tesla's. Yeah, that part of the PR nightmares. That said, I still wish car companies would stop making SUVs and crossovers. The variety is dead. Yeah, Eddie always tells us that same boring SUV look. Even if we didn't electrify, and even if we kept cars cheap, uh, good luck convincing people to buy a car when they are all the darn same now. Chevy Volt to EV Equinox, EV L2. I wanted a bigger vehicle, and I'm getting older, and the Volt was harder getting. Yeah, the Volt felt like my Model S. You had to kind of roll out, drop a leg, so you didn't smush your face on the ground. Why does everybody assume an EV pickup has to have an enormous monster truck? That's true, because once you don't have any combustion, there's nothing saying it has to be a small truck, or that it has to be a large truck anymore. You can go back to the small trucks that everybody loved, if you can market them well enough for them to remember that they love them. But right now they just see bigger, 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 bigger. Batteries are bad. It will ruin America. Breaking. The emergency alert. Immediate shelter in place order issued for the area near the ExxonMobil refinery in Beaumont, Texas. The residents are advised to close windows and turn off ventilation systems. This is weeks ago, so if this is you, it's over. It was over this day, but it's over for 2 weeks now. So he's pointing out the absurdity of some of the arguments for why batteries are so bad. Uh, what we have for batteries is not always any better. Afterburners help the environment. Not really. The afterburners means that you burn more fuel or dump more fuel than you need. But they do work. Unreal, go SpaceX. The cheap and unlocked. The apogee of 1,400.7 kilometers. So they would have still been up there when we talked about this, but Polaris Dawn. They did the first spacewalk. Moto watched Sarah Gillis's violin performance for Ray's theme, and she said, "I'm going to the moon like Sarah." Sarah didn't go to the moon, but I'm not gonna tell my 2-year-old she can't go to the moon. So I said, "That's great, sweetie. Let's clean your face, and then let's go ahead and let's study something so that you'll be ready for it, huh?" She had an educational game in her hand, so we worked on that. But I called her over to watch the performance because she's really into music. Um, so SpaceX talks about Polaris Dawn. Uh, China has strongly advised its car makers to make sure that they protect trade secrets, the same stuff that we keep saying that we don't want them to be able to get a hold of. They have retaliated, saying that they would prefer that rather than do what Tesla did and build the whole thing with all the secret sauce over here, sell knockdown kits. So put the car in a flat crate, and then some other place can use some cheap labor to put them together. So they're looking at Mexico, they're looking at Africa. Uh, Thailand is really good at building cars, but I don't know if they're talking about them too. But they're telling their own car companies not to let the secret sauce out the door. What do you think? Is that just retaliatory, or do they really believe that we would steal their secret sauce? I mean, because you see what they did with LFPs. We started it, they made it a lot better and cheaper because we were done with it. We wanted to go into the new hotness, and they were like, these things are cheap. what can we do to make them better? And they are phenomenal now. Beijing is encouraging Chinese automakers to export so-called knockdown kits to their foreign plants, meaning that key parts of a vehicle would be produced domestically and then assembled for final assembly in their destination market. An example of this would be the way that the Tilburg plant that Tesla used to operate worked. They built the vehicles in Fremont, and then they arrived in England and in pieces, and then they would put the car together uh, in England as whatever was required to get their tax boost. It's a smart move. It wasn't because they were afraid of Europe stealing our secret sauce. Like, clearly, because they build them whole car in China. But that's just them. Excuse me. We've got a more gradual overview of superchargers coming to us, where uh, oh, sorry, it's now. It's live now. This includes locations that are both under construction and soon will be. We plan on updating this monthly, and we'll give you transparency into our short-term growth plans. So this is Tesla/Find Us, and then you can pick whether you're looking for destination charging, service, supercharging, and it was nice. It was better than it was. Not that I use the website when I'm planning my travels. I'd much rather just use the app, and thankfully, they have updated the app to allow you to do that. So I have actually less reason for using a better route planner than I have in the past. Rivian owns them now, which was interesting, but they did as they promised, and it's not gone down in quality or anything uh, since we used to have it as an independent company. Adoring the new changes. Thank you for the transparency for growth plans, especially with the redesigned Model 3's expansion into the Mexican market. Uh, Traveling solely by supercharger network needs some love. The majority of the routes are impossible or require hypermiling. Yeah, there's some hypermiling sites on the East Coast still too. There's some charging deserts left. But other than Mexico, like there are some places where you'll have to go around, but it's not impossible. But like he's saying, in Mexico, some of it's impossible. Impossible. Moving on. This thing again. Okay. Follow me for some more bankers. It's beeping. Why are we beeping? Omar and Dan are talking about chargers. Yeah, I haven't used EVgo in a long time there, Dan and Omar, if you're listening. Yeah, ChargePoint I do use. All right. Oh, I didn't need that. I need this. I need you guys. All right. So this one was breaking. Whoa! Tesla is testing this heavily camouflaged cybercab robotaxi on the Warner Brothers lot, and we talked about this on the Tesla Life show as well. Mark beat me to it. Mark beat me to it again. So we discussed this one as well. I talked about the why the tires might be bigger. We talked about numerous things. Go watch it's a short video. But after this. Next up, we've got Cybertruck sales. Why is it in this window? I don't want it in this window. Oh, I know why. Because I clicked it because I clicked too far and it went to the back. And then I need this. And I need this. Tesla Cybertruck sales surged 61% in July, outselling all rivals. S&P Global Mobility says this. They saw 5175 deliveries in July, while all other pickup trucks sold 5546 combined. Good on you. I mean, good on everybody else, but wow on Cybertruck. And then there's Chansu pushing his code, which doesn't even work on the Cybertruck. You can use my code. I think August sales data will show the Cybertruck will have outsold all the rest of the EV pickups combined, and that's before prices come down when they stop the Foundation series. Probably so, based on what we're seeing for just July. Um, they got a real tacky one in Florida. I do like that they're blank canvases, though. Complaints about Cybertruck delivery usage surge 56%. Possibly. I've called the Tesla Q community talking smack in July about seeing a picture of Cybertruck building up in the lots about poor demand. Tesla likes to stack up cars, and then all of a sudden they just show up at people's driveways. Actual source. Didn't he give you the source? It was the name of the place. Oh, where did S&P get the information from? Okay, I appreciate the clarity because he quoted his source right in the thing. Applesauce. A little cinnamon in it. Uh, Sugar or sweetener if it's not sweet enough. And warm it up for a couple seconds on the stove or in the microwave. Boom. Delicious. We are here. This is there. We need this one next. T-Mobile sends first ever wireless emergency alert using Starlink and their mobile orbiting cell tower technology. Okay, so this is the broadcast one. We we talked about when Elon had a little flash of old Elon, and we got to see his like compassion for humanity um, as a concept. I don't know that he cared about any individual of us, but he does care about humanity continuing. And he suggested that rather than lose people to emergencies, like if you fall in the woods, this is even broader than that. Is being able to get people out of the way of a disaster as it goes down. T-Mobile announced it was able to successfully send and receive a wireless emergency alert (WEA) via Starlink satellite. The technology is expected to enter into a beta test period before it is launched commercially. I should probably try to get in on that beta. T-Mobile noted that it conducted a test alert for a hypothetical evacuation notice. The alert was sent 217 miles into space, where it was received by one of Starlink's 175 direct-to-smartphone satellites. I think they're up to 200 now. Directly in orbit. The notification was then broadcast to a geographic area that was affected by the hypothetical evacuation notice and received by a T-Mobile smartphone. T-Mobile conducts the first ever their tweets. Am I following their newsroom? I don't know if I am or not. This will become important when they start their test, right? Bring critical emergency alerts to 500,000 square miles and of land currently unreachable with Earth-based cell towers. Or if the Earth-based cell tower loses power or is attacked by vandals, like we saw in North Carolina at the end of the last regime, admin. Do they say what it says? SpaceX text mobile test. No action required. Contact us at this phone number with questions. And here's the code. That's cool. As noted by T-Mobile in a press release, the whole process was extremely quick. It took emergency operators just seconds to queue up the emergency message via Starlink and deliver the alert to users on the ground. Good. Gotta love it. I have a message. When wireless is perfectly applied to the whole Earth, will be converted into a huge brain, which, in fact, it is. All things being particles of a real and rhythmic whole, we shall. Just a concept. Elon said something similar to that in the past about, this is hydrogen atoms looking at itself. Oh, Nikola Tesla said that. Yeah. Not only this, but through television telephony, we shall see and hear one another as perfectly as though we were face to face. We do that already, yeah. Despite intervening distances of thousands of miles, when instruments through which we shall be able to do this will be amazingly simple compared to our present telephone. I don't know if it's simpler than the last telephone. It's certainly simpler to use, but my cell phone is more powerful than data centers when I started working. To master a solar system as identity, as to become talent to explore the surrection of Mars should give humanity infinite economy. What? This just happened in northern Nevada. The Davis fire that's still burning up the side of the mountain has taken out TV and cell towers. Boom! Real life use case. I love it when I mean, I hurt the people getting hurt and property is being lost, but I love it when somebody says, "What do we need that thing for?" And there it is, right there, even before you get the sentence out. Mr. Watson, come here. I want to see you. Yeah, something like that. Next, let's talk a little Toyota. I still didn't finish that article yet, but I will write an open letter. Put them last. The Toyota BZ3C has been leaked as the new Prius lookalike SUV in China. There it is. That's all I have to say about it. Moving on. We'll talk more if it comes outside of China and or after I get done grilling the heck out of them for what they did. They know what they did. There it is again for some reason. With BYD tech under a dirty Toyota skin. Oh. I guess that is one way around the whole problem of a car that's trying to be a jack of all trades, where you've got a hybrid, EV, and a combustion, and maybe a fuel cell. Make each of those things separate, put the same ugly skin on top. Seen a few of the new Prius. They're better looking than the old Prius. Retro futuristic Renault EV17. I was gonna skip it till I saw who made it. It looked like either a home build that was really good, or like a like a SEMA, or something like that. They're not gonna make this, but there's less stopping them from doing something like this these days. Now that we've got this EV tech, you can even make it as analog as you want. So take a look at this R17 EV Restomod. I even like it in brown. My mom had a Thunderbird of this color, screaming chicken on the hood, and I was a little older than Moto, and she parked at her mom's house to grab something real quick, and I released the park brake. Car rolls into the street. She hears beeping and screaming. It was a residential street. It was not like a cul-de-sac or neighborhood like that. It was like an old school New York neighborhood, and so it was a 2-lane road, and I'm in the middle of it, scaring the crap out of people. I don't think my mom remembers it as fondly. If you were to ask her about that time I rolled her thunder chicken into the street, I'll have to ask her about that sometime. I might need to remind me though. Uh, I could dial her up, but she might be working, and I didn't tell her I was going to put her on air. That might be a fun one. I'll call her up and record it and say, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I mean, that is beautiful. And this is what I was saying right here. These are all screens, but you can make it look however you want. Like, the technology has become so capable and so cheap and so efficient that we can do these things. And it'll just stay a concept forever, and it'll never happen. Oh, wow. It looks like they actually used the real thing. They didn't just mock it up. They redid it. Nice. Anyway, I liked it. I wanted to share it with you guys, and there it is. We talked about the Rivian R1T getting their award. Um, so this one, my comment was, this might explain why mine kept launching into traffic in Virginia. So there were a couple of streets where they were right turn restricted. You had to do the right turn with the traffic light, and the autopilot trainers were told to ignore no turn on red signs, according to this report. Hmm. Tell you a thing or two about, like I said, right, mine was trying to run red lights, get me killed. So I would always have to push the brakes because it was never, well, never, it was like green twice whenever I'd approach it. And I didn't want the ticket or the chance of getting sideswiped. At least it was like they designed it because they knew that it was a bad intersection. So instead of being a T-bone, it would have been a glancing blow. But you could wait on the light and there'd be no blow. A Business Insider report, so take it with a grain of salt because Business Insider and Tesla don't. It's not that they've never been right, but they are. There's always more nuance to it than they are seeing if they don't make it up entirely. Uh, so, signs banning U-turns and right turns on red were allegedly being ignored to make the car drive more like a human. Not this human. I do no turn on red. I'll sit there unless I've been there for like 3 light cycles. Then I'll go. Screw them. Tesla allegedly told some of its employees working at a data annotation center that the autopilot driver assistance system should ignore signs banning U-turns and right turns on red, according to a report from Business Insider. This could also explain why they took away our ability to report shenanery on the legacy cars. Because this car out front asks me all the time, "Why'd you turn me off?" And mine, yes, because I reported a lot of stuff like that. Hey, it's trying to go on red. The report is based on interviews with 17 current and former Tesla employees who were tasked with labeling video clips gathered from customer cars to make autopilot drive smoother and be less prone to making mistakes. I think that the idea is we want to train it to drive like a human would, not a robot that is just following the rules. A former worker told Business Insider, referring to the company's intention to train the system to ignore certain road signs. It goes without saying that this type of behavior from the car when autopilot is enabled could lead to crashes. And even though the system has safety nets in place, such as yielding to oncoming traffic and stopping completely if an obstacle is detected. Yeah, it's lately it's a little brazen when it just jumps out into the street. Like if it's sure it's clear, I've had people beep at it and flash at it. Scared the crap out of a motorcyclist the other day. It wasn't wrong. They might have slowed down and it probably could have given them more room, but there was no interaction other than them thinking I'm a jerk. And eh, it was human like, but I don't want to be that kind of human because that's not how I drive already. I gotta order new cans. These ones are deteriorating around my ears. Like a couple times I adjusted them and I found like little black flecks from the cups. Uh, so that's the allegation. We'll see. Oh, let's check the comments real quick. Makes a lot of sense. Driving to the letter of the law in most places will make you a rolling road hazard. No turn on red. Is it worth it? This isn't so much ignoring the rule, but changing and blending into traffic. Yes. This guy said thumb down. Yes. A perfect example of the kind of comment that deserves a downvote. So terrible they removed that from the comment system. Oh, he told you why he's giving it downvote. That's his reply. Autopilot doesn't read road signs because it doesn't use them. That's part of it a lot of times. FSD is something different altogether, two completely separate things. The same team, though. Same labeling team. Author knows, but he chose to make this article clickbait. Neither do some humans on the road. What was your point? Then why did Tesla make an announcement that one of the FSD OTA updates created the AP FSD stack? Yeah, like I said, same team, at least on the labeling side. Is that so? Yesterday, or are you out of the loop? Wasn't this announced around 11 point something or 12.5 point something? As well as 10 and 8. I don't know if it was announced for 7. Are you sure about that? Other automakers do use signs in their versions of autopilot. When my car sees a new speed limit sign, it can speed up or slow down accordingly. Yeah, and if anybody blocks the sign, he knows there's a sign and it couldn't read it. It's quite interesting the way it handles it. All right, let's see. Next up, we got Mega Pack. No, this is not Mega. This is Power Pack. No, this is Mega Pack. Sorry. I think Power Pack was the last show. On February 9th, a generator in Oahu tripped, causing a rapid drop in frequency. Megapacks at the Plus Powers KES facility responded within 250 milliseconds, providing 50 megawatts of fast power response from grid forming frequencies. From grid forming, frequency droop, and fast response controls, stopping the frequency decline and ensuring that the grid recovered to stable frequency level. Can't do that with a methane plant. It just doesn't move fast enough. It's cool stuff. Tesla Megapacks are also known as the Tesla money printers. Go brr. Yeah, Megapack is cool. I got another copy of that for some reason. Yeah. Maybe it's an in-depth look from Tesla. I don't know why I got it twice. It's the same tweet. Oh, it's just long. That's why. Sometimes I'll double stack articles or tweets next to each other for a reason. And it looks like it was a double stack, but it was just a long tweet. Speaking of electricity, a 350-mile electricity transmission line in Nevada is now approved. Spinning, spinning, spinning. We'll come back to it, I guess. Yeah, we'll come back to it. The Hague, the first city to be to ban fossil fuel ads. The Hague. Interesting. Curious how that will work out. Not enough to read the article. I just thought it was cool. Banning those fossil fuel ads. Like we talked about, ending the subsidies. All right, so this 350-mile electric transmission line in Nevada is now approved. More when they get it together. Wes says, I just paid $29.99 for internet on a one-way flight, and I couldn't even listen to Spotify. Videos on X don't play, and any streaming service won't even connect. Don't even think about trying to take a call on Microsoft Teams. So United is bringing Starlink to their planes. United bringing the Starlink to their planes is really exciting. Being free is just on the cake. So that's pretty cool. Some of the airlines that already have it were charging an internet fee, much like you see on the cruise ships. However, United has already announced and started installing, and it's available today. Not universally, but ongoing, and as they finish the upgrades, you can use Starlink on United planes for free. Obviously, it's the aviation edition, but pretty cool stuff. Don't have to worry about trees up in the air. We signed an industry's largest agreement to bring Starlink Wi-Fi to more than 1,000 of our planes over the next few years. You can read all about it here, but it's not just about being able to text, work, or scroll social media. This Starlink agreement will also unlock game-changing experiences from across the live TV and streaming services, shopping, gaming, and more right from your seat back. Screens and your personal devices simultaneously. I was wondering how they were going to kind of recoup their cost on that. Somebody suggested that it'll be free now, but then eventually they'll just do like they always do and just like, oh, your bag exists. Oh, your bag exists at more than £1, and this and that, and the nickel and dimes. However, if they can do free internet, and then what they want to make their money is, oh, you're flying home on game day, huh? Would it be worth $20 to watch the game? How about 10? All right, we have a deal. Let's watch the game on the way home, and then whatever else. But until they've finished their rollout right now, until they tell you otherwise, if you have Wi-Fi passes or subscriptions, they're going to continue as normal. Don't go jumping and screaming just yet. They've already got your money. Wasn't the internet? It was the cause that got you Android. Oh, he's saying that the problem was not the internet. The problem is that he's using a non-iPhone. I have a MacBook too. Yeah, I use a MacBook. Somehow it doesn't make sense. Same. Except mine's not Pixel. Actually, I do have a Pixel right here, but my primary is the Samsung I showed you earlier. Sounds about right. Viasat is better than the old GoGo in-flight, but not much. I wish Delta would use this as their call to action and partner up with Starlink. And Wes says, I think it will happen. It will be standard very quickly. I think so too. Especially if if somebody's got a similar price flight, they're like, hey, we were only $2 less expensive than them. Why did you go with them? Free Starlink. Oh, it's worth $2 to you, huh? It's good enough for email and text messaging. Better than nothing for productivity, but Starlink would be the next level. Whatever flight technology he's talking about, above West talking about Starlink. Continuing on, just because we all know Starlink's good. Self-storage rooftops become nationwide. 100 megawatt hour plus solar farm. This one's coming over from Engadget, and they're reporting on other people's reporting. That was the first place I saw it. Actually, I saw them in somebody else's video. It was a short clip, and I was like, "What is that?" So self-storage meaning, um, literally, the all the storage places next to all the car washes around the nation. Self-storage rooftops will become a nationwide solar farm. So on your self-store, they put out some massive solar arrays, and then they put out some storage, battery storage if they want, and it's a good business for this larger, not I don't know if it's the largest, but one of the largest storage providers out there. They're making them some money, and it was smart. They have panels can take a lot of space, like the Noor Abu Dhabi solar plant that set a world record in 2019 with 3.2 million panels taking up over 3 square miles of space. Solar Landscapes and the NSA have found an interesting solution. The NSA, like National Security Agency, have found an interesting solution to solar panels, tests the space problem. If this partnership is successful, it could inspire similar deals for other communities looking to benefit from the solar power technology. Somehow, me and the guy who introduced this article missed that the. Okay, no, not the NSA. What? Um, the National Storage Affiliates Trust. Okay, I was like, I missed the government connection to this. So the storage company is going to be making some money here. They have 1,052 self-storage facilities across 42 states and Puerto Rico, and they're expected to produce over 100 megawatts of solar capacity. They're headquartered in Greenwood Village, Colorado, and they are one of the nation's largest storage operators with brands like iStorage, Move It, and Northwest and Secure Care. They won't just generate power for the facilities, but they'll also provide power to nearby businesses at a discounted price. So basically, they're selling it to the grid, which makes sense. Tesla set a new record. They produced our 100 millionth 4680 cell at all facilities, or across all facilities. And while we wait for X to load up, first Cybertruck delivery is about to start in Mexico, Viva la Mexico. Weird that that one is still spinning. Uh, there we go. Congrats to Tesla owners Mexico. Buenos noches. Vamos. Something wrong. Try again. Okay, I shall. And while we try again, let's go to. Oh, there it is. Uh, thank you, Optimus. It's number 10, number 100 million. That's the tweet. Wait, I thought they were only a car company. Good job, Optimus. There are now more electric cars than gas cars on Norway's roads. So not only are they outselling all the new cars, they've just replaced gas cars. So you've got um, what 41 to 40% are electric compared to gas versus, and then there's diesel and whatever else, something like that. Let's get the real numbers here. Uh, Brains 24, a Norwegian auto publication, says that it used official data from Norway's Road Traffic Information Council, and they have released detailed information about the monthly auto sales, which is helpful in tracking down the EV market. It hit 94% of a new EV cars market in August of the car market, and then you got 100 cars, 94 of them are electric. Uh, Norway has long been a standout with the highest EV market share of any country and aspiration to end sales of new gas cars by 2025, next year. And while other countries and regions focus heavily on a relatively weak 2035 target. Worse than that, bicker and argue and try not to even do that. Let's see the other EV council that Tesla was not invited to. But it managed to basically meet that 2025 aspiration early, with non-electrified vehicles only making up a single-digit percentage of sales in the country as early as 2021. Some countries even abruptly stopped ICE vehicle sales with only a few days' notice as the sales dropped. That's pretty cool. There's going to be a lot of manufacturers out there holding something in their hands. But them fossil cars, they just don't know it yet. As is the case with most technologies, the last few percent is always a struggle. But we think getting down to single digits might as well be a win. For reference, California's 2035 ban on gas cars allows up to 20% of vehicles to be plug-in hybrids, which do have a combustion engine in them. And the combined effect of so many extremely high EV sales and extremely low gas sales means that they've seen the installed base of gas vehicles shrink as the installed base of EVs continues to rise. And finally, those lines have crossed. So at the end of last month, there were 751,450 electric cars in service in Norway and 755,244 combustion cars, making about 26% of cars on the road. Then this time, given that EVs are selling at a rate of 10,000 vehicles per month and petrol-only cars are selling at a rate of about 0 or a few hundred a month, that means that the lines will cross around the middle of this month, aka last week. So just about now. Update confirmed. Okay, we'll go to confirm in a minute. That EVs overtook gas cars in the last few days. This does leave out one powertrain type, though, which is diesel, which is quite popular in Norway throughout the 2000s and 2010s. Diesel's installed base crossed that of petrol only in late 2014. And they have remained the most common vehicles in Norwegian roads since then. So there's still more work to do. Electric's take is, as usual, Norway showing the rest of the world how this could all work. And the top comment by Preston was, as the mix of gas vehicles on Norway's roads continues to shift towards EVs, petrol stations will close. Yes. And that will push the holdouts to convert. Yes, because not only are there no charging stations, the ones that are there are closing. As we saw with the East Coast hydrogen network. There weren't enough customers, so the station started to close, and the station started to close, so there weren't enough customers anymore because you couldn't go anywhere. Um, let's see. Not that they were really that successful to begin with. We talk about that elsewhere as well. Oh, wait. It's in an article I haven't finished writing. We talked about it. Promise you. Unless I cut that. One big advantage here being the first mover advantage. People who convert should still be able to get relatively good value for the used ICE cars, as they can be shipped and sold to other EU countries. Yeah, I've talked about this. It was the vacation to sell your car. So you're going to get peanuts in Norway, or you can go to mainland Europe and still get a good deal on it. So some people were doing that. They've taken a vacation to sell their car. They come back, they pick up their EV. Or they've already got the EV, they leave it at home, they take a trip to sell the gas car. And then take a train home. That will also help smooth the transition for Norway, but may be an obstacle for slower countries to convert. Yes. That's that. Where is this? This is translated. Electric cars have overtaken from petrol cars on Norwegian roads. Whole bunch of Model 3s. Still translating. Electric cars have surpassed the number of pure petrol cars on Norwegian roads. The figures as of 16 September, 754,303 electric cars have been registered compared to 753,905 petrol cars. Hybrids are not included in the calculation, but she kept saying pure. Congrats to Norway, hitting record milestones. And then we've got nice ramping up, referring to something. This is the we talked about the 100 millionth battery cell. This is their ramp right here. 1 million was in January of 22. 10 million was in June of 23. 50 million was in June of 24, and 100 million was in September of 24. 100? Question mark? Let's see more. Oh, sorry, not 500. 200 is when? 100 million with how many being dry cathode? Doesn't matter. Number go up. I call December. Fair enough. I don't. I just watch. Cybertruck isn't even sold in Europe, but that's where the Angular pickup just reportedly set a new charging speed record. It doesn't even have the right port for that. They must have used an adapter from CCS2 to Max. Let's take a look. Cybertruck hooked up to 600 kilowatt DC charger sets new speed record in Europe. Took a little over an hour to get to 100% SAS charge. It's pretty darn good. Just 800 volt pack. The higher voltage can help achieve higher charging speed as long as the charger can keep up. Thanks to the 800 volt system, the Angular pickup truck set a new charging record in Europe with a CCS to NACS adapter, no less. CCS2 to NACS adapter. So I wonder if they did a CCS2 to CCS1 to NACS, or if this was like an official Tesla truck and they just went straight from CCS2 to NACS. Good question. 400 volts, 800 volts, 3-in-Y, 250 supercharger. During our testing, 11 to 80 took 45 minutes. And observing a speed of 206 kilowatts and average session speed of 118 kilowatts. Cybertruck can do more, but not here. was one of the Cybertrucks shipped and registered in European Union set a charging record in Roslava, Slovakia's capital. It was hooked up to a 600 kilowatt e-join charger or e-join through CCS and AX adapter, and it registered a. So it's not a Tesla truck then. I mean, it's Tesla's truck, but it's not a Tesla owned truck. And it registered a peak rate of 405 kilowatts. The previous record of 327 kilowatts was set in the US on a new 1,000 volt charging station. But why? If that was running at native voltage, why did the other one charge better? That's a good question. Maybe the cooling the cable or something. The new peak was registered at a 7% state of charge, but the curve quickly tapered, and at the end of the session, the average speed was just 113 kilowatts. Just 113 kilowatts. You know, why you even plugged in 113 kilowatts? When mine tapers down so hard, if it gets to like 80 or 72, and we have enough range to just unplug it. Total time spent charging to 100% was 1 hour and 2 minutes, with the total amount of energy pumped into the battery at 118.8 kilowatt hours. Excuse me, out of the 123 that it has rated for, or at least usable. I've been wondering if there was a buffer on that. I guess not. I mean, the 123 is, if there is a buffer, is not counting the buffer, which is cool. We don't know what the battery's state of charge was before beginning the session, but it likely wasn't at zero, seeing as how Tom Malogne grabbed 122 kilowatts of energy from empty to full and took us to under an hour and a half to complete the session. Bjorn has a video of Model Y with BYD batteries charging faster to 80% than an Ioniq 5 and BYD. It's mostly software and heat management. True. Hyundai has a weird siesta drop in the curve that they can't seem to iron out. I can't. Every time I try to sign up for the new interface, it like freaks out. Maybe I'll do it from my phone one day. First look at Tesla Semi at 2024 IAA Transportation Trade Show. We talked a little bit about this on the Tesla Life as well. Tesla Semi was there at IAA, and we learned more about the sleeper, which I think is right back here. Right now it's empty space back there. These doors are storage bays, but I believe that and there's a wall here. I believe that the storage bays form basically the base of the sleeper bed. If it doesn't have a televator bed that goes all the way up in the ceiling, so then you have room to like use a desk and stuff when you're not driving. We learned that it's already EU compliant. You just have to, adjust the headlights and test it, put the right software on it, that sort of thing. Semi is here. There's a brief guide. All 12, all 11. Welcome to Europe. It's designed not to, as we already know, it's designed not to have you waiting on it. It waits on you. Oh, let's just walk around. I thought he was gonna say something. Yeah. Always cool stuff. Can't wait to see them kind of expand beyond this pilot program they're on. New Mercedes will start producing its first fully electric heavy truck, the Actros 600, in November of this year. Price is 2.5 times higher than Daimler's diesel truck. Megawatt charging from 20 to 80% in 30 minutes, 300-mile range, and can carry 22 tons of cargo. It's a thing. It works for the customers that want it. However, as we just saw, it is no comparison to the Tesla Semi, other than you can buy one today. 22 tons is only 48,000 pounds, and isn't that well shy of the 80,000 pounds that the semi can do. Actually, the semi can do 82,000 pounds and lower range, and we don't know the semi price. Can't compare that. Sawyer says yes. 22 tons cargo combined with the vehicle weight is 42 tons. So that's the max allowed in Europe. 80,000 pounds is the gross weight, not the cargo capacity. Yes, that's the same here. But just like here in the States where we get the 2 ton bonus, there is a European bonus, but I don't know what it is because it didn't exactly matter to me on day to day. So it's gone. But there's a bonus. If you know, it's a nice even number like our 2,000 pounds. I guess since I still got the robot up, I can ask it. Let's do that. EV semis get 2K pounds bonus in the States. What the EU bonus? And while that thinks and looks up and searches and whatever, we continue on. The fuel consulting of an equivalent diesel should be 22 to 27 liters per 100,000. I'm sorry, per 100 kilometers, which equals 215 to 300. Sorry, to 265 kilowatts per 100 kilometers. Mercedes-Benz did a tour through Europe with the e-Actos when it was consuming 103 kilowatts per 100 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. They dropped the H there. Powertrain output of the. I'm not talking about this. Oh, I didn't hit enter. I didn't hit enter. I can't hit enter. What's wrong? Let's cut that. Paste that. Fine, whatever. Refresh. I guess it didn't like that I left. Yeah, something happened there. Truck is for the EU only. It might only be for sale in the EU, but they didn't say that. Never mentioned anything different. What are the specs compared to the Tesla Semi? 1/3. Range and cargo capacity are basically around 40%. You must subtract the weight of the semi-tractor and empty trailer from to get the cargo capacity. We're comparing it to a diesel truck, 1 for 1. We're not comparing the total capacity. What you can do to work. In EU, electric trucks are allowed a weight exemption similar to the US, but the bonus is slightly different. I know, that's why I asked. The EU permits an additional 2 metric tons, or approximately 4,400 pounds for electric and alternative fuel trucks. This extra weight allowance helps to compensate for the heavier weight of the electric powertrains and batteries in electric trucks, allowing them to carry more cargo while staying competitive with traditional diesel trucks. The weight exemption applies to zero emission vehicles and vehicles powered by an alternative fuels such as hydrogen, uh, natural gas, methane, uh, under EU Directive 95/53/EC, which was updated to include this allowance. So theirs is actually better than ours. I was just seeing the round number of 2 metric tons, thinking it was close to our 2 tons or 2,000 pounds. But we get 2,000 pounds and they get. No, we only get 2,000 pounds. They get double. Because ours is 82,000 pounds total. And theirs adds an additional 4,400 pounds. So double. So 2 metric tons instead of 1 ton. We get 1 ton free. They get 2 tons free. That's pretty smart. So that means that the semi should do even better there if everybody else is about what that Actos can do. Assuming they need any of the capacity. All right, so we need to click in this so that it knows not to open the article on the wrong screen. Back in here. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Chinese battery maker and Tesla supplier CATL, uh, Cattle, has a new battery specifically for electric semis and buses. Uh, Sorry, no, for specifically for electric buses. The company says it has an energy density of 175 kilowatt hours per kilogram, service life of 15 years, and it lasts 1.5 million kilometers, aka 930,000 miles. It also has an IP69 waterproof rating. There it is. So that's actually really cool. So 1.5 million kilometers, or almost a million miles. You got to repower a bus, what, two, three times before you retire it, assuming it's not a school bus. And so now you're repowering, assuming you're not wearing out the magnets, it would just be changing the battery. Done. Three battery changes in the life of the bus. Throw it away. Let somebody else pick it up in another capacity, such as maybe it's going to be a church bus now, or uh, it goes from your wealthy country to a less wealthy country, and now they can clean up the air a little bit. They put out some new batteries or some used batteries, pop that thing back on the road. Good news. And this isn't some like, oh, new tech, blah blah blah. It is new tech, but it's not one of those like press releases about the single cell in the lab. Cattle is a large, real company making stuff for sale today. The lithium iron phosphate Model 3s are usually Cattle cells, as is the Powerwall 3. Probably some of the Mega Pack too. Has energy density of 175 watt hours per kilogram, highest in the bus industry. Service life 15 years. Use different English names for the Tianxing B battery. Sometimes it's referred to as the Tianxing Bus or the Tianxing B series. The brand itself was previously called Tianxing. However, at a recent product launch in Germany, Cattle called it TechTrans. That's marketing right there. Change it to something that your people can say easier, your customers. Jiangxing is a cattle brand for EV batteries dedicated to commercial buses, and the brand was launched on the 4th of July. The first product under the brand was the Jiangxing L battery dedicated to light commercial vehicles. The long-range edition of the Jiangxing L offers 200 kilowatt hour capacity, uh, energy density, and 200 watt hours per kilogram energy density, and an 8-year or 800,000 kilometer warranty. It supports 4C fast charging, enabling battery refilling of 60% in just 12 minutes. Wow. Cattle has nearly 50% of the market share in EV battery sales as of January to August of 2024, and in China. The batteries also power more than 385,000 buses globally, and the company says. There you go. I thought I was going to skim it, but we read it all. We read it all. Where are we? Bus. Best electric cars for rural area. We're going to skim through this Inside EVs listicle. And then we've got some news from the car dealership guy. If I click it. Car dealership guy says that China-made EVs will have an edge despite the tariffs. Pay attention to this. The Biden administration will double the tariffs on Chinese EV imports beginning September 27th, so at the end of this week, aiming to counter Beijing's unfair trade practices. I'm not sure what they are accusing them of, but it's probably to the effect of because they're communist, that makes it easier for the government to just inject money at their businesses to make it easier to do business around the world. And they're going to say that China did it too well, and so we're going to make your cars less appealing by making them more expensive to the customer. Because, well, yes, the people who are selling the thing are going to pay the tariff to get it over the threshold. That just means they're going to raise their price to handle the cost of doing business. So just like we see in Europe, where all the EVs are at least 10% more expensive than they were. Then you've got ones like the Model 3, which are 17.8, I said, instead of some being as high as 32% total combined tariffs. The catch is some Chinese EVs will still undercut their US counterparts. Yes, this is true. The cheapest BYD model will jump from $12,000 to $24,000 with the tariff. But EVs under 30,000 in the US remain scarce. This will be interesting to watch. I mean, if that car is compelling enough, still at 24 grand, then that's just a $12,000 tax on a $12,000 car that's still really good and it's still cheaper than everybody else's stuff. As we saw with Colorado, the Model 3 will be cheaper if they are um, not playing that gas savings game, but it won't be by much. And while the Tesla is compelling and they've been doing it forever and they know what they're doing, some of the competition is right around that $36,000 price point after their credits. And if you couldn't get the Tesla for some reason, or wouldn't, why would you not get the Tesla of China? Behind the actual Tesla in China. Uh, the next best thing, that's going to be a compelling thing. And he's right. We're going to have to watch this space. Because they are still the cheapest thing out there, even after you double the price. This could get interesting. And despite the subsidies and the tax credits, many American OEMs are delaying or canceling their prior EV investments as they struggle to lower their costs. Well, the bottom line, tariffs alone might not shift the balance against overseas competition as much as expected. His data source was his own website. But for his own website, he got it from Nikkei. So it's a stock market. Wow. There's no way the 12K EV is of good quality compared to the upcoming Bolt revamp. I don't know, Jennifer. I haven't specifically looked into any of them because there was no chance I was going to get my hands on them. But from what I have seen of what's out there, I don't know if these are the $12,000 ones. They've got some good ones out there. I could be looking at their $40,000 ones. So then you add, another 40, it's an $80,000 car. But what I saw looked nice. So in the end, China will still sell cars, but the consumer is the one to bite the dust. Yes, exactly. That's what we've been saying. Tariffs are a tax on the customer. BYD hasn't sold a single unit in the USA. Just buy the Tesla Model Y. I just said that. The Tesla right now is still the more compelling buy. However, if it's just Tesla and these guys, that could get interesting. What are we looking at next? Bottom line, domestic design, fabrication, and final assembly has to make quantum leaps in efficiency to compete on cost, performance, and reliability. You got it, Robert. MHO. My humble opinion, we were too busy importing foreign parts and assemblies to lower the cost a little. And paying our executives just like, whoa. Some of that money could have been invested back into the business to stay competitive. But why do that when you get a better CEO, make more profits? Because there's no chance of China coming here until it is. So the U.S. government gets a $12,000 payday. Exactly. Essentially a windfall based on cheaper foreign labor that they do not have to provide any services for. This is true. Seems the incentives aren't aligned with the populace in this scenario. if it worked the way it's supposed to work ideally, then we would see the fee and we wouldn't want it. Or it would be such a way that somehow it could match at each level without, it'd still be fair to bring them all up to the same price as the domestic product. But with the way they have it written, it didn't work, obviously. And yes, so the government gets to pocket the free money. Free to them. Did anybody else comment on that? They did. I'm curious what they said. I'm curious what they said. I made this point weeks ago. It's still a problem. Talking to a dealer friend that has holdings in Mexico, there's now 14 or 15 Chinese. Yeah, we were talking about this too. China's just saying, hey, move your stuff to Mexico and then send it up there because that's perfectly legal here. Excuse me. 14 or 15 Chinese players selling cars in Mexico. May become problematic sooner than later. Yeah, it will. And at your point, 100% tariffs aren't even going to get done. That's right. Because if they're Mexican, then you're not Chinese, and your algebra changes. So then it could be a $13,000 car that they, just for $1,000 in shipping from China to Mexico, and they do their final knockdown assembly, like China was telling them not to do the secret sauce here. Somehow it gets around all of our that, and now you've got a $13,000 car with a decent quality build. And good luck, GM and them, to compete with that. GM has never made a good $13,000 car. Not in my lifetime. Here's a Daewoo. We gotta call it Sonic. And not that not that the Sonic was a bad car, but it was not. It's not gonna be like this. Think the old Hyundais, the bell, ding dong, ding dong. As they started to improve their not just the warranty, but they started to catch up with the rest of the market. So think of that when they first started to get good, and they were still cheap before they realized what they could do. They're still inexpensive, but when they were cheap, and when they also wouldn't strand you. So this is that, except they got a head start because they are already making cars in China and they have the experience. So the only thing that's left for them really is the crash tests. And if you want, you can pass a crash test. It will cost, but it's not like you have to start from scratch. Assuming that they were building it for the Chinese version of crash tests in the first place. Because then it's just a little tweak here, a little tweak there. BYD says they have no plans to enter the U.S. market, even with a plant in Mexico. Yeah, I believe that. Not just BYD. No other major Chinese EV makers have near-term plans to enter the U.S. Russia had no plans to do anything to Ukraine either. It was just a training exercise right at the border. They're coming. The political landscape is clear. It's a bipartisan decision to compete with China. Yes, it is. Chinese EV executives are well aware, and they will not risk their investments. No, they will throw them into a factory. Instead of saying BYD on the front, it'll say Viva la Mexico, and we'll get the exact same car. Look at how many different ways you can buy a VW, different badges. This benefits Tesla. Yeah, they're the only winners in this, really. Them and the government with the tariff, as they will continue to dominate the U.S. EV market without serious competition for the foreseeable future. Not so great for dealers, unfortunately. Yeah, indeed. We were looking to see about that point on the tariffs, see where it went. Depends on what they do with the cash. Also that. Dodge's first electric charger, Daytona, Deltonius, Frozonius, bunch of nostalgic names brings us until I find my place in the notes again because I slid the scroll wheel on the wrong window. You can now order it. Let's take a look. Wake the neighbors loud. I don't want to be awakened by anything. Closing some of these windows, get our performance back. Dodge's first electric Charger Daytona is now officially open for orders. Take a look at the screenshots of the order page. Uh, Up to 670 horsepower, so almost as powerful as my minivan. 627 foot-pounds of torque, again, almost. The Charger EV packs an SRT-like performance with 0 to 60 time of 3.3 seconds. Slower than my minivan. Dodge's Scat Pack model comes with a direct connection Stage 2 upgrade right from the factory, whatever that means. The base RT model has a Stage 1 kit for 496 horsepower and 404 foot-pounds of torque, and 0 to 60 time in 4.7 seconds. So, on par with my rear motor alone when it's not broken. Uh, yes, I am making fun of them. It's not like, they've had all this time and this is what they come up with. A sports car that's slower than my minivan. And yes, it is a P100D, but again, it's a 6-year-old minivan. This is a brand new sports car. Where have you been? Last month, we learned that the 2024 Dodge Charger Deltona slash RT will start at $59,995 with 995 with high performance Scat Pack model being $73,190. Both models qualify for the $7,500 EV tax credit. Why not get a Model 3 Performance or a Model X Plaid at those prices? You'll get more car, you'll have better warranty, still get the tax credit on one of them, and on the other, if you lease it, you won't have Wake the Neighbor Loud, but they were just rattling off all these performance numbers. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying, why didn't you do better after all this time in development? That's what I'm saying. Dodge opens up the electric Charger Deltona at orders. Now you can finally order the orders opened in 2024 on the Daytona on Monday with an exclusive first call VIP experience. On top comment, liked by 6 people. They are not the world's quickest anything, and I used to be a Dodge fan back in the day. A Model 3 Performance can do 0 to 60 quicker, so unless they are restricting it to some new definition of muscle cars that says that Stellantis hedge fund only cars. Yeah. The world's fastest rental car. They love the rental fleets. Um, it's very false advertising. Now they'll have found a way to weasel that needle. And the more powerful version will only have a paltry 260 miles of range. Are you serious? This sedan has the same mileage as my 7-passenger SUV with towing when it was new, allegedly, because I only ever saw 258, 257. It was supposed to be 269. So less actually, 269 versus 260. So mine had 9 miles more range on paper than this does now on paper. Why can't you guys come out with something more compelling? What is this? I mean, it looks interesting and it's Wake the Neighbors Loud. And it's got all the nostalgia names. But a van with the doors that go like this. So imagine how much lighter and more powerful and all that mine could be if the doors were sliders. Or even better, swing doors. Those would be even lighter and less to worry about. So I wouldn't want a kid swinging them as like was it the old 97 Odyssey? Whichever one where they were getting around the truck thing and the van thing. So they just had the regular doors called a station wagon. Those Model X doors are huge. They would do some damage if they were just swingers. I thought it was going to be better than this. We've had the numbers this whole time, but for those prices, for what you get, I can't recommend that. Unless you are an anti, I must be Dodge. It's got to be Dodge. Okay, how about this? I wonder what kind of when the specials come out, that might make it more compelling. So compared to the Model 3, it's more expensive, slower, and can't go as far. Got it. Sad to see a once great name go down like this. I'm gonna have to find you and give you a thumbs up for that. So you can order the Daytona certified, for the Charger Daytona certified dealers at DodgeGarage.com that have vehicles on route that can, or you can order one. And the company said more models will begin arriving at dealerships in the fourth quarter. I will say this: there's less knobs and crap than that Jeep I drove the other day, and the screen is bigger and nicer looking, and it's electric instead of all that rumble nest to go extra slow. Now I can make digital fart sounds and go acceptably quick. Uh, and nobody's taking the rental car rock crawling, so I don't see the point of a Jeep rental car. They even had some of the rounded ones, like they replaced the Liberty, but those were already checked out to other people because I was a last minute breakdown. And beggars can't be choosers because my other choice, if I went with it, was over twice as expensive and was a like an excursion or a 19 passenger bus. Not the bus, but the church van. And neither of those were what we needed. Those who take delivery of a Charger Daytona sold order placed by October 31st, 2024, get the first call content and a VIP experience. Dodge will provide 2 days of performance driving school for the new electric Charger. Okay, so they're adding a little value add to that. Plus, you get to have one of the first ones, and as long as they don't pull a Ford GT40, a Tesla Cybertruck, or any Ferrari, you can be the first one on the block, drive it a couple of miles, like it, love it, and then sell it. Because there will be a premium on the first ones while the inventory catches up to what's really happening. Even better if you get like serial number one somehow. Dodge will provide 2 days of performance driving school, and so you're looking at 496 horsepower or 670, 4.7 0 to 60 or 3.3, and 59.95 to 73.190. It's even worse than that though, because the 73.190 does not qualify for the tax credit, while the base model X does. I think the base model X might give this thing some run for its money. So let's do. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's do this. Uh, I was gonna. The whole reason I even had this was I wanted to go to the configurator and be like, "Oh, this is fun. Here's the Dodge." Instead, oh boy, oh boy. All right, so there's our Dodge numbers right there. Here's our Model X. Is this the base of the Plaid? I see the red. Or is it both? So after credit, after tax credit, after gas savings. Why do you gotta do this crap, Tesla? I'm not into the gas savings. Um, so 326 miles of range. That's gonna be the long range. 2.50 to 60 is going to be Plaid, and 9.9 quarter mile is going to be the Plaid. Specs displayed are Model X Plaid values. Are you serious? The Plaid's got that much more range than me? Incredible. So that's the Plaid. So we're looking at the Plaid versus the Scat Pack. And I know you're probably not cross shopping a minivan versus a nice sporty car. Specs are Plaid values, but the price is a long range. Let's just go to order now. Okay, so here's the long range. 335 miles of range, 149 top speed, 0 to 60 in 3.8. The base model. This is after tax savings, or after savings. Let's get rid of the savings crap. Include the tax credit. Don't include the 5 years of gas. So it's a little more expensive. A little more expensive. This is including the credit. The base model X is caught up to my P100D as well. Wow, 3.8. I got it on top speed though. That could be the tires, the new tires, and the range. It's got me handily stomped on the range. All right, so let's change this into a plaid. Oof, oof. There was a time when before the tax savings and all that, the plaid was pretty low. It's gone up there, but it's still under six figures. It's just got closer to 100 again. That's all. All right, so now we're looking at 326 miles of range, which still makes mine look like a joke. 149 miles top speed is the same, tells us it's the tires, and 2.5060, which beats them all. Not that the all-wheel drive did not, did it? No, the all-wheel drive loses to the Scat Pack for $1,000 less with the tax credit versus no tax credit. All right, so let's get realistic. Nobody is going to be doing this, but some weirdo like me. So let's go back to Tesla. Let's look at a Model Y performance, which still qualifies for the tax credit. But let's look at the long range for now. 4.9. So long range is slightly slower than the RT. All right, so let's go with long range all-wheel drive. Should fix that. It does. So it thinks it now front. I thought it felt quick. It's not as quick as mine, but it definitely felt quick because it is. You're looking at 4.2 0 to 60, 125 top speed. That's the tires, and a 341 miles of range. Does this one even have the range listed? It does not. So you've already been embarrassed by a economy car. Basically, this is what they want to do to be range monsters. And it actually has less range than the long range rear wheel drive because you got the extra weight up front. Huh. This is frozen up here, but you guys are fine. Do I want to mess with that? What if I change the size of it? Oh, I see. The whole camera is gone. Not the camera, but the screen that the camera's on is gone. That's why. Uh, it might reset. I hear the camera gears going as it's doing the autofocus. So anyway, looking at the long range. So now let's go back to performance. Because realistically, that's what you're looking at if you're looking at these two. 303 miles of range, which is still nice. 163 miles of top speed because they changed the tires. 0 to 60 of 2.9. And like I said, you still get the tax credit, I believe. Because we're looking at, are we looking at it monthly? What happened to the price? 60 months, good cash. 42, 490. Don't give me that gas savings crap. All I do is change pages. 47, 490. Why? Why would you get that car? 47 after tax credit. Like 50 and change without the tax credit. If you don't qualify for some reason, maybe you're fixed income, maybe you make too much money. I don't know. 47 versus 73. 0 to 16 2.9. We know it handles well. It doesn't wake the neighbors loud. Way more range, way more horsepower than even the base model. Right, so 47 490. Now let me go back to the all-wheel drive. Now that I've got cash. That's an even better discount. 39.90. And it's still better than the base model. But would still struggle against the sport model. just a little bit more, you make them look like chumps. Why are you not competitive, Stellantis? That's terrible. That's terrible. Terrible. All right, so let's close this and go on to the next thing. Jan of the EV Universe says that I learned a few things today checking out the very first Tesla Semi in Europe today. A thread. So, uh, one, Tesla already has designed a Tesla Semi with a sleeper cab in mind. Per the team, they're keeping the space with a metal frame in place. And he turns around and shows us the back of the Tesla Semi, where I suspect the sleeper is going to go. I don't know if they told him that's where it is, or if he's thinking like me that that's the only free space you got. Somebody suggested there'd be a bed that comes down from here where the driver is, but um, unless it's a bunk bed, that doesn't make any sense because if you team drive, then you can be asleep while your teammate is rolling, and if you put the bed in the seats, that's not gonna work. And if you put it up there, you're subject to any of the swaying and rocking and whatever. Versus if you put it down low, where the two storage boxes are on top of them. Tesla Semi has been designed for international from the start, so they had to change very little for Europe. Only minor details like the wheel covers, etc. The Semi has not gone through homologation for the U.S. markets, and as it's not launching there yet, they've barely uh, ready to tackle the volume that they need for the US. But they're going to want to make a presence there. And there's the inside of the boxes I was talking about, and on top of those boxes, I believe, is where the sleeper should go. At least the bed, anyway. The Tesla Semi storage compartments on both sides are actually rather large. They pop open with push of a button on the touchscreen. The Tesla Semi does not have a frunk, although they didn't show us under the hood because of competition snooping. I think his video and a couple other people show where the like other various engineers are measuring this thing out, looking at stuff. Like, this is cool. Um, yeah. The Tesla Semi door has buttons on the to open the hood and side storage door. The window doesn't seem to open too much, but enough for toll payments, etc. The red loop is a handle that opens the door in case of emergency. Curious that we have never really seen that just sitting around. So I don't know if that's like a European detail, something new, or if you can unlock it. Because I can assure you, even day cab drivers are not interested in having lot lizards come up and proposition them. The window, the cabin is surprisingly spacious, and we can look at some pictures. All right, so here we see the door popper buttons for the storage and the window. The two windows. Okay. The door popper buttons look like that. And here are the windows all the way open. You can get a fistful of documents or a large folder through there easily. I don't know how much you need to worry about tolls anymore these days. That's all electronics, sorry. But there's enough to fit a fistful of cash through there. Small briefcase. Then we've got loading. That's Twitter. There is the red escape loop. I don't like that. I mean, I like the emergency aspect of it, but as long as that locks, like if you can physically, I want this locked out, then that's fine. If it doesn't, then it feels dangerous. Everybody who's driven this has said it's comfortable and they love it and they're never going to do anything else. And, see, it's kind of a mush between a pair of Model 3s or Model Ys. And it kind of really is. You got the tri-motor, you got the two Model 3 screens, and the Model 3 phone charger, some cup holders. I like the central driving position. I'd like to see it on something else as well. as in, not just on the big truck. Bring out a car like that too. The rest of the industry is very curious about the Semi and wants to know all of the details. Several times I saw competition dig into the details on the chassis and powertrain. These two are from competing truck maker and even brought a tape measure. If they're engineers enough, they might not have even brought a tape measure. They might just always have one, and now they have a reason to use it. Or they knew they were going to this industry show and sometimes carry it, so they made sure to carry it. Next, we've got. I found the other Semi waiting for test drives to start tomorrow. So we did see two of them head off to Europe, and two of them show up. That's how we were able to kind of compare the size and length of the first one against the second one, or the second one against the truck for the first one, whatever we did. Uh, I'm planning to be the first there to ride it and report back. Wow, this draft went semi-viral, didn't it? If you saw this, you probably have a geek like me. Sign up for my newsletter. Follow up. I rode in the Semi and it's ready for Europe as is already. So no minor tweaks, other than the wheel covers they promised. That's really cool. Holy frunk, I just became the first ever regular people to ride along in driving the Tesla Semi. Here's the thread on the details I've learned. Well, we're definitely going to check that out next. Do it. And so that was about the next drive. So there's not much to add later on in this thread, so let's go to the next one. Holy frunk. 2. The Semi team only had to make a bunch of minor changes in details, wheel covers, etc. This does not mean the Semi will enter European markets right now. Tesla is focusing on North America and ramping up first. Yeah, but if you can just have it done and ready to go, that way if you have like some surplus, something happens, like, hey, here's some. And just be ready to handle those customers, or if there's like a bonus of some sort, just snag it up. Also, if it's already ready, then it's a lot easier to just send it to a second factory and have that factory to start doing the first thing. As we've talked about in the past, it's not simple, but the easier you make that process, the better it is. So let's see. But if Tesla wanted, Tesla Semi could drive in Europe right now as is. I'm curious why they didn't drive it. It's got to be, other than the registration situation. Well, they were on their way to a show. Maybe you don't want any rock chips before you go to a show. Uh, Tesla Semi driver, US team, by the way, said that they have developed an independent front suspension. Oh, that is awesome. And showed me the regen was strong enough to not need the brakes through our short ride. He called this version of the Tesla Semi European. He called this version of the Semi the European development platform, and he confirmed that. So these 3 motors with no payload is just like driving a Plaid. That's cool. Not as performant, obviously. We're spinning. We're spinning. It's a test drive. Around the corner. Next. That view from the jump seat isn't terrible either. You get a nice view forward so you don't get road sickness. And you can see the map so you can know when's your turn. All right. He confirmed that. The Semi driver also confirmed that they have the space saved with the metal frame behind the cab for the sleeper version, just like on the video I showed you yesterday. So it is what he and I were suspecting as to where it would go. The thread there has more details on storage compartments, buttons, etc. That said, he links it in. So right there is where the sleeper will go. Move that wall back to covering this frame up, and you put a curtain or a partition in there, and you got it. Sadly, nobody was allowed to film the ride itself. Tesla doesn't like you filming their employees. They'll unplug your aftermarket dash cam. They'll turn off your Sentry mode. It's very rare you get a peek inside. Thank you to Tesla Europe and Tesla North America for the ability or the opportunity to experience the Semi. P.S. I'm putting together a deep report comparing all electric semis for free at my newsletter at evuniverse.io/subscribe. I need to make sure I'm still subscribed. Something about my email provider doesn't like his email provider. Throws away 90% of his messages. The Tesla Semi ride itself was fun, smooth as heck, visibility is great, turning radius is similar to the Model Y. Wow, so Cybertruck has a better turning radius. Also, I'm filming with Dan Priestley, the keynote speech, PepsiCo Semi case study tomorrow. Stay tuned. Oh, I saw this one. Okay, it was a very good speech. Tell you a little more about what's going on. But wait, there's more. Here's the full 25-minute speech with Dan Priestley, and Dan, a ton of it with my notes and timestamps. I am curious for your notes and timestamps. I'll stop soon, I promise. No, you're fine. But check this out. The exclusive insight that Dan answered directly through my question. We will never do CCS. So that means that it's going to be MCS and maybe NACS. Never do CCS. The question then is, will this have home charging for the drivers that get to have the space and have a long period of time off? Will you be able to start your next shift from home, or will you at least kind of have it kind of sort of ready to go? We will never do CCS. Let's open that up. I got to know more about this. You're living my dream. Someday Tesla will arrange for the Tesla Semi Advocate to go for a ride along or do an engineering team run. Right? Tesla Semi Advocate gigging about drone coverage. 100% deserve it. Great story about Tesla Semi. I do appreciate everything. So jealous. Commercial transport, Tesla Semi. Accurate. Wow, I thought that Europe mostly required the cab over design. Europe prefers the cab over design. They do not require it. And in a traditional truck, having the cab over design means that you are not wasting any of your total length on unproductive. You get to use it for cargo because cargo is what makes you money. They are a changing. Times they are changing. There's talk of regulation allowing longer cabs, like the Tesla, if it's aerodynamic enough. I've yet to look it up. 2020, I believe, they had a new version of the regs go into place, and Tesla Semi meets those. Might have been 2022, but either way, Tesla meets the new regs. If so, the boxy stuff will disappear within 10 years. There are people who hang on to it for quite a while. You saw how long they hung on to the cab overs here. In fact, you still see some of them running around. Don't they need to change the port to CCS or MCS for Europe? Well, MCS is universal, so you can just use the same one worldwide. Question is, which version? Is it going to be MCS 2 or MCS 3? Which is not done yet. Yes, they will accordingly, since they're not coming to the market right now. I imagine they'd go MCS directly once launching. I think the EU Semi will have both CCS and MCS. Why would you think that? He just said, unless this was posted before he said no. Let's go see where he said no. All right, timestamps. PepsiCo already seeing electric trucks provide lower cost solutions over time. Yes. Total cost of ownership is the baseline of every decision that Tesla Semi team makes. So they're thinking just like the customer, or at least the customer's number crunchers. A bit different from their passenger vehicles. They go over that in the tiniest details to drive the cost out of the product, including using the same components like screens and powertrain pieces from other Tesla products to use the scale to make the cost lower, which is super smart. Especially since not only is it smart to lower the cost on the rest of the stuff, it also increases the uh, reliability of the consumer parts because they have to meet commercial grade uh, use and reliability. Because these people cannot go down. I mean, not that you want your passenger cars to go down, but we're talking mad money if your commercial services go down. Other ways Tesla reduces TCO is by supply chain efficiencies and with other service and maintenance, leveraging their software and vertical integration, along with in-house service team learnings. They take from the passenger cars to reduce the service costs and keep the cost low. Like they talked about in this talk about how their turnaround is super short on I think it's like less than 24 hours for some percentage of their repairs from out of service to working again, not from the time that Tesla gets a hold of it. We try to make it fun. We want drivers to actually want to drive, so it works for retention. Yes, it's also the recruiting costs that the company can possibly lower. Talk about add-on value for customers, huh? Agrees that retention is a big piece of it. To my surprise, it's going over to electric has been a lot smoother and easier for drivers. Yeah, yeah. You saw me complaining about that Jeep, which is supposed to be really nice. For drivers, Tesla doesn't want to get in the way of drivers' jobs, but instead will make the whole experience as easy as possible. PepsiCo has different types of fleets. They have the beverages, Class 8 semis. They go 150 a day. They've got the chips, which don't go so far. It's been a great use case. Regional long haul. Explains how he rolls his eyes on the people saying that they're hauling chips. All right, it was a good video. I will read that timestamp later. Save this. Yep, so the CCS thing is next. I'm on the plane on the way home, but the event was a huge highlight for me, and I'm glad I made the choice to fly here for 4 days. I have a bunch of geeky fresh details I'll share tomorrow, but until then, here is a semi-viral mega thread on all I've learned. Has anyone published the calculation for the TCO? That's a good question. That's a good question. We'd need to know the actual cost of the semi, though, which presumably is not easy to figure. Yeah, yeah. Not for our eyes yet. Okay, so I'm going to leave this up because that'll add to what I already watched in the video. We will never do CCS. Dan Priestley leads the Tesla Semi program, and Graham Carroll, head of the business dev, says that Tesla Semi answered this with zero hesitation to my question if Tesla will have both CCS and MCS when launching in Europe. They said the interoperability is a key, though. So, an adapter so you don't get stuck, maybe. But yeah, there's no point in putting both on the truck. And why not just do the MCS with an adapter? Because each port is expensive as heck, and to put two of them on there, plus the connectors to some kind of a Y or lockout of the other port, putting both on there is the opposite of driving out costs. Excuse me. Elon Musk, can you confirm this is the right move to skip CCS2 completely for semi in Europe and only do MCS? Yes. It would give the industry a clear signal on what to focus on. Perhaps we can make some impact here. I don't understand why you're asking that when you already said the answer. I don't know. Maybe he edited the original post, like it got answered after he put it up there. Love the arrogance. Highly doubt they'll bring the Tesla Semi to Europe without CCS. Again, just an adapter. Easy. We'll see, won't we? It's been interesting to see whether he distinguishes between CCS useless and CCS2 Very much not so useless. But I guess you probably both, since you weren't talking about the U.S. The problem with CCS2 in this deployment, it wouldn't last past megacharger initial rollouts. It is not designed for megawatt level delivery on commercial scale at commercial levels. It won't do what you want. Not their goal is that the truck is never you're never waiting on the truck. Cannot do that in 100% of the cases with CCS 1 or 2. MCS makes sense. The high voltage NACs, yes, but we haven't seen that yet. Outside of with the MCS2 connector for Tesla Semi in the US. Right, let's do. Kia I is a cheaper $22,000 entry level EV. And brand building Stinger. Yeah, Stinger, not Singer. Stinger GT like model. Let's take a look when it gets there. Inside EVs says that the Chevrolet BrightDrop is cheaper than Rivian's electric van. Shots fired. The formerly known as the BrightDrop Zevo 600 and 400, the GM the GM battery-powered van is about $5,000 cheaper than Rivian's EDV, the electric delivery van. Wow. We're looking at originally known as the Zevo. They're still building it in the plant in Canada, but it's a Chevrolet now instead of some other thing. The 2025 BrightDrop 400 is the short wheelbase version, starts at $78,000, including the 32,325 destination charge. And for that kind of money, customers get a front-wheel drive van with a 14-module battery pack that enables a combined range of 159 miles on full charge. So already more range than most of the competition. A decent range too, or decent front-wheel drive power. You can get it in all-wheel drive. According to GM Authority, the first model to be offered with a single electric motor is the previous Evo models were only available as dual motors, all-wheel drive. The short version is 238.6 inches long and has a 153.1 inch wheelbase, while the maximum payload is 3,580 pounds and the cargo volume is rated at 412 cubic feet. All-wheel drive can be added for $2,600. That's really not bad when you look at the labor and costs involved. I mean, it's easier to do in a factory, but that's a good price. There's a bigger 20-module battery pack that can only be spec'd together with the dual motor setup for a price of $89,225. And the bigger pack extends the driving range to 272 miles. So this van can go further than my Model X can today, or ever could new. Not all Model X's, just my monster. Wow. By comparison, the Rivian ECV, which is the commercial version rather than the Amazon one, Delivery 500 starts as the shorter one, I believe. Starts at 83,000 and has an LFP battery pack that enables an estimated range of 161 miles. Can carry up to 2,734 pounds and has a cargo volume of 487 cubic feet. It's also slightly longer than the small BrightDrop, measuring 248.5 inches long with a wheelbase of 157.5. There's the bad boy, the big one. The bigger 2025 BrightDrop 600 starts at $80,125 for a single motor and standard range model that has up to 164 miles of range. Can carry up to 3,180 pounds, which is less than the smaller ones. So it tells you they have the same powertrain, and has a cargo volume of 614 cubic feet. So that one you're going to volume out rather than cube out, rather than pack out on the weight. 614 cubic feet. It's 290 inches long and has a wheelbase that measures 183.5 inches. Standard range dual motor version costs $82,725, while the all-wheel drive model with a bigger pack and up to 272 miles of range goes for $90,725. Meanwhile, Rivian's ECV starts at 700 and ECV 700 starts at 87 and offers 153 miles of range. Goodness gracious, less than half. Almost half, I should say. 153, payload of 13 pounds, and a cargo volume of 652 cubic feet. Chevy's electric van makes use of the GM Ultium platform, including electric motors, traction battery, and the Bright Drop. Delivery EVs come standard with automatic emergency braking. That's good. Forward collision alert. Awesome. So already more than that stupid Jeep. Forward collision alert. And again, if you like your Jeeps, that's fine. I didn't enjoy it. Front and rear parking sensors. That's critical in something this large. And lane keep assist with lane departure warning and LED headlamps with automatic dipping high beams. It's downright luxury right there. Solarman says, here's the deal. It seems GM nor Rivian are breaking out the cash burn per unit produced on their van offerings, and if they had hit parity or positive margins per vehicle, they would sing these numbers from the high ivory tower that they could. Yes, they would. Overall acceptance of the product. But don't forget, though, GM just moved it to Chevy, so you've given them 2-3 weeks to turn it around. Give them a little more time. Because now that it's a Chevrolet, people have heard of it. It's got brand recognition. You've got more service centers you can use without having to kind of hunt around for them. You'll still have to hunt around for them because of the way the GM does service, but it'll be easier. Using Tesla motors formed in 2003 as a template, it took the manufacturer until about 2018 for the Model 3 and soon after the Model Y to become popular with consumers to start the positive margins per unit. Yeah, but people know Chevrolet. Chevrolet will have an easier time with this than Rivian. If they don't screw it up. Rivian should hit parity per unit produced this year or next year. It's insightful. We'll see. While doubling down on the new, smaller, cheaper models, Rivian is all electric all the time, and GM is still ICE-based. This is true. And announcing becoming more involved in the hybrid manufacturing sector next. Yeah, they're pulling back just like Ford. But Ford's also, keeping a foot firmly in electric, which is smart. Unlike Toyota. Paper coming soon. Okay. Clever. Next. Almost done. We are. I say that. Oh boy, we got some scrolls. Like I said, we will skip around as I see fit. We talked about the Kia like for a second. The Ram Charger is here. The 2025 Ram Charger 1500 can tow 14,000 pounds with a Class 5 hitch and has the best-in-class maximum payload capacity of 2625 pounds. So they were waiting for that Cybertruck to come out so they could just crank it up just a little bit. You get a little bit more payload, and you get another 3,000 pounds of towing while hauling that V6 everywhere. Good on ya. Neuralink. Smoke detector test time. The Neuralink brain implant chip got it. Well, as we already talked about, they got a second patient. They just got the breakthrough device designation from the FDA. This designation is given after preliminary clinical evidence indicates that the drug or device may demonstrate substantial improvement in a clinically significant endpoint over available therapies. The blind sight chip allows the patient to control the mouse using only their thoughts, among other things. And eventually, they will have the pair of them so you can bypass a spinal break. And Elon and crew keep complaining that the government doesn't recognize them. Oh no. Keep bringing the cash. Bring me the cash. You don't need to like me. It'd be nice to have some friends, but with friends like he's got, who needs enemies? Glad handing his face while trying to kill the companies and with the other hand. They can keep that. The Ford Ranger plug-in hybrid electric vehicle will not be sold in the U.S. Bummer. Uh, if you're gonna make a hybrid, then yeah, I want a plug-in hybrid, but I want the plug-in only Ranger. Like, we need some right-sized EV trucks. Bring it back. The only reason it's giant is because they were ducking and dodging the emissions and gas prices, gas regulations, emissions, and they were doing it so they didn't have to comply. But now you can bring it back, make them smaller, and people will love it. Just get your balance right. How to charge a GM EV on a Tesla supercharger from Tom Bogoni. Uh, it's finally time. For $225, you can buy a adapter from GM. Some of you will get the Tesla adapter. Some of you might get something made by somebody else to the Tesla adapter spec, or you may get another brand altogether. GM will browbeat you and warn you and threaten you that if you use a third-party charger that you didn't get from adapter that you didn't get from them on the supercharger network, that they reserve the right to void your warranty. Uh, they'll imply that it will break. It's not. That said, for the price savings, it's easier not to be fighting them because you have to have had them reject your warranty claims before you can take them to court and deal with it. So, at the same time, if you have a Lightning or Rivian in your garage, looking at a certain friend of mine with a fleet, you can then just use your existing adapters on your Silverado. Oh yeah, I called you out. Use your Silverado adapters. Use the Silverado with the adapters from the Ford or the your multiple Fords, or you don't have a Rivian, but any of your multiple Fords. Uh, what is next? Well, I was excited about something. Daddy did something. I don't know what, but that is cool. Also, plug-in charge is supported on the cars, but not on the supercharger network yet. So you'll have to use the GM app or the Tesla app to turn it on. You'll have to use the GM app after you update it. Go over to charge with other chargers to that effect, and then you can order the adapter. If you have certain older bolts, they will need a free software update from the dealership at the dealership to be able to do this. However, many bolts already have the robot. It was checking the smoke detectors, baby. Many bolts already have the software update because they got the recall done. And with the recall software update, the way that it happened, the way that GM does their updates, most of you guys already got this update with the new battery, but not all. Especially if you got one of the early batteries. The bolt won't charge any faster, so the convenience you get for the bolt is being able to charge in more places. Hi, baby. You had a purple bear already. Okay, you can have a cookie. Oh, mommy said you need to have a banana, not a cookie. You have one cookie and one banana. There you go. You just see how you change it? Well, then change it before you take a shower. We'll do that and then come back and change it. Huh? Ready? Yeah. Okay, so the bolt. It's in there too. The rest of them, good to go. Next. I don't want your banana. Put it here. Here, put it here. There you go. The Lotus Wild 200 mile per hour Theory 1 EV signals a return to form for the brand. There's a picture. Want to look at it? I'm done. I had planned, if I hadn't overslept, to trim out some of these so you wouldn't even see them. but oh well. Here was important. We have Chris Hibbert is asking who's planning to buy one of these Max DC extension cords from A to Z EV. Right now, it's showing a price of $301 before coupon. Using a 15% coupon, it'll come in around $255. Uh, tickle, tickle. So this one, it's got the UL rating. This is for DC. They have, if you use one of these, they have two of them. They have AC and DC. There's one already out for sale, deployed in the market that Wes will now tell us about. He would recommend against using any extension cord on a supercharger or any DC fast station with a liquid cooled cable. I've seen multiple instances of the cable overheated and shorting the DC plus and minus. So bad. That's very bad. But A to Z is trying to say theirs is different because theirs is built to the J3400 standard. So it's got some features that aren't on that other. I think the other one's actually more expensive, but on that other more expensive but less safe unit out there. And additionally, you'll see a little bit of an exchange here that I am glad to see. Steve says, and go retrofit chargers that support CCS. The V4 posts have longer cable for that reason, and they also have better cooling. There's a temperature measurement in the handle, and the supercharger degrades based on temperature. With the extension cable, that safety goes away for the one that's in the market now, not this one that they're selling. And watch the rest of the exchange. It degrades based on temperature, and the extension cable takes that away. On top of adding an additional junction which generates heat, making matters worse. Yes, there is additional heat. There's no way around that. A to Z says we would love to discuss this further with you and understand your arguments. We take safety very seriously, and they have. They had an adapter that they went back and adjusted based on feedback from Tesla. The enough my cable again. Where are we? Take safety very seriously, and so their adapter came out. They took back all their old adapters, gave you the new ones, and their existing adapters have sensors and stuff in them because they're building to standard. We've reached out to Wes and will engage in dialogue in order to have his opinion on our DC extension cord. Maybe we can learn from his experience and adjust accordingly. A few Q points for everyone else. Until Tesla's able to lengthen cables, people are going to rely on these. Yes. Maybe the superchargers weren't limited to 500 volts and needing output crazy to current. This wouldn't be an issue. It still would be, but you would just have thinner cables. So they can explain the rest of the process. For everyone else, the temperature sensor switches on both ends of the extension cord, because that's how we were able to figure out that Wes is talking about a different product than theirs that does the same thing. So they have temperature sensor switches on both ends. The other guys, at the last time I looked at it, did not. Per J3400-1 standard, each temperature sensor switch serves a purpose as thermal fallback and shutdown. So like Wes was saying, as the heats up, it degrades and slows down the charge, as it should. They're saying that their cable does this. And since you only need this on a non-Tesla, or Tesla towing, then you're already using J3400. So as long as Tesla is compliant with J3400, which they should be, because they did it before they gave it over to SAE, then it should be able to fold back nicely, because they're following the spec. And then once it gets to a certain point, it will cut it off. It'll stop. The thermal fallback or shut and shutdown. Our wiring diagram complies with the new standard. The cable is UL certified, and the new extension will not be released until safety tests are completed. That's good. We are open to collaboration with Tesla. And thankfully, unlike the other one, they didn't get sued first. They got a little warning and an open dialogue. And if there's a fire or issue with the extension cord connected, where does liability fall? Who covers the cost of the cars and the supercharger stalls damage, etc. Yes. So, legally speaking, us. We are based in Canada, which means we are reachable, unlike companies based overseas or shady sellers on various platforms, aka the China fly-by-nights. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Use your words, baby. I don't understand. Okay. The door. What about the door? You, you don't. What door do you want open? If mommy closes the door, she doesn't want you to shower with her. She'll open it when she's done. You'll hear her TV going in there. It smells bad. Oh, she's got it open and it smells bad. Oh, you can close it if you want. You can close it. Nobody's telling you can't close the door. If it smells bad, close the door. Oh, she said it smells bad. You can't come. I mean, she's trying to protect your nose. You don't want to smell that. Sticker for what? You did the opposite of what you need a sticker for. That's why she had to shower because you missed. Oh boy, she gets a sticker for doing the right thing, and instead she missed on her mom. That's why mom has to shower. So no, you don't get uh, a sticker for giving my wife a golden shower. Uh, so anyway, legally speaking, us, you can find us. We're not Chinese fly by night, basically, and we're not here to make a quick buck and disappear. We are here to stay. This is our commitment to EV drivers. Glad to hear it. And hopefully there'll be an update on this in the future. I'm excited to see that. Next up, we've got the Kia again. The Kia EV5 is showing promise in the world's largest EV market as brand sales top 20,000 again. Interesting. This is not what we clicked on. Lion Electric delivers the first electric tow truck in North America. Lion Electric makes, so far that we've seen, electric school buses and garbage trucks. Now tow trucks. We'll look at that next. The EV5 is topping 20,000 somewhere. Close this, that. We don't need the Lotus or the GM, the Ford, or the breaking news. I think I just closed too much. I did. No, I didn't. I did not close too much. Okay. 20,000 again in China. Oh, good for you. Powered by a 64.2 kilowatt hour blade battery. It gets up to 329 miles of range on the CLTC. Good on ya. Take over China. Lion Electric delivers their first electric tow truck in North America. What is that on the back? It looks like a Renault or a Honda. If it's electric, it's a Renault. If it's not, it's probably a Honda. The newest addition to the CAA Quebec roadside fleet is a fully electric Lion 5 flatbed. The CAA says it's the first 100% electric tow truck in North America. Based on the Lion 5 medium duty truck and an upfit with a flatbed body delivered by XPAC Industries, the CAA Quebec. Think AAA, but Quebec. Oh, that's why they spell electric with an E at the end, a UE at the end, because they're French. It's making an important milestone in its 80 history, 80 year history, I assume, with the deployment of the first electric tow truck into Canada. Okay. Cool beans. Uh, okay. I, wow, nobody got it either? Okay. I mean, it's good. It's good. Just not much. It must have just come out, or nobody was interested. U.S. Treasury has released an EV charger tax credit guidance. Here's how to find out if you qualify for the EV electric tax credit guidance. So I'm gonna get you the link. I'll pop it in X and YouTube, and then you guys can do with what you want. 30C EV charging credit. Hungry? Here's a banana. Breakfast? It's almost dinner time, baby. Yeah, mommy will make you dinner so she gets out. Yeah, she's showered. Give her time.
Mommy first too.
Yeah, she's gonna freshen up.
Mom, mommy first too. Mommy first.
She might feel bad, but she'll feel better. She'll feel better. Promise you. So the 30C EV charging tax credit is part of the IRA, which became law in August of 22 and provided a tax credit for 30% of the up to 30% of the qualified cost of an EV charging property. IRS, and U.S. Department of Treasury have clarified that the alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit, Section 30C, of the EV charging tax credit applies to each charging port and its functionality interdependent components. Functionally interdependent components. So if you have a dual head charger that can charge two EVs at the same time, you get 2 credits, is what I'm reading so far. Also, if you have a 2-port EV charger that can only charge 1 car at a time, it doesn't. That's how I'm reading it so far. I'm not a lawyer or a tax attorney or any of that stuff. This one simple clarification should positively impact the infrastructure deployment, as industry players can now more comfortably move forward with projects leveraging this tax credit. I like it. The Treasury's charger tax credit, which is claimed using IRS Form 8911, is limited to $1,000 for individuals claiming for home chargers and $100,000, up from $30,000, for business properties. That came into effect on January 1st, 2023. And you want to have them in the ground by December 31st at midnight and powered up, because even if nothing changes politically, stuff is going to change politically. But especially if stuff changes politically and you are interested in using these credits, get it in the ground by December 31st. I'm warning you. I had a friend who missed it by a day and was kicking himself for a year. Mommy's telling you. The credit may also be claimed by tax-exempt and government entities using elective pay. Oh, even better. That'll help make it cheaper. In order to qualify for the 30C, individuals and businesses need to be located in an eligible census tract. If this is what I think it is, this morning or last night, time blends together. I have not been sleeping well for the last month. Pete Buttigieg tweeted an EV charger site. There were a bunch of red dots all over the country, and it was over 600 and some odd thousand points that will qualify. So maybe check out his X post feed as well to figure out if that's related to this, if this is something that you're interested in. To be defined as eligible, it's a low-income community that is not an urban area. Approximately 2/3 of Americans live in these areas. Business and tax-exempt governmental agencies claiming the alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit can receive an enhanced credit if they are paying workers prevailing wages and using registered apprentices to install the equipment because, excuse me, they cost more. So they can help you do the right thing. Cool, cool. I'll just paste a link to the article in the chats because that will be easier, I promise you, than me looking up the right one and trying to navigate the IRS on air. Where are we? We are live. I don't see we. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I have to restart X. No, we're still live. Okay. Uh, it's Brian. Brian with Futurata. Oh, okay. I didn't see him on the other screen, so I was like, where'd that come from? There. And all right, we'll stop the funhouse mirror effect. Close line electric. Now that we're in the right window, we'll click on the next one. Tesla semi partner PepsiCo says that electric truck helps with driver retention. We talked a little bit about that on the transcript of Jan's video. More details on the Tesla semi over diesel trucks from Elon. They were not Elon, so let's see what Elon has to say. And while that loads, loaded fast, I thought. Dan Priestley. We already saw what Dan had to say. You said Elon. Okay, Elon says compared to diesels, Tesla semi trucks have a lot more acceleration, uphill power, and computer controlled safety features like jackknifing protection. So both more fun and safer to drive. Cool stuff. Okay. He tweeted on top of what we already knew. Next. NEO is looking to buy the Volkswagen plant in a shakeup. So we talked last time, not last week, but last show, like this format. We talked about how Volkswagen was looking at shutting down plants for various reasons. Uh, various reasons. And NEO says, hey, we'll buy that. If you're not using that, if you're done with that, can we have it? Here's some money. So they're eyeing the Brussels plant. And being a Chinese company, this would make them a German company too. They want the Brussels factory because it's also at risk. The facility was closed back in 1988 in Westmoreland, Pennsylvania. So the last time the company closed the facility was back in 1988 in Westmoreland, Pennsylvania. Okay. VW is facing an overcapacity crisis amid sluggish, for them, EV sales and a new slew of competitively priced electric cars from China. Ooh. So there will be a strategic move to not do this, but as you are assigned to bring value to your shareholders, you are assigned to listen to this order or this offer. We'll see how it goes. Looks like they're just starting. I'll tell you more when we know more. Your electric car will fall apart before its battery pack does, according to a new study. Let's see what they have to say. According to a new study of 10,000 EVs, shows that their battery packs should outlast the vehicles themselves. Wasn't true for my Model S, but so far seems true for everything else I've been in. Geotab, an automotive telematics company, says it's using its in-depth access to EV data to track battery health. 2019, they showed 2.3% battery degradation per year. 5 years later, they have a lot more data and released a new study that shows the average degradation is actually 1.8% per year. Mine's been a little higher than that. The company believes that it should translate into EV batteries lasting 20 years. And Geotab research shows that they could last 20 years or more if they degrade at an average of 1.8% per year, as observed. Electric cars, like gasoline cars, tend to break down for mechanical reasons much sooner than 20 years. the average vehicle lifespan is 15 years, which could mean that the EV batteries should outlast their vehicles. And then Redwood and Co., or competition, I should say, are ready to recycle them. The company said in the study, according to our data, the simple answer is that the vast majority of batteries will outlast the usable life of the vehicle and never need to be replaced. If an average EV degrades at 1.8% per year, it'll have over 80% of its health after 12 years, and generally beyond the usual life of a fleet vehicle. So they're saying that fleet also is not affected so badly. So I was talking about repowerings on the buses and the Tesla Semi and whatever else. Perhaps you don't repower them if it holds in commercial the way that it holds in the overall that these people are seeing. They are saying fleet. They do mention that more data will be needed as there are quite a few high mileage EVs out there, and not many are older EVs, just high miles. Both time and mileage affect degradation, which is true. And not all EVs are equal. Without revealing specific models, GeoSeb found that the slight differences in battery degradation between 11 EV models, and they just renamed them all. So I guess they are selling this data or access. The study does compare a few specific models, like a 2015 Model S and 2015 Nissan Leaf, which is interesting, in order to compare an active temperature pack versus whatever Nissan thought they were doing back then. And as predicted, the Leaf doesn't do as well, but it does better than I would have expected. So this must be a Lizard battery, and that might be why they picked 2015, because the Lizard battery reset the way that the Nissan Leafs batteries were falling apart to something more normal. They also found that frequent DC fast charging and climates are mentioned. They don't. The former doesn't have a massive impact, but using EVs in hot climates appears to have much more significant impact. So if you live in Arizona, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Southern California, that will affect your battery more than DC charging it. Good to know. And if your vehicle just has active cooling and stays on, then it might not have as much an effect as one might expect. I'm not saying just leave your car running in the parking lot, but I'm saying like if you drive it a lot, like it's a Uber or a cab or something, it might not see as much effect from temperature as one that parks all day. Battery state of health versus time, varying climates. Exclusively vehicles with no DC fast charge use, primarily level 2 high use. Temperature climates is green. Temperate climates and hot climates is blue. That's noticeable. What are you doing back there? Thanks to early battery degradation data, it's been suspected for a while, but I'm happy to see it is getting even better with more data. Top comment is a typical new ICE vehicle lasts 25 years unless they are lost to a crash. The average age of a vehicle on the road in the US today is over 12 years old. That's average or mean. The rest of the study is basically statistical nonsense. It's extrapolated straight line degradation, which is known to be incorrect. Using early life data, the batteries will last much longer than 15 years and will not lose 30% in that time. They will last the same time as their ICE counterparts, over 20 years. I don't hear a disagreement with the study there. They suggested over 20 years. You're saying over 20 years. You're just saying it'll do better than they say, perhaps? Uh, stuff. Let's see about any replies to that bold tone. I doubt the average car lasts 25 years. Our Toyota Prius lasted 19 and 447,000 kilometers, sorry. And most people would consider that exceptional. Do you have access to data? Do you have access to data on the average odometer reading when cars arrive at the scrapyard? I haven't been able to find that yet. That life cycle emission studies often seem to assume rather than a rather short life cycle in years or distance driven. Good question. I was just curious how the tone of the conversation went after that bold statement. Next, we've got Rivian launches a pre-owned program. So if you wanted a used Rivian, they have them now. However, they're expensive. Those prices are ridiculous. There's zero incentive to buy used. And no surprise dealer fees or upcharges at the finance office. So same thing that you're used to with new Rivians or newer used Teslas is here with Rivian, except expensive. While we wait for that to load, let's load up the next one. iCharging unveils a new 1.5 megawatt EV charging system with 6 simultaneous outputs. And that is impressive. And all right, this one's loaded. 1.5 megawatt. Not bad. Some qualify if you can charge both ports at the same time. And you kind of have to with that kind of output. 98 to 99% efficiency. It can recharge several vehicles simultaneously. There you go. They're from Portugal and specialists with the US offices in Georgia. According to the website, they've tasked themselves with developing innovative hardware and software solutions that optimize its customers' operations, user experiences, and the use of grid power. The flagship line of products with the Blueberry chargers can offer rates between 50 kilowatts and 900 kilowatts DC fast charge, in addition to the Blueberry cluster for fleets. All come complete with the iCharging Blueberry Fusion user interface and cable management systems, or CMS. And they're supported by the My iCharging web platform for operational monitoring and management. And they were there at the IAA, showing off their wares. We got a little bit of Mega Pack action, and our Drive Tesla Canada failed on us. Come back. Mega Pack KES are supporting the replacement of Hawaii's last coal plant and improving the grid forming technology that is critical to stabilizing the grid. And they have a nice video about what's going on, and this is just phenomenal. It's going to not just get rid of the coal plants, it saves in all kinds of fuel imports and operational costs because there's less moving parts. Yes, the battery is not a power plant. You fill it up with solar or wind or whatever else. But this allows you to both be more independent and to be fuel independent as to where your electricity comes from. And it responds faster. It's just the way to go. Come on, Drive Tesla Canada. Where are you going? Come back to us. There we go. In the home stretch. Recall time. Volkswagen has initiated a stop sale and halt production for the ID4 amid a recall. So what's happening here is your ID4 handles are getting water behind them and then have the ability to open the doors while you're driving down the road. Not the safest, even if they're locked. So they have a stop sale probably through the end of the year, they said, and so kind of like we saw with the BZ4X when the wheels were falling off, like they used that opportunity to calibrate everything else in addition to actually doing the recall. Then they can blame the recall on why they didn't sell so many and then still not open it up and have to worry about actually selling them. That's what it looks like to me on the outside. It's pure speculation. They called it paused, but other places talked about the pause being beginning in September and then just not coming back until next year. Let's see if this one does too. Excuse me. We're supporting them by implementing unemployment from the state of Tennessee. They'd be furloughing 200 employees at Chattanooga beginning in September 2023, supplementing the unemployment by the state of Tennessee, so they'll still get 80% of their base compensation and will continue to be covered by all current benefits during this time. We are also exploring ways to support our dealers while we determine a remedy for our customers, selling more gas cars. Volkswagen noted. Volkswagen's U.S. sales target to address the ID4's door handle issue. As per Savas, VW is working to have a remedy for the problem ready by early 2025. So this one also says they are done for the year. Can you imagine if Tesla found a flaw and said we were just going to close down till next year? Rivian couldn't survive that, nor could Lucid. Can you imagine if Tesla said that and then did that? Volkswagen, you gotta do better than this. Oof. He also highlighted that Volkswagen is determined to get the ID4 fixed and ready for the road once more. So the next question is, this is a recall, not just a stop sale. What about the cars on the road already? I don't see any stop drive notices or hey, well, I guess since there is no fix, there is no come to your dealer because you'll just waste their time. I don't. If the door could pop open, the only thing you could do is like restrain it, and that is not safe in any way. If you externally or internally brace it against opening, you just don't drive when wet. But if the water's already in the door handle and you open it and it drips in and then you close it, I didn't see any remedy for people who already have the car. Big boys are coming all over themselves. Beat me to it. Oh boy. A dead dinosaur company staggering about. Herbert Diess must be laughing his butt off. Picture that's him with the Neo CEO recently in China. Yeah. Well, this car was developed and started production under the Herbert direction, so he's responsible for this disaster. Do you mean he left a time bomb on purpose? That's one way to look at it. Uh, anyway, if you have a VW ID, what are we looking at? ID4, find out what you're supposed to do about the possibility of water getting on your printed circuit board and malfunctioning with an open command while the vehicle's in motion. Uh, if you were looking at one, your dealer should have already told you it's not for sale until further notice. So save your money or buy something else. Save your money, come back and get it at a discount because now it will be aged inventory when you come back after 2025. Unless you need a car now, I guess. Oof. I do not envy that situation. Vast majority of EVs will outlast their vehicles. We did that. Different publication, but we did that. Rohan Patel, he tells us that the lithium refinery. So this is another one of Elon's whining about how nobody gives Tesla any credit. There's a $3 billion tax credit available for helping to start small business lithium refinery situations, like Elon was suggesting we need to do. Government's doing it. It's only $3 billion, and Tesla's not part of that part. However, Rohan points out that these are directionally excellent investments. Although some companies will inevitably fail, a few things to help contextualize this post by the guy he's responding to. Number 4 is very important, or it's most important, sorry. The picture you showed was of the Corpus Christi groundbreaking of the lithium refinery for Tesla. Groundbreaking, and is one of the most senior and respected DOE officials of the Corpus Christi groundbreaking, and pictured is one of the most. Okay, so didn't name her name, and respected DOE officials. She is in charge of this particular program. So they got the head of the program right there next to Elon and Abbott. In fact, the DoD, DOE, White House officials are very aware of the many Tesla battery materials investments and are most excited about them. Many of these companies will eventually or may already become key parts of the Tesla supply chain. I cannot get into any particular companies as that is confidential. Remember, he used to be the head of Tesla lobby. So he knows some stuff that he can't tell us. Where was I? I should use the mouse when I'm reading like this, huh? Can't get any particular companies. But a strong US supply chain helps Tesla enormously and could also help qualify for the full $7,500 consumer purchase incentive. Grant applications require a number of hoops and hurdles, which we know that Tesla doesn't like to go through those. There was the opportunity for it for a couple Californian superchargers, and the V3 Plus stations with the V4 dispensers have everything they need. And rather than comply, they just said, "Oh, do it ourselves," and don't take the money. They wanted the money. They didn't want to do any of the paperwork. Let's see. Probably not just the paperwork, but also the continued compliance. can't take the money and then turn it off the next year. Not that they would, but if it wasn't working out, they wanted to move it. Jumps, hoops, and hurdles. My team, along with Drew Baglino, looked into this program, and I wouldn't be surprised if the current team was also looking into these potential loans and grants. So, not to say they won't do it, but if there's an ROI, they'll take it. 4, the most important one, 45x, 45 times manufacturing tax credit. For the purposes of this post, let's say there are a yearly run rate of 100 gigawatt hours of Tesla cells, according to Panasonic and the 4680, over the next 8 years. So at $45 per kilowatt hour, Tesla battery cells will get $4.5 billion per year from the IRA. Yet this is the same act that some Tesla bulls have denigrated or dismissed. Tesla will be getting the tax credits for the lithium refinery, cathode materials, etc. So you're whining that they weren't part of a $3 billion deal. They might be. In addition to the $3 billion deal, if they play their cards at just these numbers, which they've already told us they're not, they're going to be higher. But just these nice, easy numbers, we're looking at what did we say? Where did the number go? $4.5 billion per year instead of $3 billion for everybody. This is their own slice, $4.5 billion every year, year after year, if they make this number and then hold it. But they're making this number and going up through it. As we were talking about at the beginning of the show, them having hit the 100 millionth 4680 cell across all the plants. So you're going to have to refine them. You have to get all your different parts together, and then you have to roll them together in the jelly roll. You stuff them in the can, then you send them out the door as a pack. So Rohan's saying the sky is not falling. Let's see. As Tesla investor in New Zealand, speaking for most of the world, thanks for bringing your sane and deeply knowledgeable perspective to this utterly insane U.S. election buildup. And that is where a lot of this mess is coming from. It's not that they already don't like the guy for the Mary led, but they're also doing the whole, slant and distort. And like I said, if you're getting forklifts of cash in the back door, who cares if they didn't say hi to you on the way in the front door, or if they slapped up, a little slap in the front of the public. It's not fun. But would you rather keep getting cash coming in the delivery door, or would you rather this guy say, "Oh yeah, he's a good guy. Oh, he's my fight friend. He's gonna blah blah blah," and then try to crash your company when he turns around into the next room? Just saying. I know what I would pick. Thanks for the clarification. Life has nuances that are often too easy to gloss over on this platform to score cheap points. Rohan says it is not credible to complain about a grant program when a related tax credit program is likely to provide Tesla with more than the grant program total on a yearly basis. The victimization is just silly. I see what you did there. Appreciate the context. I'm still not sure why the 45x credit would prevent Tesla from applying for specific grants. It won't. But when you've got this, don't complain about that, especially if you don't want to do the work for the other one. But if you don't want to, you can apply, and you might get some of that too. Lithium refinery will get production tax credits as well once it's in production. The calculation is a bit more complicated, but it is a generous subsidy. It's not just paperwork. Okay. Feel free to go through the DOE, long list of requirements, applications. Some of that info is confidential, some of it isn't. So he knows, but rather than have a chance of mixing up something he shouldn't say, he said, you can go to the website, look it up yourself. They were asking about how the beneficiaries were selected and if there's any way to know whether Tesla applied, and if they did. He knows if they applied or not, but cannot say. He did say they looked at it, but looked at is not applied for. So next we've got the lithium refinery will get it gets more complicated. It's not just paperwork. Some of these programs have certain labor and reporting requirements or environmental reviews, which Elon is tired of apparently, that must be undertaken. Depending on the project, often speed is more valuable than to Tesla and other companies than the tax credits provide, and that makes sense. So that was part of what happened in California. They could have got the thing up, or they could have complied with all the little bits and got a little discount on the station. The customers needed the station yesterday. they put it in on Friday, boom, it's ready to go, versus doing all the hoops and it'll be ready sometime next year. Uh, which it still would have been in the ground today, but uh, we weren't doing a lot of V4s that quickly back then. Get into production sooner, the tax credits may even become more than the grant money and likely slower speed to scale production. That's why the IRA is so transformative, and it would be boneheaded for Trump or the GOP to try and gut or kill it. Doesn't mean it won't happen. So if they get in, that if they said they're going to do it, you can bet that they might even do it without even looking. Hopefully they would look and say like, "Oh, this brig is beautiful. We're going to keep it." We saw last time there was a mixture of all of that. Some of the stuff they said, "Oh, why would we mess with that? That'd be stupid." Other times, bull in China shop, it's gone. Uh, a combo of one of those was there was an effort by I don't know if it was Mr. Trump himself or if it was just people close to him that hate. Um, that hate. Let's call it that. They wanted to remove the ability for children of military deployed members to get their automatic birthright citizenship, as promised by the Constitution. And the way they were going about it was legal, but there was a backlash. So the way they were going to make it, instead of just being automatic and you just handle everything when you get back, they were going to make it so that you had to get certain paperwork in after the birth and have it ready to go then if you wanted to make it count. And for certain combos of service member and um, spouse and child and where they wanted to make it so you couldn't do it. Period. Which is it didn't work, and people tend to forget about it. But it happened in 2019. That was just an example, kind of a combo of the two. Bull and China shop combined with measured reaction, and the measured reaction might have been the court telling them to sit down and shut up, but they were able to successfully pivot it as we changed our minds. So even I remembered as we changed our minds, but like I said, it could have been the court. So all of that to say that yes, they'd be wise to keep it, and that if they get this, they might do the right thing by looking at it and measuring and declaring, or they might no, 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 no. Uh, the IRA is great for what you're talking about here. Getting battery and materials components manufacturing back to the U.S. and to a lesser extent our allies. Yes. Is it me or is it way more fun when Rohan and Elon don't talk politics? Uh, don't wind him up. I like to see most of everything I see from Rohan. He's very. Um, I learn a lot whenever he speaks. I'm not trying to shut anyone up, but I must admit, well, you came in on a politics post, so if he says anything, it's going to be a politics post. The IRA is great for what you are talking about here, getting the battery and its material back to the U.S. and to a lesser extent our allies, and chips. Yes, the CHIPS Act is also important. Basically, the new oil, yes, need to be part of the future strategic interest of the U.S. The reason that's important is the same reason why we have always wanted, yeah, wars, to control global oil and energy and independence and control. And two of the biggest threats China opposes right now is their control of the global battery supply chain. I wouldn't say control, but influence, sway. They own a good chunk of it. Uh, and is now their power to control global battery supply chain. Influence, sway, adjust. Particularly with LFP cells. Yes, they own LFP through and through. And it was ours at first. I was like, we don't want that crap. We want that new high tech stuff. And they made it work and compete with the high tech stuff, being safer. Anyway, what will happen with Taiwan? Yeah, Taiwan is going to be a powder keg, and thus the chip manufacturing. We're working on chip manufacturing capacity and capability is not a fast situation, and that's going to be a mess going forward. but we're working on it. By the way, do you know why there is basically zero public game plan for Tesla to manufacture non-nickel cells? They're not good at it. Everybody else is doing it. ROI? Come on now. If they thought it would work for them, they would do it. But they can buy them quickly and cheaply for non-nickel. And we also saw last year where they were working on iron phosphate for the Gigafactory. So watch that one just pop out of existence from nowhere. Just, hey, we're doing iron phosphates ourselves now. Uh, but everything's got to work out just right for that to happen. However, consumer credits, subsidies for vehicles, mandates for EVs are less beneficial. There's no mandate for EVs, and aren't addressing our actual interests. I'd argue it would be far better allocations of funds to remove the tax credit and significantly increase the battery and solar panel manufacturing. Yeah, somebody's got to buy them though. So yeah, you make them cheaper to make, but if you also make them cheaper to buy, then you solve the whole thing. Once you prime the pump, then you can remove the primer. Take it out, and it will just pour. If you do it right. Uh, Subsidies even further, and just apply the tariffs to non-U.S. manufactured vehicles. That's how the tariffs are working now. They aren't tariffing the U.S. cars. Because at the end of the day, there are loopholes to this vehicle subsidy, yes. Via lease and hybrid, there's that. If you've been saying currently there's only one hybrid that receives it, what the U.S. interest is U.S. jobs, U.S. supply chain, and security. Tariffs on imports plus larger battery manufacturing and mineral mining subsidies would be more effective strategy. Maybe. The IRA obviously helps Tesla, yes. Only some people are refuting that. It obviously helps Tesla, and given how dominant Tesla is, they benefit possibly the most from it. However, I don't think this is true to say they would also then be harmed the most if 7,500 credit were removed. If all you did was remove the $7,500 credit, then no, Tesla would not be all that harmed. But if you drop the whole IRA tomorrow, they will have to restructure some long and medium term plans they've made with the free money that's out there. Just saying. All right, so next up, now that we're done with this guy, we are looking at Tesla Model Y is just a hair away from becoming the US's best-selling vehicle, according to a report. So, like, vehicle overall, F-150 stand down. May not be the best performing Tesla, nor is it the most exciting design-wise, but it is a vehicle that's a fantastic balance of features and price, safety and utility. Wolf Street Court, citing recent data from Experian, notes that there seems to be a change happening in US's auto sector this year. Over the years, the F-150 and full-size pickups have maintained an iron grip at the top of the country's best-selling vehicles list. But with high-end pickups now approaching and moving past the $100,000 mark, the vehicles are no longer as attainable as they were in the past. This has resulted in the F-150 dropping to number 3 in the United States' best-selling list through the second quarter of 2024, with a share of 2.7%. And above the F-150 were two vehicles that still offer a decent amount of utility at a significantly lower price: the Tesla Model Y and the Toyota RAV4. Ooh. Let's make sure that top one is American and not something else, huh? And yes, I know they build the RAV4 here, but you know the Toyota will never shut up about it if they get to be number 1 for even a year. They love crowing about when they get number 1 and stuff. Above the F-150, Model Y is close to becoming the number 1 best-selling vehicle in the U.S. for the first time ever. Through quarter 2, Model Y had 2.8% share, its highest ever, up from 2.6 in Q1, and just a hair below the RAV4. Oh, we might see some fire sales on Model Y just for bragging rights. They can afford it. Just for bragging rights. Because those bragging rights will then translate into more sales the next year. I want the number 1 selling car in America. Give it to me. Cool. Let's just watch this space, see what's going on. close some tabs. So many tabs open again. Oh, we're still waiting on Drive Tesla Canada. We might have to save this one for later. All right, the ID4 is a damn nice car for the money. Well, now it's under stop sale. Oh, I see. Here are the best deals on new cars this weekend. Except that, again, we can't sell this one anymore. Stop sale. Monthly payment with zero down, 188 on a Volkswagen ID4 electric. Skip it. Volkswagen Jetta, Hyundai Elantra, Hyundai Sonata, Kia Forte, Super Impreza, CX-30, obviously not the electric one. The Kia Soul, Nissan Leaf electric, 29,810 for 331, and then of course if you get the other programs, you get it for like 11 a month with the lease. Corolla, Subaru Solterra electric, 337 a month nationwide. Kia Niro EV, 341 Northeast, and that's all the electrics they have. So when I found this one, it was before the stop sale that I put it on the list. I think maybe I don't remember, or before I put the two together. Yeah. Someone just traded their ID4 for an EV9 and loves it. Yeah, I would definitely get the EV9, especially if I can't drive my car. There's a huge recall on it right now. Yes, exactly. ID4 is not made in the US. Modules shipped from the entire world are partially assembled in the US. Oh, but it is partially assembled in the US. Oh man, tell that to your friends in Arkansas. They can't handle the facts. At least you know your friends. I'm not going to get into a made versus assembled argument with you. The world is too interconnected, and I really don't care. The main components of the VW ID4 are sourced from various global locations. Electric motors, core elements, rotor, stator are produced in Salzburg, Germany, and assembled in Kassel, Germany, and the battery systems. So we're a stand-up facility, huh? A battery facility, drive control units, Continental. Continental where? Continental is quite wide as well. Battery management systems are from NXP, a Dutch company, and the heat pump modules are built by TI Fluid Systems. TI Texas Instruments or TI somebody else. In the U.S., components include Alabama steel and Georgia battery packs. It's kind of cool. Moving on. The whole point of that was the list. We got our list. All right, we're in the home stretch, folks. Longest show in quite a long time, if not ever. I'll need to trim next time. Trim it. But I do appreciate those of you who are still with us. This has been quite a slog. Close that. Maybe Drive Tesla Canada is working on their server, or they have some other outage. All right, while we wait for that X post, let's load up. Oh boy. We've got Bollinger. We've got Bollinger, and we need to be careful with this. So remember Bollinger? They're building a Class 4 electric truck now. However, it's a very nice looking electric truck. However, their parent company is bankrupt. I'll never trust this company, or the ones that purchase these. And I asked the customers or the people who buy them out of bankruptcy of the parent company. No answer yet. Somebody read it though. Loads of EV trucks this size, small and larger, on the roads in China right now. This is true. Scammers run for your life. Billions in dilution to achieve what? And now you guys are pumping. Did, I'm guessing, their CEO pay you? On September 16th, Mullen Automotive Inc., the company, received formal notice from the Listing Qualifications Department, the staff of the NASDAQ Stock Department, LLC, or NASDAQ. Now, the company no longer satisfied the minimum bid price requirement for continued listing on the NASDAQ capital market. So, the company's securities were subject to delisting unless the company's timely requests for a hearing before the NASDAQ hearings panel, aka the panel. It doesn't seem they did that. Its parent company, Mullen, is bankrupt. So that is a whole bunch of links in a row that I can skip now. So cool, but caution. That's why I didn't click into the article, because why bother? If they come back, we'll look at it then. All right, so we lost inside EVs too. It's unlikely. Okay, that was a post. That's over 2 cents per mile, which is crazy low. Try matching that with a gas sedan. So a 6-year-old Tesla Model 3 costs $375 to drive over 16,000 miles. I'm guessing a year. I think I wrote that down. I said weird sample rate, unless that's per year in the subhead. It's a video. 2018 Model 3 long range owner details how much it costs to drive the EV for the past year. Okay, so this is just 1 year. That's why it's a weird number like that. 132,000 miles car, and recently needed a 12-volt battery. Ooh, hard to do. And if it, well, it's not under warranty as a Model 3 with that kind of miles, but if it were still under warranty, that battery would be free. The 12-volt battery. So that's cool. It is what the headline says. He drove it a lot. He got a crazy low 1 year, or she got a crazy low 1 year cost. Lucid is going to do some stuff here. They're going to open a hub to tap into the U.S. legacy auto talent pool, which is pretty darn smart. You can hire some folks who might want to make a little switch and have a ton of experience. Let's take a look at that. And JB Hunt has launched the first electric aftermarket semi-truck route in Arizona. We'll look at that as well. So Lucid is going to open this hub to get engineering talent out of Detroit, which is smart, because as we see, Tesla's there, Rivian's there. You've got engineering talent. You've got Tesla Tool and Die there. So you've got just like you've got the engineering, but you've also got like the labor to make your tools or design your tools, practice putting them together. And it only makes sense to get good people where you can find them. So what JB Hunt is doing is they're launching an aftermarket semi-truck route, which means what? They've got successful implementations in Pacific Northwest, North Carolina, and Mexico. Daimler Trucks North America is expanding the reach of its electric semi-fleet into Arizona with a longtime associate of JB Hunt. They'll add the Freightliner e-Cascadia electric semi-truck to its Arizona fleet immediately and put it to work delivering okay, that's for the aftermarket. Delivering aftermarket truck parts from DTNA's part distribution center. So this is a regular electric truck route. JB Hunt is operating it, and Daimler is supplying the e-Cascadia to do the work. Smart. The e-Cascadia is expected to cover approximately 100 miles in a given day before heading home. So 200 miles? Before heading home to a Detroit e-fill charger installed at a Daimler's Phoenix facility. We'll buy that electric truck if you give us free fuel for life. Or we'll participate in the program and see if we like it. That's what it looks like. Because that's why home was in quotes, because it's not going to its Home Depot. It's going to Daimler's Depot. Excuse me. It's the first all-electric route in the DTNA aftermarket parts distribution network, significantly reducing carbon emissions and setting a precedent for future sustainable outbound logistics operations. Hopefully they don't include driving back to the manufacturer to fill up. That's just weird. I have an article. We'll do that last. You done took a bath? Good. Good job. So we were talking about electric class sixes or so, and we've got the Mitsubishi Fuso is cleaning up with an 89, putting 89 electric garbage trucks into Greece. Good on them. So then we'll do my article, and we're going to call it a day because it's been a long one. So my article is, I can click on it by clicking on my X, but while I do expose you guys to some politics here, you don't need to see everything I put here on air. You can just go look at it if you want. And I'd be glad to converse, but not on air. All right, so I called this DMV penalizes driver for tech that they should understand. The absurdity of disabling safety features. So what happened here is, let's see, imagine earning your driver's license fair and square only to be told that you won't be getting it because the DMV didn't understand the tech in your car. Teslas and other modern cars are packed with safety features that should help drivers, not hurt them, during tests. Here's why turning off essential features like regenerative braking makes no sense. So what happened here is I came across this article at Teslarati where a young lady got her license, but she came back the next day to pick it up because there was a glitch with the printer. And they told her you didn't earn the test. You cheated. You used full self-driving. What? Uh oh, your car doesn't have full self-driving? What do you mean? Because her parents was like, we didn't buy that crap for her. The car was expensive enough. We're not giving her FSD. She needs to learn how to drive. That was the whole point of the car. She didn't push the brake pedal. Okay, test for the brake pedal. In fact, that is a whole section of this article right here. Uh, One pedal driving and the panic stop test. Here's a simple solution to concerns about drivers not using the brake pedal enough. Simulate an emergency stop. Randomly exclaim while pointing, say, "Ball, stop, stop!" and see how they react. They'll need to press the brake pedal, and they'll need to stop smoothly and safely. If they have ABS and it goes off, they need to hold down the pedal while it goes boom. And if they don't have ABS, they need to be like this, to the brakes so that they stay under control while coming to a safe stop for the imaginary child ball in the street situation. And because it's an imaginary ball, you don't have to worry about the safety features taking over and helping the young driver pass the test. Because there was no ball. The car's like, this kid is crazy. They've slammed on the brakes. We're stopping now. Okay, done. But if you did the if you had like a simulant, like there's a doll looking like it might come out, or there was a real ball rolled out in the street, depending on the car, as we've seen, Tesla's good at this. Some of the others are good at it too, or okay at least. At that point, then the AEB kicks in, automatic emergency braking, and you're no longer testing the kid, you're testing the car. So pretend there's a ball, make them slam on the brakes. You got it. So this is a quick little read. It's kind of text dense, but it's an easy read. I try to keep the level to make sense. And you can find it on my X. So I want to thank all of you for sitting here with us today for it says 6 hours, but don't forget we had the pre-show with Anders because X was the only one that accepted our signal. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have. We probably still don't have Instagram. We didn't have Twitch. We didn't have Facebook. But now, here they all are, and I thank you all for spending your Sunday evening, afternoon with me. I want to thank our channel members for your continued monetary assistance on keeping all this stuff up, paying for the software and the cameras and help with the lights and stuff. And if you want to do that as well, join on up. There are no updates on the HV Nomads project because we've got something else that we're cooking that means that only one of us can work on the project, and it's a 2 sets of hands job, so I'll need my other sets of hands to continue to make more progress. But it's worth it. You'll see. So with that, I will see you guys tomorrow on the Tesla Life Express, and then Wednesday on the Tesla Life Live show, and I'll catch you back here at 1:10-ish Eastern. Hopefully I'll be on time, 1:10 Eastern, right here at youtube.com/CaseyGreen, and I'll catch you on the flip side.